Time was hurried, and 6 years passed in a blink of an eye. Since the age of 3, Naruto has been exercising his body unremittingly. Every day, he runs 10 laps around Konoha village, and the weight on his legs is constantly increasing. After 3 years of hard work, Naruto's weight has now reached 30 jin on one leg and 20 jin on his wrist. In total, he weighs 50 catties, and even his own weight is only 65 catties. Ha, ha. In a dense forest of Konoha, Naruto was panting and leaning under a big tree. Just now, Naruto had completed 1,000 beating stakes. This is not a simple blow. Don't forget that Naruto is still strapped with a weight of 20 kilograms. For each blow, you have to work harder than the previous blow. Yachiren-ryu, check my attributes, Naruto whispered in his heart. Yes, Yachiren immediately responded to Naruto, showing Naruto's attributes. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Attribute, forbearance, 0, body, 4, magic, 0, virtue, 7, strength, 4, speed, 4, fine, 7, printing, 0, total, 26. See the explanation at the bottom. Bloodstains, none. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Psychic beast, none. Task, none. Exchange value 5. Ha, did you finally break through to Zonran? After Naruto glanced at his attributes, he laughed with a tired look. Sure enough, no matter how hard you put in, there will be much gains. Brother, tomorrow is your day to go to the ninja school. Yachiren said at this time, as long as you enter the ninja school, your brother will be able to break through faster. Naruto corrected Yachiren's current name. The call of master and master made Naruto a little uncomfortable, so he simply changed Yachiren's name. When Naruto heard Yachiren say this, he smiled, and said, Yachiren, you are wrong to say that. Even if you enter the ninja school, I will not be able to break through quickly without corresponding efforts. However, relatively speaking, it is indeed much better than I am now simply relying on physical training to break through. That's right, Yachiren said with a smile. After my brother breaks through to Sharingan, he can exchange what he wants. Naruto also had some expectations at this time. After he broke through to Sharingan, what should he exchange for something? But the premise was that he had enough exchange value. Now he doesn't even have any exchange value. After a short rest, Naruto got up and went home. Today's task has been completed, and there is no need for lifeless exercise. That would have the opposite effect, causing unnecessary damage to your body and your health. But can you be a strong guarantee in the future? Naruto doesn't want to damage his body, so he has always planned exercises, and will not keep practicing stupidly. Hurry up and apologize. The Hyugas is amazing. Hurry up and apologize to me. That's it, the big family is amazing. I bumped into my eldest brother. If I want to apologize, there is no door. Hurry up and apologize. Don't think we will let you go if you cry. Woo. Just as Naruto returned, there was a sound of beating and scolding not far away, and a very slight low groan, which seemed to be crying. Naruto's curiosity was aroused, so he ran in that direction, and an afterimage was skipped. Soon, Naruto came to the place of the incident. When Naruto saw the crying girl, he was shocked for no reason. The crying girl was Hinata Hyuga, the strong girl who had been secretly in love with Naruto behind her back. Hey, what are you guys doing? Naruto yelled, resisting his anger, walked in front of the three of them, and protected Hinata behind. When Naruto was in his previous life, he liked Hinata very much, not only for her shyness, but also for her toughness, and the forbearance of the tireless effort she got from Naruto. In each case, the current Naruto was moved by it, and he secretly swears, Hinata, you must be mine, and no one can take you away. Smelly boy, are you going to die? Get out of me quickly, otherwise you don't even know your mother if I hit you, shouted one of the older children. Naruto's face suddenly became gloomy, and no one could tell his parents before him. Although he didn't know who his parents were in his previous life, it didn't matter. The important thing is that he insulted his parents in this world. Their parents are heroes. How could they be easily insulted by others? So Naruto decided to make this person pay the price. Ding, the mission system is officially launched. The voice of the system sounded again, this time not being led by Yachiren, but the main system was automatically activated. Ding, trigger the quest Parents' Glory to teach the children who insulted their parents. The D-level quest is worth 10 points for completing the reward. Do you accept it? Accept. Naruto accepted without hesitation, stepped forward with his left foot, and kicked his right foot toward the man's stomach. With a bang, the man was kicked out in an instant and hit a tree. When the other two saw this, they ran away in fright. The speed was staggering. Naruto walked up to the man, condescendingly, and said gloomily, my parents don't allow you to insult. Next time, I will kill you. Understand? Ming, understood. This person was already trembling with fright, got up and ran quickly. Ding, complete the mission Parents' Glory and get 10 points. At last there are 10 points of exchange value credited. When Naruto heard this voice, he was relieved and worried about the exchange value. Now it seems that he doesn't need to worry too much. Are you okay? Naruto walked to Hinata and asked with a look of concern. Seeing Naruto's face, Hinata's face flushed unconvincingly, and he hesitated. No, nothing. Thank you, Miss Hinata. Naruto still wanted to chat with Hinata for a while, but unfortunately the light bulb came, and Naruto had no choice but to leave quickly. Little did he realize that this speed surprised Hinata for a while and engraved Naruto's figure in his heart. On the way, Naruto asked curiously, Yachi and Ryu, why is the mission system not dominated by you? 8,000 rumors heard the words, smiled, and said, no, it's just that the first mission is led by the main system, and the future missions are all led by me. Don't worry, that's good. Your voice is good, the voice of the main system is too rigid, Naruto said with a smile. Yachi heard Naruto say that and jumped happily in the space. Finally, Naruto returned to his residence, and the day passed. Xian indicates the amount of knowledge and the level of IQ. Jing represents the energy that is the foundation of the chakra. Yin indicates the mastery and proficiency of the seal and mudra. Body indicates the ability to be proficient in physical skills and the ability to use it proficiently. Forbearance indicates the ability to be proficient in ninjutsu and the ability to use it skillfully. Illusion indicates the ability to be proficient in illusion and the ability to use it proficiently. Speed indicates the speed and the sensitivity of actions and reactions. Strength start with wrist strength and foot strength to express the physical strength of the whole body. 1 to 8 ordinary people. 9 to 16 students. 17 to 24 understand. 25 to 32 Jongren. 33 to 40 especially forbearance. 41 to 48 shinobu. 49 to 56 the elite goes to forbearance. 57 to 64 quasi-imaging. 65 to 72 shadow level. 73 to 80 super shadow. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight hit the house, Naruto got up, which almost became a habit. After washing, Naruto fried 2 eggs for herself, took a carton of milk and a piece of bread, and ate quickly. It is worth mentioning that Naruto in the original book can only eat expired food, while Naruto at this moment eats fresh food. In his previous life, Yafan hated Naruto's 6 beards very much, and destroyed Naruto's handsome face. Therefore, it was scraped off early, and the shrunken water gate was born, which surprised some villagers. Although the villagers still hate Naruto, there are also some smart villagers who saw Naruto look so much like the water gate when he was a child. Gaikei couldn't guess that there would be no connection between the two, so he would secretly sell some food to Naruto. And Naruto was lucky enough to eat fresh food, instead of growing up on expired food as in the original book. Now Naruto's height, after 3 years of training, plus ample nutrition, is no longer as short as in the original book, and slightly taller than his peers. Brother, what's your mood now? Are you happy? Yachi and Ryu's voice suddenly sounded in Naruto's mind. Naruto couldn't answer either. To say that you can get into ninjutsu formally, it's fake if you are unhappy, but you don't have that kind of excitement. Maybe it's a matter of course. Once entering the ninja school, Naruto's lack of Jin, ninjutsu, illusion, and chakra refinement can be obtained one by one. When Naruto saw his attributes for the first time, he was actually taken aback by his attributes. Naturally, the reason was that he did not refine chakra, but his fine attribute was as high as 7 points. This is far more than the general upper endurance, and even the quasi-shadow. It also made Naruto aware of the horror of his chakra volume for the first time. Boom boom. While Naruto was thinking about it, the door of the house was knocked. Naruto understood in an instant that it was the teacher from the ninja school who came to pick him up. I don't know if it will be him, Naruto secretly guessed. When I walked to the door, opened the door, I saw a familiar face in front of my eyes. In his previous life, Naruto often saw this face. It was the first ninja Umino Irika in Konoha who identified with Naruto. You are Naruto Uzumaki, I am the teacher of the ninja school, my name is Irika Umino, you can call me Teacher Irika. I'm here to take you to the ninja school. Irika introduced herself. Nearly the same life experience made Naruto feel cordial at the first sight of Irika, revealing a smile full of sunshine. Ah, I am Naruto Uzumaki, Teacher Irika. Irika looked at this child who had the same fate as him, and couldn't tell what it was like, because his parents died in the hands of Kyuubi, and Naruto in front of him was a container of Kyuubi. It must be false to say not to hate Naruto at all, but Irika can't hate it when he thinks of what the 3 generations have said to him. Maybe, Naruto is really just like himself. Irika thought to himself. After tidying up, Naruto followed Irika towards the ninja school. It was still early, so the two of them walked leisurely, chatting occasionally along the way. Naruto also knew that Irika didn't really identify with him now, but he believed it was coming soon. Naruto is still very clear about his position. Before Konoha did not betray him, he still tried to integrate with Konoha. Once he betrayed, he would immediately defect and draw a clear line with Konoha. This almost ambivalent mentality also surprised Naruto himself. Why did he do this? I really can't figure it out. Perhaps, deep down in Naruto's heart, he still yearns for friends and relatives. After all, he was lonely for so long in his previous life. Entering the ninja school, Ilika took the lead and walked outside of his classroom. He heard the noisy noise in the classroom, and a hashtag popped out of his forehead. Wait a minute, Naruto, Irika said to Naruto with a barely smile. When Naruto saw Ilika's appearance, he secretly smiled in his heart. Sure enough, what he saw on TV was quite different from what he saw in reality. Before Naruto could answer, Ilika opened the door and walked into the classroom. The classroom fell silent. It seemed that Ilika was still very prestigious in the class, otherwise it would not have such an effect. However, it seems that no matter which world you are in, the profession of teacher is faintly imposing, so that students can't think of resisting after seeing the teacher. I don't know if it is their own illusion, Naruto thought. Come in, Naruto. Ilika's voice came from the classroom. After Naruto heard it, he gently pushed open the door of the classroom, stepped in, and came to Ilika. Dear students, introduce you to a new classmate, Irika said to everyone, and then turned to Naruto. Naruto, introduce yourself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, please advise me. Naruto didn't say nonsense about being Hokage like in the original book. Even if he really wanted to be, he wouldn't say it stupidly, it would only make people look down on it. No, how could it be this monster? I want to change shifts, that is, how could this monster come to the ninja school, teacher? I strongly urge him to be driven away. That said, I don't want to be in the same classroom with this monster. Except for B.A. Xiaoqian, the other students all quarreled when they saw Naruto. But Naruto had no reaction at all, looking at Ilika quietly, as if to say you figured it out. Naruto had heard this nonsense countless times a long time ago, and he didn't bother to care about these little shit kids. Besides, the mouth was on someone else's body, and he couldn't control what others wanted to say. Be quiet, Irika yelled. Naruto came to this class because of the 3 generations of adults. If you don't want to, you can talk to the 3 generations of adults. In a word, these people shut up, but their eyes revealed unwillingness and resentment. Naruto didn't care about this, and walked straight to a white-eyed girl, smiled and said, "Can I sit here?" The white-eyed girl is naturally Hyuga Hinata. The moment she saw Naruto, she recognized the handsome little boy who helped her yesterday. She lowered her head shyly, and said softly, "Yes, sure enough." Naruto said inwardly when he saw Hinata's appearance, just like in the original book, "You will blush when you see yourself. Don't get too close to avoid Hinata fainting." But according to this, Hinata should have himself in his heart. Thinking of this, Naruto smiled triumphantly in his heart. Hinata, you can't escape my palm." Irika was a little surprised how Naruto would choose Hyuga Hinata's side. You must know that Hinata is the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. Although she is not very talented, her noble status is not something Naruto can get in her hands. The 3 generations who peeked were also amazed. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of a reason. He couldn't guess that Naruto would like someone at such a young age. Maybe it's simply to choose Hinata's side. 3 generations thought to himself. At night, when Naruto returned home, he couldn't wait to start refining chakras. He waited for 6 years, but just to wait for this day. As time passed, when Naruto was about to give up, he noticed the abnormality at the danchin, and a small chakra began to emerge. Immediately afterwards, it began to flow along the meridians, repeating the same actions continuously. Hi! Naruto took a deep breath. Naruto could perceive that the chakra amount he refined for the first time had already surpassed the average ninja. The natural 7 essence attributes are really not covered, they are enchanting enough. Naruto thought of this, and no longer worried about the lack of chakra. Now he is most worried about Kyuubi. It was mentioned in the original work that Naruto could not release ninjutsu through Kiin because of Kyuubi's relationship. Except for some Muji ninjutsu, the rest are totally unusable, not even the most basic Fengdun ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Naruto was struggling for a while. What should I do? The current self, even if he went to find Kyuubi, he wouldn't be able to defeat him, let alone tell Kyuubi not to interfere with his chakra. Thinking about it, Naruto fell asleep, but chakra was circulating on his own, constantly entering the danchin and storing it. Tick, tick. Naruto opened his eyes and suddenly realized that he was actually in a sewer. After reading the original, he immediately knew where he was. Helpless, Naruto had no choice but to move forward. Since they are all here, it is really unreasonable not to meet Kyuubi. Besides, Naruto didn't know how to get out, so he could only go to meet Kyuubi, hoping that this guy was not as difficult to get along with as in the original book. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Naruto came to an open area, and what caught his eye was a huge iron gate from which 2 sharp eyes were shot. "Boy, come here. Come closer." Kyuubi's voice sounded, and his tone was full of temptation, making Naruto, who can't illusion spell, suddenly said, "Step by step." Boom! Kyuubi was too anxious. Before Naruto could enter the iron gate, he slapped an anxious palm on the iron gate. The loud sound made Naruto wake up instantly. When Naruto thought of the previous scene, he was frightened and a cold sweat behind him. Fortunately, Kyuubi was too impatient, otherwise he would be miserable. "Damn it, damn 4 generations!" Kyuubi roared angrily. Think about it, Kyuubi, who was originally free, was locked in Naruto's body. It lasted 6 years at one level, and no one could stand it anymore. When Naruto thought of this, he no longer blamed Kyuubi. The Kyuubi in the original book seemed to agree with Naruto in the end, fighting side by side with Naruto. 9 Llama, do you want to go out? Naruto asked with a smile. As soon as he said this, Kyuubi was shocked in an instant. A pair of huge fox eyes stared at Naruto, and Naruto looked uncomfortable. What's the matter? Naruto asked cautiously, really afraid of what Kyuubi would do. How do you know the old man's name? Nine Tails asked in a deep voice. His voice was very surprised, but there was still some excitement. Naruto was clearly aware of this. Do you know that his name has a different meaning to Kyuubi? Naruto thought to himself. I don't know. Anyway, after I see you, I will know what your name is. Naruto lied without blushing. After hearing Naruto's words, Kyuubi turned around and buried his head on his chest. Tears flowed from his eyes. Of course, Naruto couldn't see it. Boy, I won't interfere with your chakra refining in the future. Go out. Come and chat with the old man when you have time. Nine Tails said hoarsely. Naruto didn't know, so he still wanted to ask questions, but found that he had been kicked out of his spiritual world, waved his hand helplessly, and began to practice Jin. Old man, is that you? Kyuubi murmured to himself, closed his eyes, fell into a deep sleep, and at the same time collected the overflowing chakra. After one night of practice, Naruto's chakras have reached the point of being in the forbearance and continue to rise. Naruto can be sure that his chakras will reach the super shadow in a short period of time, and the amount will also be huge. Unimaginable point, it can definitely be compared to the tail beast, or even surpassed. In the original work, there is such a person as the ghost shark, who is known as the tailless beast, because of his huge chakra, which is almost comparable to the tailed beast. There is such a role, and it is reasonable to have a chakra beyond the tail beast. Yachin Liu, list my attributes, Naruto said. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes, forbearance, 0, body, 4, magic, 0, virtue, 8, strength, 4, speed, 4, fine, 8, seal, 1, total, 29. Blood stains, none. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Psychic beast, none. Task, none. Exchange value, 10. It's almost 4 o'clock, you can break through to Shinobu, Naruto muttered happily. At this time, the sun had already risen, and Naruto, who hadn't slept all night, not only didn't feel tired, but was also very energetic, which made Naruto himself feel incredible. After breakfast, Naruto came to his secret base, in the dense forest, to start a new day of training. It's just that behind a big tree not far away, Hinata's figure is hiding there, secretly observing Naruto's every move. Naruto was also a forbearance anyway, he had already noticed a gaze, and after thinking about it, he guessed who it was, so he pulled Hinata out. Hinata, let's train together, Naruto invited with a smile. When Hinata heard the words, his cheeks blushed, and he turned his fingers up a little at a loss, and finally nodded gently, which was a promise to Naruto. Naruto knew that he couldn't get too close to Hinata now, not only because of Hinata's shy character, but also the family behind Hinata. Hinata looked at Naruto in training and secretly vowed that he would become a great ninja just like Naruto-kun. Hinata, look at this set of boxing techniques and try to blend it, Naruto said to Hinata abruptly, and started a set of Tai Chi, fast and slow, so that Hinata was greatly shaken, and she was shocked in her beautiful eyes. Taejikwon is no stranger to a Chinese person. Almost the older generations can use this type of boxing. Naruto also wants to see if Hinata can integrate this type of boxing and create her own boxing method. I have to say that Naruto cares about Hinata very much, otherwise he wouldn't play this set of boxing rashly. You know, this is not Huaxia, it is the world of ninjas. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. A set of powerful boxing techniques is simply incalculable for the physical ninja. Hinata is not a silly girl either. Naturally knowing the value of this boxing technique, he said sternly, Naruto-san, I will definitely create my soft boxing, and I will not tell others about this set of boxing techniques. That's good. Naruto smiled, and then went to practice. Only Hinata was still thinking about the previous set of boxing techniques, punching a few punches from time to time. In this way, Naruto and Hinata were training at this secret base every day for a year. In this year's time, with the support of Naruto, Hinata's strength has reached the lower level of forbearance, and there are faint signs of breaking through to forbearance. Of course, the more important thing is that Hinata understands Taejikwon and has slowly incorporated it into his soft boxing. If Hinata fights for life, I am afraid that ordinary Zongnin is really not her opponent. Naruto was still surprised by Hinata's progress, and he was also secretly happy in his heart. The stronger Hinata was, the more relieved he was. It is mentioned in the original work that Hinata's talent seems not high, but Naruto is almost certain that Hinata's talent is very high, but it is usually buried. Of course, Naruto has gained the most. After a year of practice, his strength is already close to being particularly forbearing, and he is only close to his attribute value. Ding, congratulations to my brother for breaking through to the special Shangren. The exchange system is officially launched. Yachiryu's voice abruptly rang in Naruto's mind, and Naruto was stunned immediately, followed by ecstasy, and finally broke through to the special upper endurance. Ding, the redemption system started, the hidden system, lottery system, started. Before Naruto's excitement was over, Yachiryu's voice sounded again, bringing another surprise to Naruto, which made Naruto extremely excited. Brother, congratulations. Yaki and Leo congratulated. Naruto heard the congratulations from Yachiryu, and he was very happy, saying, now there is no exchange value, but is there any other benefit of this lottery system? Yaki and Leo sternly said, brother, first of all, you have to understand that in the exchange system you can only exchange things in the world of Naruto. Naruto asked with a stunned surprise, can't things in other worlds be exchanged? Yes, Yaki and Leo said, but don't be sad, brother, the lottery system is created to make up for this. You mean? Naruto became excited when he thought of the possibility. Well, just as my brother thought, items from other worlds can be drawn in the lottery system, and the power will not decrease at all. Just the same, then how to calculate the number of draws? Naruto asked the most critical question. If there is only one chance to draw a lottery, it seems to be no different from nothing. The most worrying thing is the number of draws. Don't worry, Yaki and Leo smiled, this lottery draw is once a year, but every time my brother completes an S-level task, he will add another chance to draw a lottery. If he completes an SS-level task, he will have 2 chances. With SSS, there are 3 chances. What about now? Naruto asked. Because the system has just started, my brother has a chance to draw a lottery. Will my brother want to draw a lottery? Yaki and Leo blinked and asked playfully. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Yaki and Leo showed the page of the lottery system in front of Naruto, and saw that there were a total of 5 grids on it, with the word Xianxia, technology, fantasy, animation, and ability. Brother, do you want to start the lottery? Yaki and Yu asked. When Naruto saw these words, he immediately understood the meaning, and said without thinking, start. The pointer began to spin quickly, and finally stopped slowly on the animation category column. Then, 5 grids appeared again, namely Fire Escape Haohuomi K, 8 Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, S Zanpakudeo Jinghua Shuiyu, SSS Water Dun Shui Kingbo, S Lei Dun Kailan, S Yachinryu. Why do most of the Hokage items appear in the anime category? Naruto asked with some confusion. He thought there would be many other anime items, but he didn't expect only ninjutsu and Zanpaku. However, Naruto's eyes were a little red when he saw Hua Shuiyu in the mirror of Zanpakudeo, but he was very clear about the meaning of the 3 SS sacred artifacts. Beyond the existence of pseudo-sacred artifacts, even in the world of Naruto, artifacts are rare, just a few of them, and their power is limited. This is based on my brother's love level, because this is the Hokage world after all. Too many things that do not belong to this world will inevitably affect the balance of the world, so. Yaki and Leo explained with some embarrassment. Naruto understood in an instant. Thinking about it carefully, the world of Reaper is 1 level higher than the world of Naruto. There are too many things in the world of Reaper, which will break the original balance of this world. Then, when there are many unknown dangers, it is reasonable, and even serious, may threaten the entire Hokage world. After thinking about it this way, Naruto didn't care anymore. Anyway, as long as he had good things to take, the rest took care of so many things. Besides, these things are all needed for carefulness, especially the Zanpaku knife. The eyes of Naruto who looked at were blood red. Continue to draw, Naruto said. The pointer turned again, and Naruto stared at the Zanpo Deo mirror Huashuiyu, expecting the pointer to rotate to it. With its help, he would be completely safe in this world. When reading the original work, Naruto was full of interest in this Zanpaku knife. It was completely hypnotized, and also controlled the 5 senses. This was already the realm of gods. Ding dong. Until the end, Naruto simply closed his eyes, looking forward to the coming of Goddess of Luck. In fact, any of these 5 things is very helpful to Naruto, none of them are bad, right? Congratulations to my brother for winning the Zanpo Deo Jinghua Shuiyu. The next draw will be a year later. Hearing the sweet voice of Yaki and Liu, Naruto was suddenly very excited. He was hit, and he was really drawn. Thank Goddess of Luck, thank God. Brother, do you immediately extract Zanpaku Deo Jinghua Shuiyu? Yaki and Liu asked. Yes, Naruto responded without hesitation, and in a flash, Jinghua Shuiyu appeared in his hand. It's exactly the same as the original book. You won't be needed for the time being, but don't worry, it will be time for you to shine in the near future. Naruto stroked the blade and promised with a serious face. As Naruto's voice fell, Jinghua Shuiyu even whispered, agreeing with the current owner. Well, Yakin Liu, put away Jinghua Shuiyu first, it is not good to be seen after all. Naruto frowned. Now Naruto was still in Konoha, and suddenly there was an extra knife. It would inevitably be suspicious. You should save it first and take it out when you graduate. Then no one will say anything. I see, brother, Yakin Liu said cleverly. Jinghua Shuiyu was collected by Yakin Liu again, and stored in the creation space. As long as Naruto needed it, he could get it in his hand by summoning. Hinata, it's time to go to class, Naruto shouted to Hinata, who was still thinking not far away after taking back the mirror flower. Hinata had been in a state of thinking before, so he didn't find Naruto's previous situation, but it was not important. Even if Hinata knew about it, Naruto didn't worry that Nizai would betray her. After a year of getting along, the relationship between the two has been faintly connected. After seeing Naruto, Hinata is not as shy as in the original book. He can still face it calmly, but when Naruto wants to hug Hinata, Hinata will still faint instantly, which makes Naruto a headache all the time. I couldn't think of any good way, only time to treat this faint attribute of Hinata. Yeah, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, and walked towards the school with Naruto. When the two arrived at the school, the class bell rang at this time. After looking at each other with a smile, they walked to their seats and sat down quietly. For Naruto and Hinata's twins entering and leaving the school in pairs, the classmates in the class have long been used to it. The other 7 Xiaoqiangs in the original book looked at the pair with a little curiosity, and couldn't imagine coming together at such a young age. I have to say that the children in Naruto world are very precocious, and they know that they are in love at a young age. Sakura still clings to Sasuke as in the original book, and surrounds Sasuke all the time, watching Sasuke frown. But Naruto knew that Sasuke was still very useful to his popularity, as he could guess from the occasional smile. Everyone else is the same as in the original, except Ino, the girl who competed with Sakura for Sasuke in the original, did not turn around Sasuke. In the same way, he didn't turn around Naruto. This made Naruto very puzzled. Did Ino turn his temper? Or is Ino also crossing over, so he is not interested in Sasuke? No wonder Naruto thinks so. He can traverse, there is no reason others can't traverse it. Brother Yo, your idea is wrong, Yakin Liu said to Naruto abruptly, startling Naruto. Yachinryu, what do you mean by this? Naruto asked suspiciously. Yakin Liu smiled and said, in this world, only my brother is a traverser, and the rest cannot enter. In other words, except for you, the rest cannot be traversers. Why? Since I can come, it's no surprise that others come, Naruto asked. This. Yakin Liu seemed a bit embarrassed, but finally said, I can't disclose the specifics, but I can tell my brother that it is the rules of this world that exclude others, except for my brother. That's it. Woo. Naruto can understand, but one thing he knows very well is that there is only one traverser in this world, and there will be no other one. Thinking of this, Naruto heaved a sigh of relief, and felt awkward at the thought of another traverser appearing again. However, according to Yakin Liu's sentence, it seems that he has a certain connection with this world. Otherwise, why don't the rules of this world exclude oneself? Unable to figure it out, Naruto didn't think much in the end, anyway, as long as he survived tenaciously, and then protected his beloved woman. Thinking about it, he took a look at Hinata next to him, and made up his mind, you must not let Hinata get hurt. Dear students, the morning is a written test, and the afternoon is a practical exercise. I will let you know, Ilika said with a smile. As soon as this statement came out, the classroom suddenly became a mess. Damn, what are you kidding me? There is a fart to notify now, only after the exam is notified. Play with us. Teacher Irika, you are too insidious, don't you expect us to fail the exam? Damn it. It's cheating to meet such an insidious teacher. Except for Naruto and other Xiaoqiang, the rest of the classmates all made a fuss about you, making Naruto feel amused. Shut up all to me, Ilika shouted loudly, you have to understand that you will become ninjas in the future, and ninjas will encounter emergencies anytime and anywhere. At that time, you will not have any preparations. The enemy will not tell you stupidly, we are going to attack. The only way is to adapt to the situation, do you understand it? Hearing what Ilika said, the classroom suddenly became quiet, and some students even showed a look of guilt, feeling that it was wrong to insult the teacher like that before. And Naruto also showed a dazed look. He hadn't thought about it so much before, but after listening to Irika's words, he also felt reasonable. On the battlefield, the enemy will not notify you in advance, so you can only adapt to changes. But since this is the case, the purpose of this written test is yet to be studied, Naruto thought to himself. Obviously, the other 8 Xiaoqiang also thought of the key to the problem. This seems to be the purpose of Zhongnin's exam. Naruto murmured softly, but the corner of his mouth was drawn out, as if something had been thought of. Okay, start the exam now. Ilika sent the test papers to everyone. For an instant, the classroom was full of wailing voices, because the questions on the test papers were too difficult, and only a few people were writing quick answers. Sure enough, Naruto and other Xiaoqiang whispered in their hearts and began to show off their abilities. Naruto and Hinata didn't bother to cheat at all. These questions were too simple for them, and they were solved quickly. The three generations who were observing the crowd, after seeing Naruto and Xiao Qiang, nodded in satisfaction and muttered, Konoha's future rests on these 9 children. For Naruto, the three generations know a little bit, but they don't know Naruto's strength. Naruto has always been cautious and never gives the three generations a chance to peek. The only thing the three generations know is that Naruto's strength has reached the level of Shinobu, and that he is close to Hinata, and it is rumored that the two are a romantic relationship. But this is not a matter of the three generations. What the three generations worry about is the problem of Kyuubi in Naruto's body, and they are worried that Kyuubi will break out at any time. Unexpectedly, the scene of the Zonran exam will be staged ahead of time. Naruto glanced around, saw a few cheating classmates, and chuckles a few times. Hinata glanced at Naruto with some confusion, and asked, Naruto-san, what are you laughing at? No, nothing. Naruto quickly put away his smile and continued to answer the paper. After the bell rang and Ilika took back the test papers, he slowly walked out of the classroom. In the afternoon, the actual combat training began. Naruto's opponent was an unknown dragon set. With this kind of confrontation, Naruto really couldn't get the slightest interest. Boom boom, the opponent was solved in 3 or 2 strokes, and Irika satisfactorily wrote an A on the paper, which was the highest level of praise. Next, Hyuga Hinata vs Dragon Set B, Irika shouted. Come on, Hinata. Although Naruto knew Hinata's strength, he still encouraged. Hinata nodded vigorously, walked into the court, and defeated his opponent with 2 soft punches. This is the result of Hinata's mercy, otherwise the opponent would have died long ago, and while defeating the opponent, he also hid his strength. This is what Naruto hoped. In this way, 1 day passed, and when school was over, Naruto met an unexpected person, the tragedy Uchiha Itaki in the original book. Itaki? Maybe I will fight you one day, Naruto murmured as he looked at the direction where Itaki was leaving. Now the Uchiha clan has not been annihilated, but it is coming soon. In 2 more years, the Uchiha clan will completely disappear from the ninja world. It's better not to spread this muddy water. Let's live my life with peace of mind, Naruto said secretly. As for Sasuke, leave him alone. At Konoha Hyushin, Naruto's figure is galloping fast. Naruto usually doesn't bother to come here, but due to a task sent to him by the system, he has to come here. The matter still originated from the battle last night. It is said that ninjas infiltrated the enemy country and fought with Konoha's Andy last night. The final result was naturally that Andy was victorious, and Konoha did not pursue it much, but the system gave Naruto a task. The mission Noha's crisis is to recapture the Konoha Guard's distribution map from Takanen's hands and kill it. The difficulty is level B and the reward is 100 points. Hearing this task, Naruto accepted it without even thinking about it. After all, the reward can be exchanged for 100 points. For the tasks that the system issues to him, Naruto can know the opponent he faces from the level of the task. For the B-level task, the face must be Zonran, and there will be no ninjas such as Shangran, so Naruto accepted the task with confidence. Otherwise, before completing the task, he might be killed first. In the face of Nakanen, Naruto himself is still very sure. Moreover, I know from memory that there are only 3 female Takanen in the original work, and Kakashi gave him a second. Thinking of their strength, Naruto didn't worry much about his safety. Even if it is really invincible, don't forget, Naruto still has the mirror flower water moon. As long as it is displayed, it is absolutely invincible. Cut, I haven't found it after looking for it for so long. I'm really depressed. The galloping Naruto murmured, very depressed. Although the system gave him a task, it didn't tell him where to find Takanen. The back mountain is so big, it is undoubtedly a joke to find them all. Ha! The bird's nest. On a tree, Naruto suddenly saw a bird's nest. Only then did he remember that the Kunao mixed with Konoha's guard distribution map was hidden in the bird's nest. It's easy now, just keep looking for the bird's nest. Naruto smiled after thinking about it. Started looking for the bird's nest everywhere, and sure enough, as time went by, Naruto found the Kunao on a tree and held it in his hand. Whizzing, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and Naruto jumped lightly, avoiding a few Kunao shots. Sure enough, Kunao found it, and these guys also showed up. Naruto looked at the 3 female Taki Shinobu in front of him and said secretly, Little devil, give me the Kunao in your hand, otherwise. The lead Nami Taki Shinobu said with a fierce face. Naruto looked at him playfully, played with the Kunao in his hand, and smiled. Oh, what else? Are you still trying to kill me? Ha ha. After hearing Naruto's words, one of the female Taki Shinobu laughed presumptuously. Don't say I look down on you, you are just a child. Don't you think you can escape from our hands? Those who are sensible quickly hand over Kyuubi. I'll give you a whole corpse, otherwise, wait for the bones to disappear. Naruto heard that there was no angry expression in the retreat, and he still calmly faced Mitaki Shinobu, and then moved towards the leader. So fast. The leader Taki Forbearance was taken aback, and then calmed down. He was really surprised at Naruto's speed. Boom! Naruto kicked toward Mutaki Shinobu's face, but it was a pity that the kick was a clone. This was in Naruto's expectation. If it was resolved with one kick, Naruto himself would not believe it. Art fire escape ho fireball. A woman's voice came from behind Naruto. A fireball struck towards Naruto. Naruto did not panic and used a substitute technique, relying on speed to come to the back of Namitaki Shinobu. Be careful, second sister. The boss yelled in horror when he saw Naruto appear behind her second child. NV Taki Shinobu also sensed the crisis behind her and was about to use ki and substitution technique, but she didn't want Naruto to be faster than her, and a kunao pierced NV Taki's chest. How is it possible? Nutaki looked at her chest in disbelief and muttered, "How could you have such a fast speed?" After finishing speaking, he did not stare at him, looked at the sky with his eyes wide open, and left with unwillingness. Second sister. Second sister. When the two saw their sisters dead, they all became angry, staring at Naruto, wishing to frustrate them. Naruto resisted the feeling of vomiting and faced the remaining two people. Ding, brother, congratulations on killing one of Zongren and earning 100 exchange points. Yakin Liu's voice suddenly sounded. Naruto asked in a moment of astonishment. Yakin Liu, can you get exchange value for murder? Yes, brother. The lower ninja is 50 points, the middle ninja is 100 points, the upper ninja is 500 points, the Quasi Shadow is 1000 points, as for the shadow level, it is 5000 points. But before this there is a super shadow, that can have 10,000 click it. Yakin Liu explained. Naruto swallowed fiercely as he listened to Yakin Ryu's words. It seemed that earning the exchange value wasn't very difficult, as long as he killed more people. Thinking of this, Naruto's eyes on the two became dazzling, as if looking at a group of exchange values. The two naturally noticed Naruto's changes, and felt a chill in their hearts. They secretly said, "This kid doesn't have any special hobbies." Boom boom, the battle continued, and both of them were prepared this time, so Naruto also fell into a bitter battle. The reason is that Naruto hasn't learned any ninjutsu, except for the basic 3 shinjutsu, the other one can't. Even Helix Maru in the original book, although Naruto knew how to practice, he did not deliberately practice. Puff the blood splattered, Naruto was caught off guard, and one of them pierced his shoulder. The red blood shot out instantly, dyeing Naruto's clothes red. Sure enough, I couldn't care about the first battle. The experience is still too little. Naruto frowned and thought. It is so difficult to face Zhong Ren. If it is Shang Ren, maybe he would have been killed a long time ago. Naruto frowned when he thought of this, thinking secretly about the countermeasures. Brother, let's use Jing Washuiyu. That way they can be solved quickly. Yakin Liu said anxiously. But Naruto shook his head and said, Yakin Liu, do you know why I put away the mirror flower? I don't know this. It's because I don't want to rely too much on Jing Washuiyu. I will be invincible if I use Jing Washuiyu, but this is not conducive to my growth. In actual combat, it is the best time to grow, don't you think? Yakin Liu fell silent when he heard the words, and finally said, that's true. Brother, you promised Yakin Liu, if it's true that it's a matter of life and death, you have to use Jing Washuiyu. Yeah, brother promised you. Naruto smiled. Whizzing Kumo shot over again, and Naruto stared sharply at Kumo's root. In the surprised eyes of the two people, she caught her, and moved behind one of them, and pierced down fiercely. Boom, it's a pity that it was a shadow clone. Naruto couldn't help but frown again after seeing it. Obviously, it would be bad for him to continue like this. Boom, Naruto took off the weight on his body, and the speed suddenly increased several times. Amidst the shocked eyes of the two, they cut through the throat of one of them. Ding! Congratulations to my brother for killing one Zhongren and getting 100 exchange points. 3 sisters. Seeing her younger sister fall in a pool of blood, Nyutaki yelled in grief and indignation. At the same time, he did not forget to stare at Naruto. The angry idiot in his eyes could clearly see it, making Naruto a sneer in his heart. Once a ninja loses his mind and is filled with anger, then her death is not far away. So next, facing this female Taki shinobi, Naruto believes it won't be very difficult. But I still can't be careless, I must be serious, and I can't be distracted. Maybe a mistake, the price is my own life. I must kill you. Nutaki said viciously, but don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I will let you taste the most painful torture in the world, and then let you die. Humph, wait until you catch me. Naruto sneered and stared at Nutaki Shinobu with disdain, which made Enteki Shinobu even more angry. The more angry Natsunobiki is, the better it is for Naruto, so Naruto doesn't mind stimulating her with vicious words to make her completely lose her mind. Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin. Envy to Kirin quickly seals, Huo Dun Feng Xian Huo. Naruto's expression condensed. Although Phoenix Fire belongs to C-rank ninjutsu, its attack range is quite wide, and the power of every small fireball cannot be underestimated. Once attacked, although it will not be severely injured, minor injuries are still inevitable. If you are lucky, you may get severe burns. Brother, you now have 500 redemption points, exchanged for a ninjutsu, so you can deal with her. Yakin Leo reminded. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and then remembered that he still had the system, so he said, "Okay, list me the ninjutsu that suits me." "Okay, brother." Yachiru quickly listed the ninjutsu. When Naruto saw the ninjutsu surgery, he almost lost his eyes and fainted. The reason was that all ninjutsu turned out to be wind escape. "Huo Feng, wouldn't you be killed by Kadai?" Naruto thought silently. "Yachinryu, don't I have any other ninjutsu to learn except Feng Dan?" Naruto yelled depressedly. "Yes," Yaki and Liunyo said, "because my brother's attribute is only wind, he can only use wind escape, but Muji ninjutsu is possible." "Like," Naruto said, "spiral pill." Yaki and Ryo replied without thinking. "Then exchange helix pills for me," Naruto said. "It takes 500 points to exchange for helix pill, eh?" "Excuse me, do you want to exchange it?" Yaki and Liu said. "Yes." Naruto gritted his teeth and exchanged the helix pill with distress. The exchange value accumulated was gone. As expected, it came quickly, and it went quickly. Ding, the exchange is successful. Deduct the exchange value of 500 points. The remaining exchange value is 0 points. Please continue to work hard, brother. Yaki and Leo said mischievously. Although it hurts to lose 500 points of exchange value, there are benefits. In the original book, it would take 7 days to practice the spiral pill alone. But if you exchange it, it will take 1 second to complete the meeting. Sure enough, the pay and the return are proportional. Spiral pill. Naruto yelled, and a blue ball appeared on the palm of his right hand, and the female Taki who was watching was surprised. Boom! Helix Maru hit the tree, and the big tree collapsed directly to the ground, and the scared Taki endured a cold sweat. "Fortunately, I hide quickly, or it will be over," NV Taki said to herself in fear. She never thought that this small ball would have such a huge power. It was already A-level ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Konoha has such a genius. As expected, the reputation of First Ninja Village is not built up. Natsuki Shinobu secretly said. "What are you thinking about?" Naruto appeared abruptly behind Mutaki Shinobu, and when she missed the previous hit, Naruto took advantage of Mutaki Shinobu's moment of dazedness, and came to the back of Mutaki Shinobu, ready to give another blow. Envy Taki Shinobu turned her head in astonishment, and saw the basketball that had let her soul fly, hitting her directly. "Do not." Female Taki Shinobu made her last unwillingness, was hit by the spiral pill, and flew out. The strong spiral energy whirled in Mutaki Shinobu's body, smashing her internal organs to pieces, and soon she lost her breath. "Ha, it's finally solved." Naruto exhaled. "Ding, congratulations to my brother for killing one of Zongren and getting 100 exchange points. The current exchange value is 100 points. Ding, congratulations to my brother for completing the mission Noha's Crisis, rewarding 100 redemption points. The current redemption value is 200 points. Yaki and Leo's voice suddenly sounded. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt that his contribution was worthwhile. After checking his attributes, Naruto was pleasantly surprised to find that his forbearance attribute had increased by 3 points. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes: Forbearance 4, Body 5, Magic 0, Virtue 8, Strength 5, Speed 5, Fine 8, Seal 3, Total 38. Blood stains none. Skills: 3, Body Technique D, Helix Pill A, Weapon Janpaku Deo Jinghua Shuiyu SSS, Psychic Beast none, Task none, Exchange Value 200. Sure enough, with the exchange of ninjutsu, one's own attributes will continue to improve. It seems that what he lacks is ninjutsu, especially the column of Phantom, which is still 0. Naruto said to himself. "Brother, don't be so discouraged. As long as the exchange value is enough, the problem will not be solved if your brother exchanges for a pair of writing round eyes." Yakin Leo smiled. "Hehe, it's not as easy as you said. The most important thing is to rely on my own understanding," Naruto said bitterly. 7 years later, Naruto was still ignorant of illusion, which was really embarrassing, mainly because no one taught him. "Brother, you can redeem some C-level illusions. That way, you can improve some illusion attributes," Yakin Leo said. "Forget it, the exchange is not easy to come by, let's talk about it later. I'll still upgrade all the other attributes now." Naruto thought afterwards. The two options of virtuous and fine are about to reach their full value. As time goes by, I think it will not take long for them to reach their full value. What I focus on now is to improve my body, speed, strength, forbearance, and yin. Finally, go to study illusion, just do it. After making up his mind, Naruto smiled again, cleaned the surroundings, and left after confirming that there was no message left. Time flies, 5 years have passed by, and in a blink of an eye he reached the age of graduation. In these 5 years, Naruto has made considerable progress, and has steadily reached the shadow level. In 5 years, Naruto has experienced several battles, large and small, of course, all of which were carried out without others noticing it. Even for the third generation, I don't know that Naruto's strength has reached the point where it can rival him. Just thinking about it, I feel terrible. A 12-year-old film-level powerhouse is really incredible. During the period, Hineda's strength also steadily improved, thoroughly integrating Tai Chi, creating his own softboxing. The strength has even been promoted to the point where the elites can forbearance, and can be regarded as a master of physical skills. All of this, only 2 people know about it, others don't know the strength of the 2 at all, and the 2 will never show their full strength. Because that is really amazing, and it will definitely cause unnecessary troubles, and it will be no good to make 3 generations suspicious at that time. Naruto was even more worried about Danzo, this black hand hidden behind Konoha. If he learns that his strength has broken through to the shadow level, he will definitely jump the wall and do something. The thing in the original book still happened. Uchiha's clan was destroyed, only Uchiha Sasuke remained. Since then, Uchiha Sasuke has become even colder, looking like a stranger will not enter. Naruto is uncomfortable watching. Yachin Liu, let's start the lottery draw. After 5 years of accumulation, I want to see what I can draw today, the popular voice said magnificently. Yes, brother. Yaki and Leo put the interface of the lottery system in front of Naruto. Naruto shouted start and the pointer spun quickly. In the end, I stayed on the animation category column, and then 5 grids appeared, on which they were Zanpakuto Swordsman SS, Fengdun Spiral Shuriken S, and Deo Helix Maru A, New Dun Bloodstained Gene SS, Corpse Vein Bloodstained Gene SS. Naruto frowned when he saw the contents of these 5 grids and asked anxiously, Yachinryu, what does this bloodstained gene mean? This, Yaki and Liu lowered his head and said with some fear, this is the same as the bloodstains in the exchange system. Brother only exchanges genes. If you want to turn them on, you must use the corresponding exchange value. Upgrade. After Naruto listened, the black line on his brows deepened, and he said, you won't tell me, if I spend 5,000 points in exchange for blood, it's just a gene. Yes, said 8,000 Lunyo, for example, you have exchanged the bloodstained gene of the Shalanyan, but you can't open the Shalanyan, you need to pay the exchange value to open the eye. If 1 Buyu Jade is 50 points, it is 100 for 2 Buyu Jade. Points, 500 points for Sengu Jade, 1,000 points for Kaleidoscope, and 5,000 points for Eternal Kaleidoscope. Ciao! After Naruto listened to it, he directly exploded. This exchange system is cheating. This is, according to this calculation, if you want to open the Eternal Kaleidoscope, you need to spend 6,650 points in exchange value, plus the exchange value of 5,000 points. A total of 11,650 points in exchange value. Cheating, this is. Thinking that every bloodstain needs this, Naruto has the desire to kill. Also, Yaki and Leo said softly after seeing Naruto's appearance, the exchanged Shaolunyan does not have any skills, and you need to redeem Shaolunyan skills. Puff Naruto directly vomited blood and fainted. This system is simply horrible. I originally thought that it could be used after redeeming the bloodstains. I didn't expect that it would cost so much exchange value to use it normally. Read more at hanpilnovel.xyz. In that case, after I upgrade to Eternal Kaleidoscope, do I still need to buy skills such as Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Moon Reading? Naruto said with a sullen face. Yes, brother. Yaki and Leo said, but this is also good, that is, there is no side effect at all. Similarly, the use of Izanagi and the like will cost a lot of money. After hearing this sentence, Naruto's face improved a lot. Sure enough, there must be good things if there is something bad. After thinking about it carefully, he doesn't care about it, just earn more exchange value in the future. By the way, all my Zanpakuto skills are there, right? Naruto asked suddenly. Hearing Naruto's question, Yaki and Leo said with certainty, well, Zanpakuto's skills all exist, because the system cannot be exchanged, so the skills will not be cancelled. Fortunately, Naruto secretly said, continue to draw. The pointer continued to rotate, and finally landed on the Zanpakuto swordsman spear. Naruto was speechless for a while. Is it true that he has such a relationship with the god of death? Both draws are Zanpadao. Continue to draw. Naruto continued after putting away the sharp gun. This time I didn't get the Zanpakuto knife, but fortunately got the Bing Dun bloodstained gene, and suddenly a light shot into Naruto's body. Naruto felt that there was something in his body. Naruto knew that it was Bing Dun's blood. In addition to the wind attribute, he had one more water attribute. However, the thought of improving Ice Dunk and exchanging Ice Dunk for Ninjutsu, the exchange value that is too thick, is a headache. Continue to draw. This time it's not unlucky. I got a Water Escape Ninjutsu, the second generation of Naruto's original ninjutsu, Water Escape Water Clear Wave, S. If you only rely on the exchange value to redeem, you still have 1,000 points of exchange value. If you think about it carefully, you won't lose money. Carry on. For the 4th time, luck was the same as before. It was not unlucky, and I got an A-level water escape technique. It's the last time, system, give me some strength. Naruto roared. The pointer is spinning rapidly, but it still falls on the animation category column. Naruto, who is watching, wants to vomit blood. Could this lottery system only draw the animation category? Glancing at the things in the grid, Naruto's eyes lit up suddenly. Good things, all are good things, he likes them all. Sailing I Bloodstain Gene SS, Would Done Bloodstain Gene SS, Land on Bloodstain Gene SS, Zanpakuto Hiremumaru SS, and Fairy Model SS, Miyamo Mountain. Turn! Naruto yelled. Among the 5 items, one of the random items is an SS level item. If the exchange value is exchanged, it will cost 5,000 points of exchange value. Moreover, none of these 5 things are weak. Needless to say, there are a few bloodstains. Those who have read the original will know how powerful they are. Don't mention the immortal mode. Anyone who has seen the God of Death knows how powerful Bing Lunwan is. That can affect the weather, the strongest Zanpaku in the ice and snow system. Thinking about it is a burst of excitement. Ding dong, the pointer finally fell on the column of Zanpakuto Hiranmaru, but this could not conceal Naruto's joy. In comparison, Naruto still hoped to draw Hiranmaru. Because there are only things in the lottery system, there will be items in other worlds, and only things in the Naruto world can be exchanged in the exchange system. It seems that I have to pick up the high-level mission soon, and strive to get all the bloodstains as soon as possible, Naruto said ambitiously. With such a powerful system in place, it is normal to have such ambitions. Yachin Liu, list my attributes. Naruto said. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes, forbearance 8, body 8, magic 5, virtuous 10, strength 8, speed 8, fine 10, seal 9, total 66. Bloodstain Bing Dun, SS, is not awakened. Skills 3 body technique, D, helix pill, A, shadow clone technique, A, multiple shadow clone technique, A, water escape water clear wave, S, water escape waterfall, A, illusory fox's heart, C, illusory Xia follower, C, illusory nirvana abode, A. Weapons Zanpakudeo Jinghua Shuiyu, SSS, Zanpakudeo Gundam, SS, Zanpakudeo Ice Wheel Maru, SS. Psychic beast, none. Task, none. Exchange value, 3,200. Brother, it's about to take the graduation exam. Yaki and Liu's voice sounded, reminding Naruto that it's time. Naruto exited the Chuangshen space and returned to the classroom. He heard someone call his name and passed the graduation exam smoothly. The next day, the ninja school. Naruto was sitting leisurely in his seat, sitting beside Hinata, who was already standing next to him. The relationship between the two had already been determined. Of course, this is not known to everyone except the person involved. Naruto once wanted to disclose the relationship between the two, but he was worried that Hinata would be harmed, so he endured it all the time. Now, Naruto does not intend to continue to conceal the relationship between the two, and he has enough strength. If anyone wants to hurt Hinata, he must first ask himself if he agrees. What are you thinking about? Naruto asked with a smile. Hinata was thinking about the scenes between him and Naruto in the future. When he heard Naruto's voice suddenly, his face flushed involuntarily, and he whispered, "No, nothing." When Naruto saw Hinata's appearance, she knew that she must have been thinking about the future. It was true that Hinata often showed this expression. At the beginning, Naruto was really unclear, but in an accidental situation, after learning from Hinata's dreams, he realized that Nizai had been thinking about spring. It's funny thinking about it, but Naruto didn't point it out in person, and that would only make Hinata even more shy. Although Hinata's shyness has changed a lot in the past 6 years of being together, it hasn't changed completely yet, so Naruto didn't rush and let it develop. Squeak! At this time, the door of the classroom was pushed open, and Ilika's figure walked in, glanced at the people with a slightly disheartened look, and said loudly, "Congratulations, you will endure it from today." Wow! There was a cheer in the classroom, and everyone's face was filled with excitement, except for a few special exceptions for Naruto. Quiet! Ulika shouted loudly and continued, "Now I will give you groups. From now on, you will form a group of 3 to carry out tasks. The one reporting the name is one group. Wait for your Shangnin teacher meeting, come to pick you up." What? Why do you want a group of 3? What the hell is going on? Some guys who didn't understand ninja rules couldn't help but yelled, "Cut, as long as you don't hold back." Uchiha Suzuki. I really want to be with Suzuki-kun. Harano Sakura. Hey, I must be in a group with those 2 guys, who made the elders be in the same group. Yamanaka Ino. It's really troublesome. Nara Shikamaru. As long as you team with Shikamaru, the rest doesn't matter. Chu said several times. Anyone will do, right, Akamaru? Inya Zukaga. Yuzina. I hope I can be with Naruto-kun. Hayaga Hinata. The classroom was in chaos, and Ilika's face became more and more ugly. Finally, he roared and rebuked, "Be quiet." The teacher's effectiveness was still somewhat. With a roar of anger, the entire classroom fell silent. Ahem. Iruka coughed lightly and began to report everyone's names. The first group, the second group. Group 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hayaga, Suzuki Uchiha. Group 8, Harano Sakura, Inyazuka Toa, Yun Yoshino. The 10th group, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akuma Dinji. Well, your Shangren teacher will tell you next. Congratulations to you, Yulika said loudly, and then left the classroom. The whole classroom boiled instantly. Only Naruto frowned and said in secret, the butterfly effect is really big. I didn't expect Hinata to be in the same group with him, but it is better. But that Suzuki is really annoying. While thinking about it, he didn't forget to glance at Uchiha Suzuki. When I saw Suzuki's cold face, Naruto was unhappy for some reason. I feel like the worst person in the world, and it makes me feel like other people owe him something. The more I think about it, the more upset it becomes. Forget it, don't care about him. Tell him the truth at that time, let him do whatever he wants. It's annoying to watch, Naruto secretly said. In the next period of time, the shinin teacher of each group took away the members of each group one after another, until only Naruto's 7th group was left. Naruto's brow furrowed. He hates people who are not punctual. Thinking of the trap in the original, Naruto is a smirk that makes you late, which is punishment. I ran to the door quickly and put a blackboard eraser on the door beam. Of course, it was not that simple, but it was covered with glue and itching powder. Idiot. After seeing Naruto's actions, Suzuki curled his lips in disdain, cursed in a low voice, and said in his heart, if it is such a trap in the Shangnen-wi, then he is not Shangnen. That. Hinata was a little worried, and said cautiously, Naruto-san, will this be a bad idea? In fact, Hinata was also a little uncomfortable in his heart. The Shangren had all come, but the Shangren of his group hadn't come yet, and they had to wait for more than 2 hours. They were angry when they changed into clay figurines. It's okay, if Shinobu wins this trick, then he is not Shinobu. Naruto said what was in Suzuki's heart. After thinking for a while, Hinata let Naruto do this. Shangren's strength is still very strong, he is an elite Shangren, and it's easy to escape this small trap. Time passed by, and 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Naruto and the three were already asleep on the table. Boom, the three of them were awakened by the crisp voices. When they looked up, Naruto showed a refreshing look, while Hinata and Suzuki showed unbelievable expressions. Is this really Shangnen? Isn't it a fake? The two thought at the same time. Kakashi groaned for a while, my first impression of you is quite annoying. Then, I planned to remove the blackboard eraser, but didn't want to apply glue on it, and stuck it on the silver hair. What? There was glue. Kakashi yelled in horror. Teacher, this is your punishment for being late. Don't think it's over. You'll know that this blackboard eraser is awesome when you get home, Naruto said with a big smile. Seeing Kakashi deflated, Naruto felt relieved for a while, asking you not to take care of me for so many years, but still a disciple of your father. What? When Kakashi heard Naruto say this, there was an unknown premonition in his heart, but he didn't feel anything strange, so he ignored it. Okay, follow me to the rooftop, Kakashi said, then turned and walked towards the rooftop. Naruto took Hinata's little hand and slowly followed, but Suzuki walked behind with an unhappy expression on his face. On the rooftop, Kakashi still asked the three of them to introduce themselves as in the original book. Naruto asked Kakashi to introduce himself first, or just like the original, Kakashi only told the three of them their own names, and the rest didn't say anything about it. Well, the yellow-haired guy will start first, Kakashi said. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I don't have anything I like, but there is one. I hate people who are late. My dream is to become the strongest person in the ninja world. Naruto introduced himself. Hearing Naruto say this, Hinata lowered his head shyly. Kakashi gave them an ambiguous look, and said secretly, is the teacher's child? Unexpectedly, there are people I like, but I don't know what the Hayagas will do. My name is Hayaga Hinata. I want to stay with Naruto. I hate people who are late. My dream is to create my own soft fist and become a leader in the physical arts world. Well, very ambitious, not bad, Kakashi thought. My name is Uchiha Suzuki. I don't have anything I like, I hate many things, I don't have dreams, but I have an ambition to revive the Uchiha clan, and kill that man. At the end, Suzuki's fierce gaze flashed in his eyes. Avenger? It's really a problem, kid. It seems that Suzuki is the most difficult to deal with in this team. The teacher's children and the Hayaga's eldest lady seem to be very easy to teach, but Naruto's pranks are a bit. Card Cassie murmured. After hearing Suzuki's words, Naruto glanced at him without saying much. Okay, that's it for today. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will gather at the exercise site number 3. Remember not to eat breakfast, and to carry out survival exercises, you will vomit, Kakashi said with a sullen smile. But I was laughing to myself, I told you to yin me, and I yin you again. The three nodded to indicate that they knew, and didn't ask much. Kakashi walked away instantly. Naruto walked up to Hinata and said quietly, "Hinata, remember to have breakfast tomorrow. Go so early, just go at 9 o'clock." Although Hinata had some doubts, he still listened to Naruto's words and nodded, indicating that he knew. At night, the stars were shining, the full moon hung high in the sky, and there was a loud roar from Konoha's Hagiki family residence. "Damn Naruto, what the hell did you apply? How could it be so itchy?" Kakashi rubbed his body while yelling, and now he understood why Naruto would say that to himself before. It turns out that there is really a back move. This kid is too bad, and he used such a heavy hand. Damn. Itchy. Kakashi's back was already bright red at this time, and red pimples had covered the back. The more it digs, the more itchy, and the more it grows, the more it digs. Poor Kakashi, who is not good enough to provoke, but Naruto has been provoked, now it's retribution, alas. After a few years, Kakashi was still uncomfortable and itchy, helpless, and had no choice but to find the culprit. In Naruto's house, Naruto at this moment is sleeping until, boom, with a loud noise, the door of Naruto's house was kicked open angrily by Kakashi, and Naruto also stood up in an instant, watching the incoming person guardingly. When Kakashi walked up to Naruto, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Kakashi now has no handsome demeanor anymore, and he looks like a sharp brother. Kakashi shot a dangerous gaze from the eye that he exposed alone, and Kakashi said in a deep voice, "Naruto, what exactly did you paint on me? Why do I itch all over my body?" "Oh." Naruto nodded, pretending to be surprised. "You said that, it's my latest invention of itching powder. Once you get it, unless there is a special antidote I made, otherwise, you know." Seeing Naruto's smirk, Kakashi knew that he was about to bleed heavily, and resisting the heartache, he took out a clip from the ninja bag. "Here, that's all," Kakashi said miserably. What's in the clip is his income over the past month. He originally planned to buy the latest episode of Intimacy Paradise. Now the money is gone, I can only imagine it. "Wow, a lot of money," Naruto exclaimed in surprise, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. When it comes to wealth, this kid is not covered. For more than 5 years, the ninjas of other villages who were secretly killed by him had all their finances in his hands, and the wealth was also very thick. "Give me the antidote, I'm almost itching to death," Kakashi said, crying without tears. Naruto collected the money, walked to the kitchen and took out a basin of cold water, and directly poured it on Kakashi's body, causing Kakashi to jump. "What are you doing?" Kakashi shouted. "I'll give you an antidote." Naruto pretended to be puzzled. "You don't have the itching anymore." Huh? Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi felt that he didn't feel itchy at all, and asked curiously, "What's going on? Is cold water the antidote?" "You're not stupid." Naruto looked at Kakashi with an idiotic look. Kakashi crashed directly, and he didn't expect that the antidote turned out to be cold water, and he even gave him money stupidly. It's too sad. This was the worst time that Kakashi had suffered from deflation in history, and it was still a grief when he recalled it in the future. "You fool me," Kakashi roared. "Why, you took the bath yourself with hot water. You can change to cold water." Naruto pouted and said rascally, "Okay, I'm going to sleep, please go out and close the door, thank you." Kakashi looked at the robe-looking Naruto, and was really helpless. Hit it. This kid is the son of the teacher, and he owes him a lot. If you don't fight, I feel upset in my heart. It's really tangled. In the end, Kakashi reluctantly chose to turn around and leave. Naruto threw an item over, and Kakashi caught it instantly. When he saw something, he almost exclaimed. This is, Kakashi said incoherently with excitement. "The latest episode of Intimacy Heaven, let's take it, I am not interested in this thing," Naruto said lightly. "Thank you so much." After saying that, Kakashi's depression was swept away, and he went out directly. For Intimacy of Heaven, Naruto was curious about this book in his previous life, so many men who read it, so curious to buy a copy. As a result, I almost yelled at him. The writing was too cheating. I was better than what he wrote casually. I really don't understand why so many people like to read it. This book was originally intended for Kakashi, and Kakashi came to him tonight, but Naruto did not expect that Kakashi would come to his house because of hot water. By the way, I almost forgot Bing Dun's blood. Just as Naruto was about to fall asleep, he suddenly remembered something, and suddenly jumped up on the bed, calling out, "Yachinryu, are you there?" "Here, brother." "What's the matter?" Yaki and Leo smiled. "Raise my ice escape bloodstain to the top," Naruto said. "Okay, brother." Yaki and Leo said, "Upgrading to high-level ice escape, because my brother's blood hasn't awakened yet, so he needs 50 points for beginners, 100 points for intermediate, 500 points for advanced, and 1000 points for the top. A total of 1650 points are exchanged. Whether to redeem." "Yes." A white light sank into Naruto's body. At this time, Naruto felt that there was something in his body. Naruto knew that it was being done. "Yachinryu, give me another A-level ice escape ninjutsu," Naruto continued. Yes, it takes 1000 points to exchange for Ice Dunk Blast Ice Crystal. Do you want to exchange it? Yes. Naruto felt that there was something in his mind, and when he took a closer look, it was how Bing Dun burst into ice crystals. View properties. Name Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes: Forbearance 8, Body 8, Magic 5, Virtuous 10, Strength 8, Speed 8, Fine 10, Seal 9, Total 66. Bloodstain Ice Dun, SS, Top. Skills: 3 Body Technique, D, Helix Pill, A, Shadow Clone Technique, A, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, A, Water Escape Water Clear Wave, S, Water Escape Waterfall, A, Illusory Fox's Heart Art, C, Illusory Xia Follower Art, C, Illusory Nirvana Abode Art, A, Ice Dung Blasting Ice Crystals, A. Weapons: Zanpaku Deo Jinghua Shuiyu, SSS, Zanpaku Deo Gundam, SS, Zanpaku Deo Ice Wheel Maru, SS. Psychic Beast, none. Task, none. Exchange value 550. Yes. Starting tomorrow, you can earn the exchange value. Naruto thought secretly, satisfied with his current attributes, and then fell asleep deeply. The next day, Naruto stayed asleep until 9 o'clock before getting up, and then slowly walked to the ramen restaurant. After eating a bowl of delicious ramen, he came to the number 3 exercise site. At this time, Hinata and Suzuki were already waiting there, but looking at Hinata's expression, one knew that she had heard Naruto's words and had just arrived not long ago. Looking at the other one, leaning on a tree with a look of lack of energy, I guessed that he had come here very early, and he hadn't eaten anything. Naruto glanced at him speechlessly, walked in front of Suzuki, and said, I said Suzuki, I told you yesterday that Kakashi is a late guy, why are you here so early? Suzuki was stunned when he heard the words, and then said in amazement, when did you tell me? When Naruto heard Suzuki say this, he patted his forehead fiercely, and said silently, what did I say when I introduced myself yesterday? And what did Hinata say? Suzuki showed a thoughtful look, and then it became more and more ugly, until finally it could drip out gloomily. Obviously, Suzuki also remembered the content of the 2 self-introductions yesterday, one of which was the same, and he hated people who were late. This person who was late was talking about Kakashi. He was so stupid that he didn't understand the meaning. No wonder Hyuga Hinata came so late, because I knew Kakashi would be late. The more Suzuki thinks about it, the more he feels ashamed. Such a simple hint that he didn't even notice that there is still a big gap between himself and him. If it is him, he will probably think of it soon. Thinking of the end, Naruto Suzuki showed an unwilling look and squeezed his hands together. Naruto was too lazy to continue talking to him, walked to his ear, and whispered, I want to know the truth about Uchiha's extermination. After the survival drill, come to my house to find me. After speaking, regardless of Suzuki's shocked look, Naruto walked to Hinata's side and laughed while talking to her. Suzuki recalled with a vague look of what Naruto had said to him, and the whole person looked very excited, as if he might run away. But in the end he was pressed down by himself, and Naruto showed a hint of admiration when he saw it. This kid, it doesn't seem to be so hopeless, Naruto thought to himself. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know how sad Suzuki is. He originally had a beautiful family and loved his brother, but one day, his family was destroyed and his relatives were killed, and it was the one who loved him, my brother. It's good that Suzuki didn't go crazy right away. Although the road he will take in the future is very dark, he has to admit that he still has the trace of reason. Not long after, Kakashi's figure arrived late and smiled and said, sorry, there was a black cat blocking the way on the way here, and I was lost on the road of life. Let's lie to you, Konoha's ninja doesn't know that Kakashi is a late king. Naruto gave a face-saving instruction. When Kakashi heard it, his face was stunned, and he secretly said, good boy, it's not the good thing you did last night, so that you can't get up today. Okay, I won't talk too much nonsense. After a while, Kakashi's face was straight, and said, your task is to take these 2 bells from my hand before 12 o'clock. Cut, isn't it a test of our teamwork? It's really uncreative. Naruto curled his lips in disdain. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, but Naruto suddenly pointed out the key to the task, and said secretly, it seems that the teacher's child is not easy, and the IQ is quite high. As everyone knows, Naruto knew the meaning of it because he knew the plot, otherwise, he might not have guessed it at the first time. Suzuki and Hinata naturally heard Naruto's words and knew the key to the test. The 3 of them looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's meaning, and then hid. Oh, it seems that these 3 little guys have some abilities. Kakashi squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Whizzing Naruto separated several shadow avatars, and cast Kyowa from 3 directions, east, south, and west. Seeing this, Kakashi leaped slightly and jumped behind him. At this time, Hinata's gossip field was revealed. 32 palms of gossip. Hinata shouted and launched an attack. Kakashi secretly said that it was not good, and used the instantaneous technique to avoid the blow. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the fire escape art of Fireball coming from behind. How is it possible? A shinobu can release ninjutsu, his chakra shouldn't be enough. Kakashi said in surprise. He was not surprised that Naruto was able to cast shadow clones. With the huge chakra of Kyuubi, it couldn't be too simple to cast shadow clones. It is a pity that Kakashi overlooked one thing, that is, who taught him Naruto's shadow clone. At the moment Kakashi was stunned, Naruto had already come to Kakashi's back and kicked Kakashi's back. Boom! It was Kakashi's shadow clone that was kicked. Kakashi's body came from not far away and applauded. Yes, it worked well. You all passed. Cut, I can pass it long ago. Naruto pouted, while Sasuke and Hinata were a little excited. After all, starting from today, they are truly forbearing. However, their strength does not belong to the lower level, except for Sasuke. Ha ha. Kakashi smiled awkwardly and said, the 7th team is all passing, and the mission will begin tomorrow, and it will be disbanded now. After that, I disappeared first, and it seemed that I was going to report the situation to the 3rd generation. Naruto didn't worry about what Kakashi said. After all, he didn't show much strength, but he was forbearing, and he was a little smarter, and he couldn't guess anything after 3 generations. The fact is, just as Naruto thought, the 3 generations did not say anything, and simply believed that Naruto inherited the wisdom of Watergate. At this moment, in Naruto's home, Sasuke was looking at Naruto expectantly. After observing the surroundings, Naruto said, Sasuke, you will come to me. It must be a place where you have doubts about the genocide. Sasuke was silent for a while, then nodded, saying that he was not confused at all. It must be fake. 3 years have passed. Whenever I think of that night, Sasuke feels that there is something wrong with it, but he can't find it. Now I hear Naruto say this with a look of expectation. Let's tell you so. Naruto thought for a while and said, Uchiha Itachi is to protect you, and the one who forced Uchiha Itachi to destroy your Uchiha clan is a guy named Danzo and the masked guy in Akatsuki's organization. Sasuke got excited when he heard Naruto say this, and shouted, impossible, that guy clearly told me. Tell you to test your aura. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, disdainfully, don't use that kind of self-deception excuses, it's too fake. After Sasuke listened, he fell silent, knowing that Naruto was right. He was confused until he was suspicious. Who is the one called Danzo? Sasuke asked. There is the one wearing a mask. Yeah. Naruto pondered for a moment and continued, Danzo is Konoha's high level. He controls a part of Konoha's dark part and hides it under Konoha. I don't know who the masked man is, just know it is him. High level Konoha. Sasuke was shocked by Naruto's words and was puzzled. Naruto did not hesitate to tell Sasuke the whole story. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Sasuke couldn't help but shed tears and whispered, it turns out that my brother did this to protect me. Just understand. Naruto said, your brother wants you to grow up quickly, but I hope you don't get dazzled by hatred. You can't get power all at once. You can get as much as you pay. Understand? Sasuke gave Naruto a surprised look. He felt that Naruto seemed to be an elder, and his tone was very mature, which made him slightly uncomfortable. But still grateful to him for telling himself the truth, Sasuke suddenly asked, how do you know all this? My father told me. Naruto lied without blushing. Your father? Sasuke asked suspiciously. Yes, my father. Konoha's 4th generation Hokage. Naruto said proudly. Sasuke was really shocked this time. He didn't expect the unwelcome fellow in this school to have such a noble status, but why would he be treated like this? Shouldn't you lead a carefree life? I feel very confused, right? Naruto smiled, I think I should live a well-fed life, with someone picking up and dropping off at school, and someone accompanying me after school, right? Sasuke nodded, indicating that Naruto was right. All of this is still related to Danzo. It is because of him that my parents died tragically. Naruto said with a cruel expression, in fact, our enemy is the same, the masked man, Danzo. These 2 people are me. They must be killed. That's it. Sasuke showed a daze. I've heard Naruto talk about what Danzo does, and it doesn't feel strange to think of Naruto's treatment. Okay, you go back. Whatever you decide in the future, it's up to you, Naruto said, and then sent Sasuke out of the house. On the way, Sasuke kept thinking about what Naruto had said to him, and finally showed a firm look, and said in secret, brother, I will definitely rescue you, and also, I will kill Danzo with Naruto, and that masked man. And Sasuke glanced in the direction Naruto was. Thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, maybe I would be on the road of the Avengers. After that, I quickly ran back home and began to practice crazy. I'm Hinata, reach point A. I'm Sasuke, I'm at point B. I'm Naruto, reach point C. Okay, get ready to act. Kakashi's voice sounded, listening to his tone, it seemed indifferent. Think about it, the strength of this group is not covered. It has been more than a month since Naruto and others graduated. For more than a month, they have been performing D-level tasks every day. Similarly, in this month, Kakashi has also seen the strength of his own group. For these D-level tasks, it is easy to grasp, and there will be no problems at all. The only thing that I felt was the task of taking care of the children. Except for Hinata, the other two boys didn't know how to take care of them. Meow. Not far away, a black cat wearing a bow tie was facing the encircling circle of 3 people nervously, looking very frightened. When it thinks of its owner's fat figure, it is sweating again and again. If it is caught back, it will definitely continue to be ravaged. I don't want to be caught back even if I die, Black Cat said in his heart. Unfortunately, Naruto and others couldn't hear what it was thinking. Even if they knew it, they wouldn't be merciful because it was a task. The reason why Naruto is so active in doing D-level tasks is the exchange value. At first, Naruto didn't know that Konoha's tasks would also have exchange value if they were completed by themselves. It was not until the completion of the first D-level mission that it was learned that as long as the mission was completed, no matter which village or individual was able to obtain the corresponding exchange value. Thinking of this, Naruto was excited, and after that, he continued to perform various tasks. Although the reward for the D-level mission is only 10 points of redemption value, can you accumulate less? If you complete 100, you won't get 1000 points. Because of this, the 3 generations gave Naruto the title of D-Class Mission Terminator, and Konoha's D-Class quest was almost done by this kid. Had it not been for the 3rd generation to ignore Naruto on purpose sometimes, I am afraid that the other teams would have no task to do. Of course, the 3 generations ignored Naruto, and the price they paid was extremely high. Being blackmailed by Naruto made the 3 generations feel distressed for a while. Meow meow. Action. Seeing the black cat's posture, Kakashi knew that the black cat was going to escape, and immediately gave the order. Swish swish swish. With 3 breaking noises, the 3 Narutos gushed out, grabbing the black cat in his hands. No matter how hard the black cat struggles, he can't escape Sasuke's embrace. Okay, the mission of the lost tiger is complete, and I'm going back. Kakashi walked slowly and said with a smile. Everyone made a cut, followed Kakashi to the mission hall and handed in the mission. My beloved little tiger, you are finally back. Deming's wife was holding the little tiger and ravaging it fiercely. This scene caused Naruto and others to spit in their hearts. With such a master, it is strange that this black cat doesn't run away. Silence for you, Zayahu. Ding, congratulations to my brother for completing the lost little tiger, the D-level mission, and got 10 exchange points, and the current exchange value is 3,550 points. Yaki and Leo said crisply. It only took a month to earn such a small exchange value, alas. It seems that you must change to a high-level mission, Naruto secretly said. In 30 days, an average of 10 D-level tasks were completed every day, and the exchange value of one day's income was only 100 points. The total of 3,000 points in 30 days is really pitiful. Okay, the next task of the 7th group is to help Uncle Lee Weeding go to the orphanage to bring the children, buy a watermelon for Aunt Wang. Listening to the various tasks of the 3 generations, Naruto's face became more and more ugly, and finally could not bear it, walked to the 3 generations with a smile, and said with a smile, 3 generations of Grandpa, are you sure you want to give us these tasks? 3 generations saw the smiling Naruto, swallowed fiercely, cold sweat broke out from behind. It was Naruto who showed this look before, and he lost a lot of money. If he continues to give him this kind of task this time, I am afraid that he will have to lose money. No, I can't bleed anymore, or I don't use enough. The 3 generations thought to myself, Naruto, if you have something to discuss, isn't it? Tell me, what kind of task is needed? 3 generations said with some fetters, and the chins of the few Zongren who were watching almost fell to the ground. It's easy to say, Naruto said with a very negotiable look, give us a higher level task. 3 generations heard about it, glanced at Kakashi quietly, saw Kakashi nodding, and said, how about the sea level? Naruto thought for a while, remembering that there seems to be a sea level mission protect Dasna in the original book. It should be an A-level mission. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, yes. 3 generations were relieved. He was really afraid that Naruto would ask for more advanced tasks. Turned over the task list, and then said, well, there happens to be a task suitable for you here, to protect Dasna back to the Nation of Waves. The task level is C, how about it? No problem at all, Naruto said from his mouth, but smiled in his heart. Ding, protect Dasna, A-level mission, defeat or kill the ninja who came to assassinate, complete the reward 500 points in exchange value. Yakin Leo said. Sure enough, Naruto said secretly, the reward for A-level missions is high, just a few more. Excuse me, please come in. 3 generations shouted toward the door. Squeak, the door opened, and Dasna's figure walked in and glanced at Naruto's group. He felt that the momentum was quite good, so he said, I am a super famous bridge builder. Before I return to the country of Poland, please protect me with your life. No one paid any attention to him. Kakashi came out and said roundly, okay, go back and prepare. We will gather at the entrance of Konoha village at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and disband now. The Naruto trio went straight out without even looking at Dasna, mainly because Dasna's tone made them very upset. Kakashi touched his head awkwardly, but Dasna felt that he had no sense of existence. It had been so long since he walked in, no one paid attention to him. Yachi and Ryu, list my attributes. Naruto faced Yaki and Ryu at home. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes, forbearance 8, body 8, magic 5, virtuous 10, strength 8, speed 8, fine 10, seal 9, total 66. Bloodstain, ice done, SS, top. Skills 3 body technique, D, helix pill, A, shadow clone technique, A, multiple shadow clone technique, A, water escape water clear wave, S, water escape waterfall, A, illusory fox's heart, C, illusory Xia follower's art, C, illusory nirvana abode, A, Bing dun bursting ice crystals, A, weapons Zanpaku-deo Jinghua Shuiyu, SSS, Zanpaku-deo Gundam, SS, Zanpaku-deo Ice Wheel Maru, SS, psychic beast, none. Mission, protect Dasna, A. Exchange value, 3,550. The next day, at the entrance of Konoha village, Kakashi waited here early. Konoha's mission, Kakashi was often late, and used various reasons as an excuse. Once it is a task outside the village, then Kakashi will be very careful and serious. No matter what the task, he will have a certain degree of danger. Kakashi, as the instructor of Shangnan, naturally plays a role of leading by example, but it seemed that it was under the influence of Kakashi. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the three of Naruto hadn't arrived yet, making Kakashi almost petrified. It took nearly an hour before the figures of Naruto and 3 of them arrived late. The 3 of them looked at Kakashi, who was about to petrify, with a dark heart, calling you old boy to be late every day, and now let you taste and wait for others. The taste. Don't look at Naruto and know that Kakashi will be late, but he will always arrive earlier. Asking him to wait for the first half of an hour, he naturally feels angry. This time, the 3 of them made an appointment for Kakashi to wait, just to see how he petrified. You guys, have you forgotten the time to gather? Kakashi roared angrily. Kakashi finally realized the hard work of waiting, and tears were silent in his heart. He had already guessed that this is the 3 people working together to calculate himself. It seems that he can't be late in the future, otherwise he will be unlucky. Why? We are not worried that teacher Kakashi will be late, so we are a little late, Naruto said indifferently. Kakashi listened to a black line, and roared, what does it mean to be late? You are all late for nearly 2 hours. After roaring this, Kakashi immediately regretted it, and as expected, Naruto's next words made him feel ashamed. Cut, I don't know who is late every day, and when he is late for 4 or 5 hours, he still has the face to say others, right, Hinata, Suzuki. At the end, Naruto said to Hinata and Suzuki, well, Naruto-kun is so right. Hinata seemed to have a dark belly after being with Naruto for so long. Naruto is right, Suzuki said coolly. Since knowing the truth about the genocide, Suzuki has worked harder, and his strength is about to endure, and the relationship with Naruto and Hinata is much better. It is no longer the same as before. Naruto and Hinata are only caring for themselves. Naruto saw Suzuki's change. Now Suzuki has almost no hatred in his eyes, so he slowly accepted Suzuki, not repelling him. Kakashi wanted to cry without tears, but he didn't expect to be said to be incomplete by his students. Okay, teacher Shangnan, let's hurry up on the road. Dasna saw Kakashi who had been hit, and came out round the field. But I was muttering in my heart, this team won't have any problems. How come it sounds like they are all problem people? Okay. The 7th class starts to perform the task, let's go. Kakashi shouted with a big hand. Continue to ignore it. Everyone went out of Konoha's gate and began to walk towards the country of Nami. Along the way, the 3 Naruto people looked around curiously. It was the first time for several people to come out of Konoha. They had long been waiting for what it was like outside. After walking for nearly a long time, 2 water stalls suddenly appeared in the distance. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other, and both understood what the other meant. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and secretly said, it seems that the strength of Naruto and Hinata is not as simple as it seems. Only Suzuki had not noticed yet, but he was close, and he also noticed something wrong, so he glanced at the water stand quietly. The 3 of them are very good, but they can detect something wrong, Kakashi secretly praised. When a group of 5 people crossed the water stall violently, and 2 figures emerged, which are the brothers of the dragon and the ghost in the original book. Card wipe Kakashi was dismembered in an instant, and the Naruto trio curled their lips in disdain, and this low-level deceitful technique was embarrassing to come out. The first one is solved, and the next is the second. The 2 ghost brothers attacked Naruto without even looking at Kakashi who had been dismembered. At this time, Naruto drew the sharp spear on his waist, easily blocking the attack of the 2, without taking a step back. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, was surprised to see that Naruto was able to make a combined blow by the 2 low-level Nikanin. Unexpectedly, Naruto was hiding so deeply, I hope he will not harm Konoha. Kakashi worried inwardly. In fact, Naruto also knew that with the start of the mission, his strength would be revealed one by one. Thinking of his current shadow level strength, he didn't intend to hide it anymore. If you know it, Naruto wants to see what kind of treatment he will receive when he returns to Konoha. The big deal is to defect. On the contrary, it may be more moisturized. Sasuke, let's each one. Naruto smiled relaxedly. No problem. Sasuke also smiled, and attacked the fog on the left of Naruto. Ping-pong. The sound of uninterrupted collisions continued to sound, while Naruto looked at the Warren in front of him with a leisurely expression and said, "Why, don't you plan to attack? Ha, do you still need an offense to deal with a kid like you? A ninjutsu will solve you," Mist said with disdain. Fang Dun makes a big breakthrough. Ha, Naruto said softly. He didn't expect one of the Ghost Brothers to have a chakra with the wind attribute. He died so quickly that he didn't find it in the original book. With a light leap, Naruto escaped the wind and jumped aside, facing the blade of the sharp spear against Warren, and dragging the hilt with his right hand. Seeing Naruto's posture, Kakashi suddenly wondered again and again, what the hell is this kid? Does he know how to use swordsmanship? However, the next scene surprised everyone present. Shoot him, sharp gun. The blade stretched with a swish, and directly penetrated Vyunan's chest. The speed was so fast that Kakashi, who was an elite top ninja, was shocked. So fast. This is the voice of everyone. If you think about it carefully, if you change to be yourself, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this speed. It's terrifying. And that Wu-Ren, with an unbelievable look, slowly fell down. Ding, congratulations to my brother for killing one of Zongren and getting 100 exchange points. The current exchange value is 3,650 points. Guru. Dazner watched this scene, cold sweat kept breaking out. This kid was a murderer, and he didn't even feel any discomfort when he killed someone. It was terrible. Kakashi also discovered this, but didn't say much. He felt that Naruto had his reasons for doing this. It was enough that Naruto was the child of his teacher. Although Hineda's face was a bit ugly, he knew that this was the rule of the ninja world, either you died or I died, so there was not much reaction. As for Sasuke, he had seen scenes that were bloodier than this a long time ago, but after a moment of shock, he continued to attack the Vyunan, and he resolved it after 3 or 2 hits. Papa Kakashi walked out of the dark and applauded. Naruto and Sasuke did a good job, and so did Hineda, knowing to protect important people in the first place. Things were as good as in the original book. Dazna made those black lines that made Naruto uncontrollable and wanted to squash it, and finally endured. On the way, Kakashi walked to Naruto's side and asked curiously, "Naruto, where did your stretchable tachi come from?" Upon hearing this, Naruto drew the sharp spear and said, "You said this, it was separated from my soul, living with me and dying with me, it is my blood." After listening to Naruto's explanation, Kakashi didn't ask much. The entire ninja world was so big, there were all kinds of strange bloodstains. The knife separated from the soul didn't feel strange after thinking about it. Is this the teacher's blood? How else would Naruto have it? Kakashi thought to himself. Poor Kakashi, because of Naruto's words, fell into a whirlpool of curiosity, and kept wondering whether his teacher would really be the bloodstain of Bofeng's family. Naruto looked at Kakashi and thought, and smiled inwardly. Think, the more you think, the better, hehe. Sasuke and Hineda didn't have too much curiosity. Although this kind of bloodstain is very strange, it does not mean that there is no. What's more, they themselves are the owners of bloodstains, and it is normal for others to have bloodstains. After walking for a long time, Naruto suddenly sensed a huge chakra. After thinking about it, he knew who it was. The more famous ghost in the original work will not be cut. Murderish. The pensive Kakashi noticed a murderous spirit, and said that it was not good. Get down. A few people squatted down quickly. At this time, a big knife flew over everyone's heads and fixed to a big tree. Then, a figure jumped from the tree, wrapped in bandages, just not cutting it again. Who am I? It turned out to be a copy and endure Kakashi. No wonder the Ghost Brothers will fail. After seeing Kakashi again, he said leisurely. In fact, I was cursing in my heart, damn, that damn Cardo, how could I meet this tricky guy? Oh, it turned out to be Wien's betrayal, I won't cut it anymore. Whom I thought it was. Kakashi also said leisurely. I was also scolding in my heart, damn Dazna, how could he provoke such a powerful character? It seems that today is a hard fight. Both of them are elite ninjutsu, one is good at assassination, the other is good at ninjutsu. In the final analysis, no one can do nothing. Once the battle is fierce, it is estimated that both of them will be injured, and in the end they will end up hurting both. Can you give me the old man behind you? Do not cut his finger at Dazna, and said to Kakashi. Kakashi heard the words, shook his head, and said, I'm sorry. He is our employer, he can't leave it to you. Really? He said without a soft murmur, then you can only grab it. Come if you have the ability. Kakashi said coldly. Naruto, Sasuke, Hineda, protect Dazna in a swastika formation. The three of them walked around to reach Zena's side and surrounded him. As for the real protection or to behave, only they themselves know. When Kakashi saw the movements of the three of them, his heart was very bitter. Why did he find such a team of problematic students? Ha ha. No longer saw the reluctant eyes of the Naruto trio, laughed, and said, I can't think of the dignified writing wheel Kakashi, there will be such a team of students, writing round eyes. Sasuke was surprised when he heard the words, and glanced at Kakashi, as if he wanted to know if it was true. At this time, Kakashi also raised the forehead of his left eye, revealing the bright red 3-go jade writing wheel eyes. It's really writing round eyes. How come? Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha clan, how can there be writing round eyes? Sasuke whispered suspiciously. Naruto explained it kindly, his writing wheel eyes were given to him by one of your Uchiha people. That person was once Kakashi's teammate, but it's a pity. Speaking of the latter, Naruto didn't say anything, Sasuke wasn't stupid, and naturally guessed the end of that person, he must be dead, otherwise he wouldn't give Kakashi the Sharingan. So it's like this. Sasuke sighed. He thought that Kakashi was also a member of the Uchiha clan. It was true that he and Uchiha Itachi were the only ones left in the Uchiha clan, and he still hoped that there would be people who were separated. Don't be discouraged. Just wait until you get older and work hard. It won't be a big problem to build another Uchiha. Naruto teased. Damn, you are my stallion. Sasuke yelled at the words. Hinata blushed a little by the words of the two, as if thinking of the scene with Naruto in the future. Hehe, I think your mission is also great, you have to create a whirlpool clan. Sasuke immediately fought back after seeing Hinata's face. As for the relationship between the two, Sasuke, as a teammate, has known for a long time, the time to laugh at this time couldn't be better. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, and the Uchiha clan naturally knew it. He feels that he is so similar to Naruto in many ways, the extermination, his parents, and the enemy. Perhaps the fetters are formed like this. Sure enough, with Sasuke's voice, Hinata's face turned red and he almost passed out. Naruto was helpless, Hinata's problem could not be corrected, although it was no problem to hug and hug together, but when it comes to adults, Hinata will still be like this. Okay, don't talk about it, concentrate on the battle. Kakashi's voice came, with an unhappy voice, but he cursed in his heart, a group of bastards, clearly want me to envy you. No matter what, I heard the conversation between the three, and looked at Sasuke and Naruto with a little surprise. I didn't expect that these two people were the orphans of the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan. As for the other little girl, his eyes should be Konoha's white-eyed clan. Unexpectedly, the three people led by Kakashi had such a big background. It seems that Konoha trusts this guy very much. No longer thought to himself. In that case, let's fight. Without a loud shout, Kakashi attacked first, and Kakashi relentlessly counterattacked. The two kept attacking each other, but the surrounding fog was getting thicker and thicker. Naruto knew that if he didn't use the technique of concealment of the fog, the next thing was probably his assassination ninjutsu. Sure enough, the sound of not cutting again came from the fog, just like in the original book, it was arrogant. Naruto didn't care about this, leaving Kakashi to fight with him. In the end, the situation didn't seem to change at all. Kakashi was trapped by the water prison technique, and a water body was separated without cutting it, attacking Naruto and others. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz no-slash again, Naruto's eyes showed disdain, but he was just a water body, and his strength was not half that of his body. Turning his head and looking at both sides, he simply asked, which one of you are going up? Hinata heard Naruto ask herself, and just wanted to step forward to prove that she was already strong, but unexpectedly Sasuke was one step faster than her. I'm coming, Sasuke said solemnly. He knows that his strength is not enough to fight and not cut, but he knows that this is a rare opportunity, and fighting with a master is often the best way to break through. Moreover, this comprehensive strength that is not cut is to the degree of tolerance, and it should be no problem to deal with it carefully. When Sasuke thought of this, he was not afraid, and walked in front of Naruto, ready to fight and not cut again. When Kakashi in the dungeon saw that Sasuke was about to face it alone, he was shocked, and then he shouted, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, stop making trouble, don't cut it again. If you can handle it, run. Kakashi also cares and messes, forgetting Naruto's hidden strength. If Naruto really wants to do it, he can easily solve the water body that will not be cut again. The reason why he didn't do it was to give Hinata or Sasuke a chance to fight, so that the two of them could grow faster. Teacher Kakashi, don't worry. We won't do things that are uncertain. Naruto shouted, if we really can't handle it, we must run right away. As for the teacher, I'm sorry. Speaking of the back, Naruto pretended to be embarrassed and smiled, and Kakashi was speechless for a while. Good boy, you don't talk about loyalty so much. Anyway, I'm also your teacher. I don't care about my life or death. Kakashi thought with tears. No matter how arrogant Naruto is, he laughed and said with disdain, do you think that you are a ninja with a protective forehead? Tell you, you are still too tender. Naruto felt a little uncomfortable if he didn't say this, but he was an elite forbearance. Is it necessary to look down on others? If you encounter a Quasi film, be sure that he will be killed. He still thinks how good he is, cut it. Sasuke, don't talk nonsense with him, go on, kill him, Naruto yelled. Sasuke was upset for a long time. He felt that he was looked down upon in this life and he didn't want to experience it again. He rushed towards him with a swish. Without stopping for a moment, he was surprised at Sasuke's speed. A fresh graduate Xiao has this kind of speed? Is he a genius? Sure enough, Konoha is the cradle of genius. No longer said in secret, but even if he is a genius, he will fall here today. I can kill one by myself. Genius, so excited. Boom! Sasuke's kunao is matched with the kunao who does not cut, and the two of them have nothing to do with each other. Sasuke's eyes are full of warfare, and he constantly hypnotizes himself. This is his stepping stone. Good boy, it was able to block my blow, not bad. No longer stubbornly praised. For a newly graduated Xiao Ren, the strength is enough to be proud of. Don't talk nonsense, if you don't show your strength, you will be ashamed if you are defeated by me, Sasuke said in a deep voice. Without cutting his eyes, the murderous aura burst out in an instant, making Sasuke's fear and cold sweat constantly emerging. Is this the gap between me and him? No, I don't agree, I must save my brother, how can I fall here? Sasuke shouted frantically. At the same time, the chakra in Sasuke's body flocked to his eyes frantically. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, the bright red writing wheel eyes had appeared in his eyes. It's just something special that Sasuke's left eye is a single go jade, but his right eye is a double go jade. Is that the Zwanyan that Itachi opened to him on the night of the extermination? Naruto thought to himself after seeing Sasuke's different numbers of Goyu's Zwanyan. Kakashi was overjoyed. After Sasuke opened the writing wheel, he would not be so strenuous when facing the water body that would not be cut anymore. Don't forget that Kakashi is also the owner of Xiao Lunyan. Naturally, he knows that Xiao Lunyan's ability is enough to deal with a water body. Xiao Lunyan. After seeing Sasuke's Xiao Lunyan, he was surprised. I didn't think that his murderous aura would force this kid to open the Sharingan. What a mistake. Finally opened my eyes. Sasuke felt the change in his eyes, and after a slight surprise, he knew that his eyes were opened. If he didn't move, he was able to detect it, and it was really writing round eyes, and Sasuke said with joy in his heart. But he didn't feel too proud. He knew that he had a long way to go, and the opening of his eyes was only the first step. Let's have another round, Sasuke said excitedly. Ping pong ding boom, the two kept fighting. At this time, Sasuke hadn't lost the wind anymore. Instead, he had faintly drew a tie with no more. Sasuke, who opened the eye of writing, had already improved his strength to Zongnan. To deal with the water body that is not cut again, as long as there is enough time, you will eventually win. Sure enough, as time went on, Sasuke's moisture body, which was not cut anymore, was killed by Sasuke, giving Kakashi a look of appreciation. Oh, since I can kill my moisture body, it's really not bad. What a pity. It's not my opponent yet. No longer said in surprise. Naruto walked to Sasuke's side at this time, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. How is it? It feels like playing against a master. Excellent. Sasuke's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile. Okay, leave the rest to me, you go take a break. Your writing wheel has just opened, don't overuse it, Naruto teased. Cut. Sasuke made an uncomfortable cut, but after listening to Naruto's words, he went to the other side to rest. In the previous battle, although Sasuke won in the end, he still consumed most of his physical strength. After all, he had just broken through Zongnan. Boy, do you think you are my opponent? No longer saw Naruto come out, and said disdainfully. Is it right? You only know if you try it? Naruto retorted with a wink in his eyes. Naruto slowly pulled out the sharp spear from his waist, dragged the hilt of the knife with his right palm, and aimed at the heart that would never be cut. The white Captain Haori fluttered in the wind, making Hinata a heartbeat. What I forgot to mention is that Naruto's current dress is the Haori worn by the former Death God squadron leader. There is also a black death tyrant, clothes after a household, and 4 generations of white royal robes. This is. Seeing Naruto's posture, Kakashi knew what would happen next. Sure enough, with Naruto's shoot him sharp spear, the blade went straight through and didn't cut it. How is it possible? Without cutting a look of disbelief, how could there be such a fast speed? If you don't press on the injured chest, looking at Naruto with a shocked look, you will never think that he almost died in the hands of a kid. Ding! Defeating the elite, Shangren will not cut again, get 250 points in exchange value, and the current exchange value is 3,900 points, 8,000 runners said. How about it, don't cut it anymore, what do you think? Naruto smiled, but he secretly said in his heart, I can't imagine that defeating the opponent will also have an exchange value to reward. Naruto was surprised when he watched the coughing blood and did not cut the gun again. He couldn't think that the gun again escaped the sharp spear at the last moment, but the sharp spear still pierced his chest, not the heart, but the liver. Ahem. If you don't stop coughing blood, it seems to be very badly injured. Kakashi has already come out, facing two masters. If you don't stop cutting, even if you have the strength, you have to drink hate. Swish swish, a few thousand shots were shot without cutting, and falling directly to the ground without cutting. At this time, a masked dark part jumped out. "Thank you so much, I have been chasing and killing you again," I said to Kakashi, Naruto and others. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he secretly said, "Is this white?" I don't know whether she, is male or female, and the information does not show her gender. "You dress up." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and said, "It's the decoration of Ninbu Umbu. If that's the case, you won't take it away again." "Thank you so much." Baijang picked up the corpse without cutting, and then disappeared a few moments. But Kakashi brought Naruto and others to Dazna's home. When he came to Dazna's house, Kakashi said with a look of embarrassment, I just remembered that Umbu would take away his head when dealing with rebels, and that Umbu would take away the whole body without cutting it. And so, there is no need to wait for Kakashi to finish. Sasuke and Hinata know that they will not die again, and that Anbi is probably his partner. Only Naruto had a calm face. He had read the original and knew that he would never die if he didn't cut it. Kakashi glanced at Naruto without a trace, and a thought flashed in his mind: how high is Naruto's IQ? "Ms. Kakashi, are you telling us this to train us?" Hinata guessed Kakashi's purpose and asked aloud. Sasuke heard the words, showing an expression of excitement. If he can be guided by an elite, his strength will definitely improve. Thinking about it, I got excited, and Naruto was speechless when he looked at it. Sure enough, this kid still couldn't stand the temptation of power. However, compared to the original work that only knew revenge, Sasuke was already pretty good now. At least he was not dazzled by the power. Moreover, Naruto's efforts are also in sight, and Sasuke also understands that relying on foreign objects to enhance strength is an undesirable method. After all, it is too detrimental and self-interested. This is also thanks to Naruto always telling Sasuke some terrifying consequences from time to time, so that Sasuke dispelled the idea of improving his strength with foreign objects. There was a shudder at the thought of becoming more human than human in the end, not ghosts or ghosts. Well, not bad. Hinata is so smart, I guessed what I meant at once. Kakashi praised without hesitation. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but cut. No one in the room guessed what you meant, thinking how smart they are. "Well, you guys come with me." Kakashi couldn't stand the contemptuous eyes of Sasuke and Naruto, and said quickly. After finishing speaking, take the lead and walk towards the forest until you find 3 tall trees and say, "Your next task is to climb trees." "It will be long ago, let's change it," the 3 said in unison with contempt. "What?" Kakashi was surprised when he heard the words, and asked, "You all do it?" "Make no mistake, you crawl with your feet, not your hands." "Cut." Sasuke, Hinata, let's play a trick, Naruto said to the 2. "Okay." The 3 of them walked under a tree, then looked at each other, climbed to the top of the tree with their feet together, then jumped down, and said, "How about it, not bad." Kakashi was speechless. I didn't expect that his students would even know this. I, as a teacher, didn't even know it. What a failure. "Okay, then the next step is to tread water," Kakashi said, but after seeing the contemptuous expressions of the Naruto trio, he couldn't help but broke out in a cold sweat, and asked, "You won't even tread water?" "Got it. It's a long meeting. When you teach you, do you know the year of the monkey, or we are smart enough to ask other teachers," the 3 said in unison. Kakashi's body was beaten, and she cried silently, "I am easy, I am, these students are too cute." "Ms. Kakashi, you still think about what to teach us?" Naruto said while looking at the shocked Kakashi. These Naruto naturally knew about climbing trees and treading water, but in order to prevent Sasuke from being suspicious, they asked other teachers specifically. "Okay." Kakashi cheered up when he heard the words, looked straight, and said, "Then I will teach you ninjutsu." Hinata is a physical ninja, and the Hyuga family can't use ninjutsu, so I can't teach it, can only rely on her. "No problem, Mr. Kakashi, I can practice by myself." Hinata didn't feel regretful. The set of boxing techniques Naruto taught him is enough for himself. Up to now, Hinata has not yet fully integrated Tai Chi, although her physical skills have been developed, but the potential is quite huge, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. "Yeah." Kakashi nodded. "As for Naruto and Sasuke, I need to know your chakra attributes first. Yes, this is a chakra test paper, it will crack if wind is wet, wood if water is wet, and wrinkle if thunder, the earth will be shattered, and the fire will burn." Naruto and Sasuke each took a chakra test paper, and then transported the chakra in. Time the chakra test paper in Naruto's hand split in 2, and the 2 halves that were separated were wet. Times the chakra test paper in Zo's assistant was completely different from Naruto. First, it wrinkled and then started to burn. Kakashi's eyes flashed, and he said inwardly, "Are they both with completely different dual attributes? What a surprise." "Well, Naruto is wind and water, Sasuke is thunder and fire, now I teach you a few ninjutsu of various departments," Kakashi said. Half an hour later, Naruto's screams were heard in the woods, which made the Kakashi trio who heard Naruto's screams startled for a while. Why did this kid go crazy? In fact, Naruto couldn't learn ninjutsu because of the creation system, which made Naruto a big blow. Yachiin-ryu, is what you said is true? Can you tell me that you are joking? Naruto said without tears. Yachiin-ryu lowered his head, turned his fingers, and said, brother, it's not a joke. It's true, you can't learn ninjutsu, you can only learn through exchange. Oh my god. Naruto yelled miserably, holding his head, thinking that he could learn ninjutsu through practice, but unexpectedly he couldn't learn it. Also, Yachiin-ryu said, if my brother exchanges Shaolin in the future, although ninjutsu can be copied, my brother won't be able to use it. Naruto's desire to die is gone, is there no way? No. Yachiin-ryu shook his head, brother, if you think about it, you won't be so discouraged. Let's talk about it. Naruto said curiously, brother, you said a sea-level ninjutsu, just spend time to practice, how long does it take? Yachiin-ryu asked. Naruto thought for a while and replied, it's about a week to half a month. That's right, it will take so long for a C-level ninjutsu alone, let alone B-level, A-level, and S-level ninjutsu. It's even longer. But brother, think about it, does it take so long for you to use the system to exchange for ninjutsu? Naruto was reminded by Yachiin-ryu this way, and instantly understood, yes, as long as he has enough exchange value, he does not need to spend extra time to practice ninjutsu, and he can only earn exchange value. It seems that my brother understands. Yachiin-ryu smiled, I will tell my brother another good news. What good news? Naruto asked. If my brother develops a new ninjutsu in the future, he will be rewarded with the corresponding exchange value according to the evaluation given by the system. Yachiin-ryu said. You mean? Naruto said in surprise, if I develop an A-level ninjutsu, the system will reward me with 500 points in exchange value. Yes, brother. But this ninjutsu can't have appeared in the ninja world, and it can't exist in the system at the same time. Yachiin-ryu said. I see. Thank you, Yachiin-ryu. Naruto said. After hearing this news, Naruto's mood improved a lot, and there was another opportunity to earn exchange value. If you have time in the future, let's study new ninjutsu, Naruto thought to himself. Back at Dazna's home, it was already dinner time, and Naruto's arrival made all the people present stand up. Especially Hinata ran in front of Naruto and asked with concern, Naruto-kun, what happened to you before? When Naruto thought about it, he knew that his screams in the forest caused a few people to worry. He waved his hand and smiled, nothing, don't worry. Seeing Naruto who was okay, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, and Naruto returned to the table. Several people are really inadequate, because the country of Poland is too poor, I'm really embarrassed. Dazna said embarrassedly. The food on the table is actually very rich. Looking at this, Kakashi and others know that Dazna has prepared it very carefully. Food such as chickens and ducks are very rare among families in Poland, and families who can afford them rarely eat them. Naruto said kindly, old man, there is no need to waste your money for us. For ninjas, any food is fine as long as they can satisfy their hunger. Although it was a bit impolite to call Dazna old man, Dazna was not angry. On the contrary, he thought these little ninjas were very cute. Knowing that you care about your family is really a good group of people. We can't live up to Dazna's good intentions, let's start, Kakashi said. The four of them slowly started to eat. Everyone was very gentle, especially Hinata. Every movement was extremely elegant, worthy of being a member of a big family. Sasuke is not bad, and Kakashi is the same. Naruto is a bit irregular. The main table manners are not taught to him. It is good to be able to do this. Boom, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a kid ran in. It was Dazna's grandson Yi. Grandpa, I'm back. Yi-na exclaimed excitedly. Dazna pulled Yi's to his side, touched Yi's head, and said, good boy, where did you go to make a fuss today? I'm back with sweat. How can I make trouble? Yi immediately retorted, but at the same time he saw Naruto and others and asked curiously, Grandpa, who are they? Dazna smiled and introduced, they are Konoha ninjas who came to protect Grandpa. Hearing Dazna said that Naruto and several of them are ninjas, Yi's expression immediately changed, and he ran directly in front of Naruto and the others and shouted, if you don't want to die, go back quickly. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the reply from Naruto and others, he ran upstairs, and everyone who was there was taken aback. I'm sorry, my grandson was a little irritated that year, so. Dazna explained embarrassingly. It's okay, Naruto and others said generously. It's just a kid who doesn't dare to face reality, Naruto thought to himself, but he can't just let it go. As long as he has enough confidence, this kid will be a man in the future. In the middle of the night, Naruto came out for a walk because he couldn't sleep, but didn't want to meet Yi's place, just so, taking this opportunity to enlighten this guy. Woo! At this time, Yili was hiding aside and crying, her entire head was buried in her chest, and Naruto looked upset. When he walked to Yi's place, he said angrily, are you a man, hiding here and crying? I don't have to worry about you. You will all die. Yi yelled loudly when hearing Naruto's voice. Snapped. Naruto gave Yi there a slap, and said in a deep voice, "Remember, you are a man and will be the main force of a family in the future. Think about your stepfather, why did he die and why did he die?" Yi was blinded by Naruto's slap, and at the same time he heard Naruto's words and fell silent. Naruto sat beside him and said, "I'll tell you a story. After listening, you will answer again." Yi nodded mechanically. Naruto began to talk about his father, which was the incident in which the Nine Tails attacked the village. After listening to Naruto's narrative, Naruto asked in surprise, "Is that man your father?" When Naruto heard what I said, he was taken aback, then nodded proudly, and said, "Yes, he is my father. Kana has fourth generation Hokage, he is a hero, and I will always be proud of it. And my mother, although she is a female generation, but in the face of justice, she can sacrifice herself to save the village. She is also my pride. Being their son makes me proud." These words are what Naruto really thought. He didn't know who his parents were in his previous life, but he knew it in this life. His parents have always been the pride of his heart. Ili wiped away her tears, walked to Naruto, patted her chest and said, "I will not run away anymore. You are right. I have to bear this family like a man. Take care of me, Mom." And Yi there paused and continued, "Although he is just my stepfather, I am proud of him. He is a hero and a famous man." After Naruto heard what Yi said, he knew that he had gotten out of his heart and got up to leave. "Big brother, what's your name?" Yi yelled from behind. "Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto's voice came from a distance. "Brother Naruto, I will definitely become a man," Yi yelled. Naruto returned to the house, but when he was about to sleep, he suddenly remembered the scene where Naruto saw Shiro in the original book. "I almost forgot. I can't let Bai die. Let's get to know him, her, first." Thinking of this, Naruto got up and left Dazna's house, ran into the woods, and fell asleep on the ground where there was a lot of herbs. Of course, Naruto would not fall asleep stupidly. If he was assassinated by a ninja, he would be miserable. Early the next morning, just like Naruto's guess, Bai came here to pick up the medicine. A scene in the original book happened as scheduled. Naruto took advantage of Shiro's attention, carefully observed her, Adam's apple, and finally came to a conclusion that Bai was indeed a female. Bai finally left. Naruto looked at Bai Yuen's figure and said in a secret voice, "I won't let you die so miserably like the original." Don't think that Naruto is interested in it, but simply feels pitiful, and doesn't want to just think so. When I got up and returned to Dazna's house, it happened to be at breakfast. After eating, a group of people went to practice. Naruto stayed at home and was responsible for protecting the safety of Dazna and others. In a blink of an eye, a week has passed, and the bridge is about to be completed. At this time, we cannot relax our vigilance because things have reached a critical moment. Not far from the bridge, the figures of Kakashi, Hinata, Sasuke, and Dazna were walking slowly. As for Naruto, they stayed at Dazna's home. Because Naruto knew that Kaido would send another person to catch Ai and Tsunami, he stayed there in order to protect them. With Hinata and Sasuke's current strengths, they are very confident in the face of Shiro, as long as Shiro's bloodstains don't break through at this time. What? Several screams came from the bridge. Kakashi and others were startled and ran to the bridge quickly, only to see all the workers fell to the ground. Hinata walked to one of them, stretched out his hand to get a pulse, and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "I've passed out, it's not a big problem. Call." Hearing Hinata say this, Kakashi and the others were relieved, but immediately became alert because the surrounding fog became thicker and thicker. "Come out, don't cut it again," Kakashi shouted in a deep voice. Being able to use the fog hiding technique of the scale, apart from not cutting it again, there are really few others. And from the chakra in the mist, he perceives that this is not to be cut again. Although Kakashi is not a ninja of the perception type, the basic perception ability still exists and can be easily distinguished. Humph! A cold snort came from the fog and didn't reach Kakashi's ears. He didn't cut his voice again. "Where is that blonde kid? Why didn't you see him?" When he didn't mention Naruto, he was obviously angry, and there was such a trace of fear. It really was the psychological shadow of Naruto's attack at the beginning. "I'm afraid that if you don't lift this shadow, you won't even want to break through to a higher realm in this life." Naturally, Kakashi knew the thought of not slashing anymore. A ninja who had been famous for a long time was wounded by a ninja who had just graduated from a ninja school, and even nearly killed. No matter who it is, it will be unbearable. This situation is fatal for a famous ninja. "Did you say Naruto?" "I don't know, maybe it's in the dark." Kakashi curled his lips. At the same time, Bai's figure appeared in front of Hinata and Sasuke, wearing an ambi mask, facing them quietly. "Sure enough, this kid is a companion who won't kill again," Kakashi murmured to himself after seeing Bai's figure. Fortunately, Sasuke's strength has improved a lot this week. As for Hinata, I won't mention it much. I just can't feel it anyway. If you don't cut it anymore, you won't be defeated by those little ghosts. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came into the ears of Kakashi's trio, and the trio immediately felt attentive. It was unexpected that there was a master hidden in them, and their spirits became tense for a while. Ha! No longer cut it, just coldly snorted, but didn't refute it. It's not that he doesn't want to refute, but that this person's strength is terrible, and he can't face it. Papa suddenly, in front of the Kakashi trio, there was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a big and thick appearance. But after seeing this person, Kakashi still couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He could clearly feel the explosive power in the muscles of his body. Obviously, the other party was a ninja of body skills. After taking a look at Hinata, Hinata immediately understood what Kakashi meant, and that was to deal with him by himself. Hinata looked at the middle-aged man who had put a lot of pressure on him, and the war spirit flashed in his eyes. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to prove himself. Sasuke, you deal with the masked man, Hinata deal with the middle-aged man, and if you don't cut it again, leave it to me, Kakashi ordered. Yes, the two responded at the same time. Oh, hearing Kakashi's arrangement, the middle-aged man couldn't help but laughed and said, I said Kakashi, you won't send this little girl to fight me, although she is good, but compared with me, it's much worse. Kakashi didn't answer, because the other party was right. Kakashi doesn't know the specific strength of Hinata, but only knows that it will not be too low, and only hopes to be able to deal with this middle-aged man for a while. When it's time to wait until I'm over and don't cut it, I'll deal with the middle-aged man with Hinata. It's safe, don't you want to look like a big enemy? The middle-aged man teased, introduce yourself, and cultivate King Yun down the mountain, a ninja with physical skills, a ninja, and the current state of it. As soon as the word Kwasai Shadow came out, the expressions of Kakashi's trio were condensed, and they flashed with fright. Kwasai Ying, from the literal meaning, you can know that the opponent is a strong man about to enter the shadow level, and the Kwasai Ying is also a shadow, but the real strength is not comparable to that of the shadow level. But in the same way, the pressure this puts on Kakashi and others is extremely strong. The gap between the elite Shinin and the Kwasai Ying. Sasuke and others may not know, but Kakashi knows, it is like an insurmountable ditch. It's troublesome, Kakashi said with a sullen face, did not expect that a simple C-level task would appear to be a Kwasai Shadow-level powerhouse. This is already an S-level mission. Kakashi even thought of turning around and running away, but thinking that the ninja is the first element of the mission, he dispelled this idea. When everyone was anxious, Naruto received Yaki and Ryu's prompt sound at Dazna's home. Ding, the mission has changed, and a Kwasai Shadow-level powerhouse has appeared. The mission level has been changed to S level. After completion, it will be rewarded with 1,000 redemption points, plus a chance to draw a lottery. After Naruto heard this sound, he burst into a sudden violent, and regardless of the surprise, Inari and Tsunami jumped out of the window. At this time, the people sent by Cardo also came here. After Naruto saw these people, he was an A-level ninjutsu aside. The technique of water escape from the Great Waterfall. The violent currents drowned all the dozens of people who were struck in the future, and died of suffocation in an instant, and Naruto was immediately informed by Yaki and Ryu. Ding! Congratulations to my brother for killing 20 ordinary people and getting 200 exchange points. The current exchange value is 4,100 points. After killing these, Naruto didn't care about them anymore, hurried to the bridge here as fast as possible, praying for nothing to Hinata. An elite ninja, a Kwasai Shadow, and an elite ninja are impossible to defeat. Thinking of this, Naruto's speed increased by 1 point again, sprinting at extreme speed. On the bridge, Kakashi and Zabuza looked at each other, ready to do it at any time, and Sasuke had already fought with Shiro. Both of them were blood-stained owners, and their strengths were almost the same. On the contrary, Hinata was facing the Kwasai Shadow-level Shinpei Kingyun, and the pressure was astonishing, but Hinata was not afraid of it. Instead, he became more and more courageous in the war, and Shinpei Kingyun was caught off guard. Sure enough, Hinata has the strength of elite shinobu, and is even about to reach the point of Kwasai Shadow. Maybe this is an opportunity. Kakashi saw the clever Hinata, and said in his heart, come on, Kakashi. Without slashing, he swung the beheaded sword and fought against Kakashi. The fighting between the two was inextricable. On the other hand, Shinpei Kingyun and Hinata, after being suppressed for a short time, Shinpei Kingyun's Kwasai Shadow strength was also revealed and began to counterattack. Little girl, I have to admit that you have a good talent, and you have reached the elite level of forbearance at such a young age, but unfortunately, you are facing me. Shinpei Kingyun praised without hesitation. Looking at Hinata, it seemed that he had come from such a spirit of reluctance to admit defeat, and finally aspired to the Kwasai image. For Hinata, Shinpei Kingyun did not intend to kill him, not only saw his shadow, but also because of Hina's identity, a member of the Konoha Hyuga clan. This family is a big family. If you kill their people, I'm afraid I won't be too peaceful. And as long as I don't let this bridge be completed, why bother with this kind of big family? So although I suppressed Hinata, it didn't hurt her. At this moment, Naruto also arrived, but he hit it aside. Seeing that Shinpei Kingyun didn't mean to kill him, he let it develop. Hinata's strength is good, but the actual combat experience is too little. This battle is very helpful to her. Looking at Suzuki and Shiro, Suzuki began to fall behind. Shiro had already performed the ice escape secret technique. Even though Suzuki was strong, he still wanted to deal with Shiro alone. Ping Pong Bai's magic mirror ice crystal suddenly shattered, and it turned out that Naruto saw that Suzuki couldn't help but shoot. How about it, Suzuki? It doesn't matter, Naruto asked with concern. Cut, you can't die. Suzuki curled his lips and smiled bitterly, wondering if his strength was not enough. Don't be so discouraged, for how long you have been practicing. People are much stronger than us, and it's normal to be stronger than you. Naruto couldn't help but comfort. But it's not your opponent yet, Suzuki said grimly. Don't say that, how do you know when I started practicing? Naruto said silently. Suzuki was taken aback for a moment. He really didn't know when Naruto started practicing. Although Suzuki didn't know Naruto's strength, he could roughly guess some. Faced with the elite, Shinobu did not change its color, which shows that its strength is at least this point. Then when did you start practicing? Suzuki asked. From when I could walk, Naruto said directly. When these words came out, not only Suzuki, but also Shiro, and the 4 people fighting not far away were shocked. I didn't expect Naruto to start practicing since he was young. After Suzuki thought about it this way, he was immediately relieved. It was normal for him to have such strength for nearly 10 years. It seems that I have to work harder, Suzuki thought to himself, but he couldn't imagine that Naruto had started practicing since he was young. At that time, I was probably still acting like a baby in my brother's arms. No wonder he was stronger than me. Oh, looking at that kid's strength, he is also a genius. Shanpei Kingyun praised Naruto after a glance. Naruto never heard it. He walked to Shiro, stretched out her hand to take off her mask, and said with a smile, Sister Bai, we meet again. Bai smiled bitterly, and she didn't expect Naruto to recognize herself, but in order not to slash, she was still ready to do it. Unexpectedly, Naruto had already taken precautions, came to her back and knocked her out. After that, Naruto walked towards No More Slash and said, No more slash, let's continue. Boy, don't be too smug. As the saying goes, when the enemy meets, they are extremely jealous. This is the case at this time if you don't cut it again, and the murderous aura can't help but dissipate, roaring towards Naruto. Naruto didn't change his color, and Kakashi was surprised when he saw it. Cut. Naruto made a cut, pulled out the sharp spear, and said, shoot him, sharp spear. If he had been prepared for a long time, he reluctantly escaped a blow, but his shoulder was still cut, a wound was exposed, and a burst of bright red liquid was sprayed out. Although I have seen it a long time ago, I can see it again, it is still the same, the whole word fast is enough, Kakashi secretly said. Even if he is himself, I am afraid that he will not be able to dodge this blow, and even if he dodges, he will end up injured as if he didn't cut it again. Shanpei Kingyun, who was not far away, was also shocked. In other words, facing the speed, he couldn't think of being unscathed. Thinking of this, looking at Naruto's expression, there was a trace of fear. Little devil, you angered me. No longer cried coldly. Idiot. Naruto scolded disdainfully. Swish, he rushed forward quickly without cutting and slashing with him. The sharp spear was a pseudo-artifact level existence, not a top endurance such as a beheaded sword that would not be cut again. After several confrontations, I found out that my beheading knife had a gap, and I felt distressed for a while, but even more angry. Unexpectedly, I was repaired by this little devil so complete, I must let him see how good he is. The technique of the water escape waterfall. Do not cut Jin again. When Naruto finished the seal, Naruto began to seal, but when Kakashi and others saw the speed of Naruto's seal, shocked eyes flashed. The technique of water escape from the great waterfall. Naruto also quickly Jin said. However, it took a few seconds for one to get the seal, while the other only took a second. Naruto's current speed of the seal has reached 8 seals per second. Compared to attack as 6 per second, it is 2 faster. The huge waterfall collided with a loud noise, and the entire bridge was flooded. At the same time, at the moment the waterfall hits, Naruto flashed behind him who didn't cut it again, and said loudly, it's over, don't cut it again. Not good. I didn't cut the through hole and shrank, but it was too late to escape. Time the sharp spear pierced through the chest of Nostalgia, and finally, Nostalgia left the world with unwillingness and a trace of nostalgia, closing his eyes forever. Ding, congratulations to my brother for killing one of Shangran and getting 500 exchange points. The current exchange value is 4,600 points. He was killed by Naruto again without cutting. When Naruto looked at Shanpei Kingyun, the corner of Shanpei Kingyun's mouth twitched fiercely. At this time, he is no longer dominant. If an elite can handle it, 2 will be a little difficult. As for 3, let's run away. Mister, let's not trouble you, as long as you leave, Naruto said abruptly. This caused Shanpei Kingyun to be taken aback for a moment, and then he said, that's not good. Taking people money and people away from disasters, I still have to continue this task. Then there is no way. Naruto shook his head and sighed. Hinata, step back. I think your gains are not small, let's get acquainted. Hinata retired obediently. In fact, until now, Hinata's chakras are almost used, and it won't get any benefit if we continue. And this battle has been a great harvest for myself. Little devil, you don't want to deal with me alone, but don't take yourself too high. Shanpei Kingyun's eyes flashed unpleasantly, sarcastically. In his opinion, Naruto told Hinata to retreat, and he dealt with himself by himself, obviously despising himself. Really? Naruto smiled unconvincingly, and secretly made a few seals. Shanpei Kingyun didn't notice it. In the surprised eyes of Kakashi and others, he attacked a clearing, and the speed was quite fast. Boom! A huge boulder was kicked to pieces by Shanpei Kingyun, and the severe pain made Shanpei Kingyun wake up in an instant. Seeing Naruto, who was smiling and looking at him not far away, shock flashed in his eyes. Just now, is illusion? Shanpei Kingyun asked, seemingly uncertain, but also seemingly sure. Naruto nodded, and Kakashi looked surprised for a while. He didn't expect Naruto to be able to illusion, and the level was quite high, so that Xuanying was caught. In fact, this is also Naruto's luck. Generally speaking, for the quasi-shadow level powerhouse, sea-level illusion will not work. The main reason was that Naruto's speed of congealing the seal was too fast, which made Shinpei Kingyun hit the illusion without even noticing it. Now Shinpei Kingyun knew that he had been hit by illusion before, and it was impossible to continue to succeed. Boy, you are very good. Not to mention the strength at a young age, but also proficient in illusion. I have to admit that you are a genius, it is a pity, Shanpei Kingyun said. At the end, Shanpei Kingyun shook his head regretfully. Oh, what a pity. Naruto still smiled, not surprised by Shanpei Kingyun's words. In a sense, Shanpei Kingyun is nothing more than the exchange value in Naruto's eyes. If you want to kill Shanpei Kingyun, Naruto can still do it easily, even reaching the point of a spike. Of course, this premise is that the sharp gun must be solved so that its speed can reach 500 times the speed of sound. There is also Naruto exposed all his strength. It is not difficult to kill Shinpei Kingyun, but Naruto doesn't want to do this, so there is only G. What a pity. A genius is about to fall here. Shanpei Kingyun showed a look of regret. He has decided that he can't let Naruto live, not only his own task, but also about his dignity. Naruto's previous illusion has violated his dignity, so he must die. Ha ha. Naruto chuckled lightly and said, everyone can talk big words, but you have to have the corresponding strength. You don't know that my strength is the only one. Oh, isn't it? Shanpei Kingyun said nonchalantly. Naruto didn't say much, and drew the sharp spear. Shanpei Kingyun said after seeing it, I have to say that your sword is very powerful and fast, but if I want to avoid it, it's still very easy. Really, Naruto said with a chuckle, the speed you saw just now is just the ability of the sharp gun to solve it, and there is still a solution to it. Gee? What is that? Shanpei Kingyun asked curiously. Not only him, but Kakashi and others were also curious. Let's put it this way. My knife has two states, one is what you saw before, the speed is twice the speed of sound, called the initial solution state. The other is the swastika, its speed will be. Naruto deliberately sold a bend and aimed the sharp gun at Shanpei Kingyun's heart. After Shanpei Kingyun saw it, he didn't take it seriously. He had made preparations in his heart. As long as he launched an attack, he would be able to avoid it. What's the speed? Shanpei Kingyun asked curiously. Swastika. Naruto shouted, shoot him, kill him. Time. As soon as the voice fell, the god-killing spear had penetrated Shanpei Kingyun's chest. Shanpei Kingyun glanced down at his chest, and an unbelievable look flashed in his eyes. When? Shanpei Kingyun asked unwillingly. Just when my voice fell, let me tell you the truth. Naruto looked at Shanpei Kingyun, who was slowly falling down, said, after the swastika, the speed of the gun is 500 times the speed of sound, even if you are it's hard for a shadow-level powerhouse to escape. Hiss. After hearing Naruto's explanation, all Kakashi and others on the scene took a deep breath. It's a terrifying speed. If you get caught by a sharp gun, you don't want to run away, just wait for death with peace of mind. Of course, there is another situation that can be avoided, that is, when Naruto is aiming at your chest, immediately jump away. However, in this case, you can only deal with the sharp spear in the initial solution state. The sharp spear after the swastika is useless no matter how you hide it, because its speed is so fast that you can avoid the first blow. The second blow may not be dodged. That's the case. After Shanpei Kingyun heard Naruto's words, he showed the original expression and closed his eyes forever. Ding, congratulations to my brother for killing a quasi-shadow and earning 1000 exchange points. The current exchange value is 5600 points. Ding, complete the task of Protect Dasna, the level is S, the reward is exchanged for 1000 points, and a chance to draw a lottery, the current exchange is worth 6600 points. Hearing the voice of Yaki and Liu, Naruto laughed in his heart. Sure enough, killing is the fastest way to get the exchange value. It seems that you will have to take more sea-level quests in the future. Go back, Mrs. Kakashi. Putting Shiro on his back, Naruto said to Kakashi. Seeing Naruto carrying Bai on his back, Hinata was jealous for a while, and said to himself, isn't Naruto like herself? Seeing Hinata's look, Naruto knew she was thinking too much. He walked to her, kissed her on the cheek, and whispered, my little baby, how could I not like you? Don't worry. I just look pitiful and take her in. Hearing Naruto's explanation, Hinata's face improved a lot, but when he thought of the scene where Naruto kissed himself just now, he blushed all of a sudden. Kakashi and Sasuke looked at Naruto and Hinata with ambiguous faces, and laughed weirdly. After another day, Naruto and his group of 4 began to return to Konoha. As for Bai, after learning that he would not be beheaded again, he was sad for a while. Originally wanted to die, but under the bombardment of Naruto's mouth escape, he finally started to know himself and decided to go to the ninja world. When parting, Bai quietly walked to Naruto's side and whispered to his ear, Naruto, I like you, although I know you like Hinata, but I won't give up. Wait for you later seeing me, I will definitely be a brand new me. After finishing speaking, Naruto, who was surprised, left in an instant, leaving only the dazed Naruto. Thinking of what Bai said to him, Naruto smiled bitterly, and it seemed that he owed an emotional debt. But being careful doesn't build his own harem like the protagonist in those novels. With Hinata alone, he will be satisfied. As for Bai, I can only say I'm sorry, maybe after a long time, Bai will forget his feelings for himself. On the way, Hinata looked at some absent-minded Naruto, and knew that Naruto was thinking about Bai, comforted Naruto-san, it's not a problem, if you really like Sister Bai, I can share yours with her. Hinata's words surprised Naruto for a while, but he shook his head with a wry smile, and said, why, I only love you. I can't hold anyone else in my heart. Hinata felt happy when he heard Naruto say this. No matter which woman who would want her man to share with other women, Hinata is no exception, just don't want to see Naruto's troubles. I have to say that Hinata is really a good girl of the type of a good wife and mother. Naruto can get her, but he has been blessed for 3 lifetimes. Kakashi looked at the 2 loved ones, with envy flashing in his eyes, and he was no longer young, and he was still single. But the teacher's child, who is only 12 years old, already has a girlfriend, how can the gap between people be so big? Kakashi thought. As for Sasuke, he didn't envy him. The reason was that he also had his own little girlfriend, Sakura, who pestered him all day long. The 2 have come together, but apart from Naruto and Hinata, the others don't know this. Okay, hurry up. Kakashi said tastefully, I can't think of a sea-level mission that will have a Quasi Shadow. It's really dangerous. Cut. Naruto and Sasuke cut in disdain. How could they not know Kakashi's jealousy as men? However, Naruto remembered that there seemed to be a woman in the original book who was very ambiguous with Kakashi, right? Ninja of Kinin Village. I have to contribute to this pair. Thinking about the time, it seemed that it was a period of time before the Zonran exam, that is, in the remaining 5 months, Naruto thought. The 4 hurried to the road, and finally arrived at Konoha and entered the village after half a day. When he came to the Hokage office, Kakashi reported the content of the mission. The 3 generations who listened to it could not help but broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was finally solved. The 3 generations coughed lightly and then said, in view of the Quasi Shadow appearing in the mission level is changed to S grade this time, and the reward will be calculated separately for you. Wait, Naruto said suddenly. Seeing Naruto's smile, the 3 generations couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety. How could this smile be so familiar? Is there any problem? Naruto. 3 generations asked kindly in a cold sweat. In the mission report, Naruto used a weird sword to kill Nostalgia and Shanpei Kingyun. 3 generations were still very surprised, but he didn't care too much. In his opinion, Naruto was able to kill them because of the knife. Moreover, it is not surprising that it belongs to Naruto's blood. A ninja with bloodstains tends to be much stronger than people in the same realm. Even though it is an elite ninja who doesn't cut it anymore, but listening to Kakashi's words, the ability of that sword is speed, unexpectedly fast, and it's normal to be killed. Of course, Kakashi also concealed some of them, otherwise the 3 generations would not let Naruto go so easily, and they would definitely be entangled. Naruto is still satisfied with Kakashi's intentional concealment. After all, Kakashi is still on his side. 3 generations of grandpa, what I wanted was a C-level mission at the time. You gave me an S-level mission, and you want me to die soon, Naruto shouted at the end. Hinata and Sasuke, who are familiar with Naruto, knew that this kid was going to blackmail 3 more generations. The 3 generations were sweaty, and he never thought that a simple C-level mission would turn into an S-level mission. If there were no blood stains of Naruto, the consequences would be like a cold sweat. Go ahead, Naruto, how can Grandpa make up for you? 3 generations said with a pinch, but he was heartache and he was about to bleed again. The Umbu in the dark silently paid tribute to their 3 generations of adults. They did not provoke anyone, but they provoked the dark-bellied little Naruto. They have seen the horror of Naruto. At that time, a villager angered Naruto, but the light at his house was not turned off that night. Naturally, the reason was that Naruto, the kid, added some condiments to the food they ate, and the family pulled one. At night. After learning of this situation, the people of Umbu united the front, and absolutely must not provoke this kid, or else I don't know how to die. As for the Umbu people do not hate Naruto, it is because anyone who has seen 4 generations of photos can guess that Naruto is a child of the 4th generation, and only a fool would think that Naruto is the incarnation of the 9-tailed monster fox. It's easy. Naruto looked very negotiable, I won't say more, 100,000 taels, Hinata is also 100,000 taels, so is Suzuki, Mr. Kakashi, he almost let him hang up, so he will give more. 50,000 yuan. After listening to the 3 generations, I almost fainted on the spot. I calculated carefully. Good boy, 4 people cost 450,000 taels. What a robbery. Naruto. 3 generations said with a squeaky look, Grandpa treats you well, can you be less? You also know the plight of Grandpa. Looking at the last 3 generations who pretended to be poor, the Umbu all closed their eyes. It was too embarrassing. They didn't expect their 3 generations to show such an expression. Kakashi also couldn't bear to close his eyes, but didn't stop it too much, because it was to his own benefit. That was 150,000 taels. How many tasks would he need to earn? Okay. 3 generations of Grandpa, I'll give you a discount. The 3 of us are 50,000, and Mr. Kakashi is 100,000. How about? This is the lowest bottom line. Naruto thought after a while. Deal. 3 generations immediately patted the case, then took out the banknote distressfully from the drawer and handed it to Naruto. Hinata, this is yours. Suzuki, this is yours. Mr. Kakashi, I will keep your copy for you temporarily, lest you buy those bad books. No. Kakashi almost yelled at last, holding Naruto's thigh, crying, Naruto, you can't do this. Hinata and Suzuki turned their heads immediately, feeling that Kakashi was too embarrassing. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, the 3rd generation knew that this kid was also making his own mind, and wondered whether it was time to send a dangerous mission to hurt this kid. Teacher Kakashi. I didn't give it to you, but I gave it to you, and you spent on those bad books. It's a waste. Naruto shook his head and sighed, then quietly attached to Kakashi's ear. Said, but I can introduce you a girlfriend, how about it? The body is absolutely top-notch, and it will definitely satisfy you. What you said is true. Kakashi's eyes lit up suddenly, and he asked with a wretched look. Of course, I promise with my personality. Naruto patted his chest and said, but this person will come to Konoha some time ago. You have to wait for a while, but I can guarantee that it will be in the next 5 months. No problem, the deal. Kakashi responded readily. Compared with the future wife, the 100,000 taels is not comparable. The main reason is that Kakashi has been single for too long. Seeing that his teacher's children have girlfriends, I feel a little anxious. After leaving the Hokage office, Naruto accompanied Hinata for a while, and finally returned to his residence, waiting for tomorrow's new task. That night, inside Naruto's house. Brother, you now have 6,600 redemption points, and there is another chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to redeem something? Yakin Liu's voice sounded. After Naruto heard Yakin Liu's words, he remembered that after completing this task, he had a chance to draw a lottery, and more importantly, the exchange value was 6,600 points. After thinking of the monotony of his attack, Naruto decided to exchange for a set of swordsmanship. As for ninjutsu, he would exchange it later. After all, Kakashi had only seen him perform ninjutsu once. The Zanpakuto knife is the one that uses the most, and only with the sword technique can his strength be brought into full play. Yakin Liu, give me a set of swordsmanship. Naruto said. Yakin Liu quickly listed a list of sword techniques. Naruto, who was watching densely, was a little dizzy, so he said, Yakin Liu, list me the top sets of sword techniques. Ding! The picture changed, and a few lines appeared in front of Naruto's eyes. Flagwood swordsmanship, the famous swordsmanship of the Flagwood family, Flagwood and Masu, is powerful. With its power, Flagwood and Momo won the white teeth of wooden leaves. The name. The exchange requires 1,000 points of exchange value. Kyuzaga sword technique, the knife technique created by the founder of the Kyuzaga family, Kazuki Kyuzaga. With this sword technique, Kyuzaga Kazuki created the Kyuzaga family, but unfortunately it is now dead, and the Kyuzaga sword technique has been lost. The exchange requires 1,000 points of exchange value. Deadly Nine Swords, the sword technique created by the 6 immortals, the 9-strike sword technique, the sword kills the life, so it is the Deadly Nine Swords, which has now been lost. The exchange requires 5,000 points of exchange value. After Naruto saw Death Nine Knives, he roughly looked at the following swordsmanship, and found that there was nothing unusual, and only Death Nine Knives was of SS level, which showed its great power. Moreover, it was created by the 6 Dao Immortals, which moved Naruto's heart even more, so he said, 8,000 streams, give me 9 deadly knives. Yes. Yaki and Leo said, you need 5,000 points to redeem the deadly 9 knives, do you want to redeem it? Yes. Naruto answered without hesitation, although the 5,000 points exchange value is so low, it's worth it. Because after the exchange was successful, Naruto had this set of swords in his mind, and the power was like an introduction. The swords were deadly and very appropriate. Cooperating with Zanpakuto, Naruto believes that in the face of a strong shadow level, he can easily kill the opponent with Deathing 9 blades, and without using Zanpakuto. Brother, your current exchange value still has 1,600 points, do you still want to exchange it? Yakin Liu asked. Naruto thought for a while. Swordsmanship is available, and now it's ninjutsu. Bing Dun is not the time to be exposed, so only exchange Water Dun and Fang Dun. Yachin Ryu, give me 2 A-level ninjutsu for wind escape and 1 A-level ninjutsu for water escape. Naruto said. Okay. Yakin Liu smiled, wind escape Windblade, A, wind escape Helix Maru, A, water escape Evil Mouth, A total of 1,500 points of exchange value, whether to redeem it. Yes. In a blink of an eye, there were only 100 points left in exchange for 1,600 points, but Naruto didn't feel heartache, just because these 3 A-level ninjutsus were learned instantly, and the exchange value was worth it. Besides, Naruto has found a way to earn exchange value quickly, so he doesn't care. Brother, there is another chance to draw a lottery, do you want to draw a lottery? Yakin Liu asked. Let's draw. Anyway, we will draw sooner or later. Naruto thought for a while, looking forward to the draw this time. With the rotation of the pointer, I finally stayed on the grid of the anime category, and I saw the black line on Naruto's end. This was the same for 7 times. I don't doubt that it must be a lie. Yachin Ryu, tell me honestly, except for the anime, I can't get the other 4. Naruto asked with a black face. Yaki and Liu lowered his head, and replied, yes, brother. After all, this place originally belonged to the world of animation, so we can only extract things that are also the world of animation. Other fairy knights and the like appear in this world, it will cause the collapse of this world. After thinking of the power of those divine tools and fairy tools, Naruto gave up his thoughts, and Naruto was not so cruel because of those things that caused the world he was in to collapse. Anime is anime. Anyway, what I get is pretty good. This time, most of the things that appeared in the world of Naruto, but there was an extra grid, a total of 6 grids, on which they respectively displayed the Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, S, Zanpakudeo Zanyu, SSS, Water Dun Hard Vortex Water Blade, S, Water Dun Big Shark Shell, S, and Skeletal Vein Gene, SS. The content on the 6 grids made Naruto jealous for a while, especially Zanyu, the artifact level Zanpaka knife, which made Naruto drool even more. The rest were good, all of them were S rank. I personally think that Zanyu is the most physically aggressive, and there is still virtual power within Zanyu, so it ranks among the artifacts. Suddenly Naruto thought of a question, so he asked Yaki and Liu, why are all the prize draws of S grade, and there are few things like a grade? This question is very simple. It is to give my brother a good welfare. After all, my brother's time is also limited. It is impossible to earn exchange value all the time. That's why this lottery system makes it easier for my brother. Listening to what you mean, it seems that there will still be blood stains like the perfect new dun? Naruto said after a moment of contemplation. Yes, it mainly depends on the luck of my brother. The genes that have appeared these few times are all genes, so my brother's luck is relatively bad. Yakin Liu said. Naruto was speechless for a while, and this luck is also bad? They are all S-level things, and there is also an artifact, that value is simply incalculable. Naruto felt very satisfied, but after a lottery draw soon, Naruto couldn't calm down anymore. Okay, let's draw a lottery, Naruto said. The pointer began to spin rapidly. Naruto actually hoped to get Zanyu. Even if he didn't get it, it would be good to get Lyubi and Ruo-Wo. The rest, whatever, you would gladly accept it if you really get it. Finally, the pointer started to stop slowly, and finally stopped on Zanyu's grid. Seeing this, Naruto laughed. Sure enough, the goddess of luck was on my side, and Naruto roared inwardly. Holding Zanyu in his hand, the Zanyu that Naruto got was the most basic Zanyu form, not the Zanyu after the initial solution. For this, Naruto didn't mind, he didn't have a good spiritual control like Ichiro, so that Zanpakudeo was in a state of initial solution. This world is different from the soul world, so Naruto uses chakra. Naruto is very skilled in controlling chakra, so there will be no such situation. In fact, Naruto uses chakra for every Zanpaka knife. This lottery system has also been adjusted so that Naruto can easily use it. If spiritual power is still needed, I'm afraid Naruto won't be able to use these Zanpakuto knives at all. After collecting Zanyu, Naruto went to sleep, waiting for the arrival of a new day. Early in the morning, the three Naruto and Kakashi came to the mission hall together. At a glance, it was obvious that the third generation must have not slept well last night, and their eye circles were dark. Naruto suddenly felt that treating an old man like that was unreasonable, but when he thought of the inaction of the three generations, he dispelled the idea. If the three generations hadn't acquiesced in Danzo's actions, they would not have been disgusted by the villagers. Although they were much better than the original Naruto, it also made Naruto feel uncomfortable. To be honest, Naruto still admires Danzo in a sense, at least he dares to act. Unlike the three generations, now there is hardly the courage of the young Ningxiang. This will only cause Konoha to become more and more decayed, and finally be destroyed in his own hands. The reason why Dashimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan is that he doesn't want to see his hometown becoming more and more decayed, and he doesn't want to see his hometown ruin on its own. This has been revealed in future plots, so Naruto still knows. Naruto doesn't hate Ashimaru, but it just looks a little disgusting. Thinking of Konoha's collapse plan in the next 6 months, Naruto has been entangled, whether he will save 3 generations or not. Saving it means destroying the plot, and it is also possible that Konoha will not feel the crisis if it is not saved. Watching the 3 generations die like this, I still feel very reluctant to give up. Ding, the mission started. In the Konoha collapse plan half a year later, to prevent the big snake pill from killing 3 generations, the mission level is SSS, the reward exchange value is 10,000 points, 3 chances to draw a lottery, the Watergate of the Wave and the Soul of the Uzumaki Nunsuna. Originally, Naruto was still vacillating, but after hearing the content of this mission from Yaki and Liu, he agreed without saying a word. It has always been Naruto's wish to resurrect his parents, but if they want to resurrect them, their souls are a necessity, and they just need to be a corpse when that time comes. Ding, the mission is started, the Noha Crash Project, the SS level mission, the first ring, to prevent Okamura from casting a spell on Sao Uchiha. The reward redemption value is 5,000 points, and there are 2 chances to draw. Hearing Yaki and Liu's words, Naruto was depressed for a moment. He didn't think that this task was still a multi-loop task, but Naruto didn't care anymore. This was equivalent to giving him exchange value. The first ring has 5,000 points of redemption value rewards, and the second ring is definitely indispensable. However, Naruto is somewhat puzzled that Konoha's collapse plan turned out to be an SSS level mission. Then, he will face only the shadow level Oshimaru. Will there be any changes? If I can't figure it out, Naruto doesn't think much about it, and I'll know at that time. 3 generations of adults, let's take the task, Kakashi said vigorously. Since Naruto promised to introduce him to his girlfriend yesterday, Kakashi hadn't slept well all night and woke up with a smile in his dreams, so that he didn't arrive a minute late today, and waited there early. This time I'll give you a C-level mission to kill the bandits, 3 generations said decadently. Naruto knocked out 250,000 taels. That was his income for nearly half a year. I feel distressed when I think about it. This little bastard is getting more and more ruthless now. Ding, the task of exterminate the bandits, kill all bandits, B-level task, complete the reward 100 points. Yaki and Liu's words shocked Naruto's heart. These damn 3 generations, this is clearly a B-level task, how did it become a C-level? Is this old man taking revenge on himself? My luck was really so bad. The first C-level task became an S-level task, and the second C-level task became a B-level task. It wouldn't be an A-level task when I got there by myself. Naruto is also a little uncertain. His arrival seems to have broken the plot in the original book. It doesn't matter if you think about it. It's boring to know the plot all the time. The unknown is full of challenges, isn't it? We're gone. Kakashi looked at the decadent 3 generations, and took Naruto 3 out after taking the task. 3 generations looked at the 4 people who went out, and said with a sigh of relief, these guys have finally left, and there is no need to see them in a short time. As everyone knows, after Naruto's 4 came back this time, the 3 generations themselves were slaughtered by Naruto. This is a later story and will not be mentioned for the time being. A group of 4 came to Daling Mountain, where the bandits gathered. There were about 1,000 bandits, and Naruto's goal was to kill all the bandits. Okay, let's assign the task first, Kakashi said sternly. Although he knows the strength of the 3 people is very strong, but this time facing more than 1,000 bandits, although he can defeat it, it is inevitable that he will not suffer minor injuries. Kakashi's request was to prevent the 3 of them from being injured at all, and to kill everyone in the cottage. When Hinata heard Kakashi's request, he seemed a little unbearable. Naruto comforted at this moment. Hinata, they are bandits. Think about it, if we don't kill them all, they will kill others someday. We kill them and the others can be safe. Do you think this is a bad thing? When Hinata heard it, he felt reasonable, but he was still a little concerned, but his expression became a lot firmer. I see, Naruto-kun. Very good. Let's start now, Kakashi said. The three were scattered. In fact, Naruto planned to complete the task alone, so that he could get more exchange points, but when he thought that Sasuke and Hinata had not been baptized by blood, he decided to act together. What? A few minutes later, there was a scream in the cottage, and the three Naruto started their hands. Compared with Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata were obviously a little uneasy to start, and they might not bear it. Kakashi saw Naruto who had killed the bandit without hesitation and nodded secretly, feeling that Naruto was already an excellent ninja. The technique of water escape from the great waterfall. Naruto performed a water escape ninjutsu, and the stream behind him instantly rolled up, forming a huge waterfall, flooding the entire cottage. What? Help, help me. No. There was a scream in the cottage, but it was immediately submerged by the waterfall, and the bandit team of nearly 1,000 people died within tens of minutes. Sasuke was in trouble here, but he didn't expect that an Akanin would appear, and Sasuke took a lot of tricks, but he was killed in the end. Ding! Congratulations to my brother for killing 650 thieves and getting 6,500 exchange points. The current exchange value is 6,600 points. Ding! Congratulations to my brother for completing the quest of Exterminate the Bandit, the B-level quest, and get 100 exchange points, and the current exchange value is 6,700 points. Listening to Yaki and Leo's words, Naruto was excited. This is really a quick way to earn exchange value by killing the bandits. However, Naruto is not so cruel, only to kill some people who should be killed, and these bandits are the people who should be killed. Very well, you all did a good job. Kakashi appeared in front of the three Naruto. Except that Naruto didn't feel uncomfortable, Hinata and Sasuke felt a little discomfort. However, as time went by, both of them looked much better, and they didn't feel sick anymore. Okay, go back, Kakashi said. Several people returned to the village of Konoha, and the miserable three generations were blackmailed by Naruto for misrepresenting their mission level. This time the loss of the three generations was not much, which was worth 10,000 taels. Among them, many Naruto felt embarrassed. But if the three generations were allowed to lie about the task level, Naruto would also feel uncomfortable. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes: Forbearance 8, Body 8, Magic 5, Virtuous 10, Strength 8, Speed 8, Fine 10, Seal 9, Total 66. Bloodstain Bing Dun, SS, Top. Skills: 3 Body Technique, D, Helix Pill, A, Shadow Clone Technique, A, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, A, Water Escape Water Clear Wave, S, Water Escape Waterfall, A, Illusory Fox Heart Technique, C, Illusory Xia Follower Technique, C, Illusory Nirvana Abode, A, Ice Dung Blasting Ice Crystals, A, Wind Dun Helix Pill, A, Wind Dun Wind the Blade, A, The Mouth of the Water Evil, A, and the 9 Swords, SS. Weapons: Zanpaku Deo Jinghua Shuiyu, SSS, Zanpaku Deo Magic Spear, SS, Zanpaku Deo Binglan Maru, SS, Zanpaku Deo Zanyu, SSS. Psychic Beast, none. Task: Konoha Collapse Project, the first ring, to prevent the Okamura from casting a spell on Sasuke Uchiha. The task level is SS. The reward is exchanged for 5,000 points, and there are 2 chances to draw. Reward for completing all SSS level tasks, 10,000 redemption points, 3 chances to draw a lottery, the Soul of the Wave Wind Gate and the Vortex 9 Zin. Exchange value, 6,700. In this way, the tasks assigned to Naruto by the 3 generations are real C-level tasks, and I am really afraid of making mistakes again, and each time they are given to Naruto after careful selection. This time, the mission of Naruto and others was to protect a caravan from returning to the country of Ma, and after the mission was completed and returned to Konoha, they watched the 4 Umbu grabbing a woman and walking towards Konoha. When Naruto saw the tied woman, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he secretly said, "Is it finally here? It's time to give Kakashi an explanation." Kakashi glanced at Ali with curiosity, and Ali also looked at him at the same time. A color of longing flashed in his eyes, but she was very careful to hide it. "Sure enough," Naruto said in a secret voice, naturally seeing the passing thoughts of Ali. The original book says that she learned of Kakashi through the memory of Yamanaka Kakashi, but looking at the situation, it is obvious Ali knew Kakashi for a long time, and it was when Kakashi was young. "How do you feel, Teacher Kakashi?" Naruto asked with an inexplicable smile. Kakashi was puzzled for a while, and asked unclearly, "What's the matter?" Naruto gave me a blown expression, and said angrily, "Naturally, what does that girl think? Is she pretty? Isn't she in good shape?" Kakashi was taken aback, then glanced at Ali, nodded and said, "Well, it's really good. What's wrong with this?" Naruto was really speechless when he saw Kakashi, who was still unknown, so he said, "She is the girl I want to introduce to you." "What?" Kakashi exclaimed. He never thought that Naruto would introduce a spy to him. Maybe he was playing with him. Kakashi was a little uncertain, but looking at Naruto's serious look, it didn't seem to be a joke. "Naruto, are you really sure it is her?" Kakashi asked in surprise with his mouth wide open. "Yes," she called Ali, "don't worry, although she is a spy, she will not betray Konoha," Naruto explained with a smile. Why, Kakashi didn't understand, since he was a spy from another village, how could he not betray Konoha? When the time comes, you will know. After a while, someone will inform you and ask you to interrogate this woman. After speaking, without waiting for Kakashi to speak, he took Hineda's little hand and left. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi with an unknown smile and followed him. Kakashi was left in a petrified state. Along the way, Kakashi couldn't figure out how Naruto knew the woman called Ali, and how I felt that Ali was very familiar. Whizzing suddenly, two Anbis appeared in front of Kakashi, and said, "Heiji Kakashi, please come with me to the interrogation room." Kakashi was shocked at once. Unexpectedly, Naruto's words would come true. With great shock, Kakashi followed the two dark parts to the interrogation room, and saw a bit exhausted at a glance. Seeing such Ali, Kakashi's heart flashed inexplicably, and felt very distressed. "What's the matter? Hey?" Kakashi asked. Yamanaka Kiyaki told Kakashi what he saw from Ali's memory, and then said, "I want to use your writing will to interrogate her, she will leave it to you for the time being." After speaking, he turned around and left, leaving Kakashi stunned. It didn't take long for Kakashi to walk out of the interrogation room with Ali, and walked around the street with her. Looking at the happy smiles on everyone's faces, Ali suddenly felt as if he had returned to his hometown, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. "What's so happy?" Kakashi saw Ali's smile and asked flatly. He believed Naruto's words in his heart, and those who showed such a smile would not betray Konoha, even though she was a ninja from another village. It's progressing well. Not far away, Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke quietly followed behind them, wondering how far Kakashi would follow. Kakashi naturally didn't notice Naruto's stalking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Bringing Ali to Konoha Park, he said flatly, "Don't worry, I have nothing to ask you, just a form." "Really?" Ali smiled, revealing the color of memory, and said, "You still haven't changed at all. You were like this before, but now you are still." Kakashi heard the doubts, although he felt that Ali was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. "Forgot?" Ali, seeing Kakashi's puzzled expression, whispered softly, "The top mountain of the Lock Country." After hearing what Ali said, Kakashi suddenly remembered that when he was still very young, he went on a mission and met a little girl who was lost. Could she be? Seeing Kakashi's shocked look, Ali smiled and said, "It looks like you remember me." "Ah." Kakashi also showed a smile. That short period of time was his best memory. "I didn't expect that the little girls back then were so big, and they became lovely." "Thank you for the compliment." Ali smiled. "Did you come to Konoha to inquire about intelligence?" Kakashi asked. "Yeah." Ali nodded and said, "But I don't plan to bring Konoha's information back, because Konoha is very similar to my imaginary hometown." "Is it?" Kakashi couldn't comment. He felt that Ali did not lie, but he was still a little worried. He neither wanted Ali to go back with Konoha's information, nor did he want Ali to leave Konoha like this. He wanted to stay. "Yeah, Mr. Kakashi, it's going well." Naruto's voice came from behind Kakashi, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. Naruto, why are you here?" Kakashi jumped in shock when he saw Naruto. Naruto didn't care about Kakashi, and walked to Ali with a smile, handed the rose in her hand to her, and said, "This is what Kakashi teacher asked me to buy and give it to you." Ali took the rose shyly, and Naruto made a gesture with his hand behind his back, which meant to let Kakashi take it well, and then left. Kakashi was moved when he saw Naruto going away. Regardless of whether he was shocked or not, he said straightforwardly, "Ali, I don't want you to leave Konoha and stay in Konoha." Seeing Kakashi's serious look and the rose in his hand, Ali nodded for an unprecedented time and agreed to stay in Konoha. Seeing Ali agree, Kakashi finally smiled, and went on to visit Konoha with Ali. At the same time, the ninja of Kinin village sent someone to negotiate the exchange of hostage news, causing Kakashi and Naruto to frown, but they had to go. As for the name of Ali, there are two translation issues, one is Ali, and the other is Hualing. As long as you know it, all of them are the same. At the junction of the country of locks and the country of fire, on the cloudy bridge, Konoha stood face to face with the people in Kinin village, and the other party had their hostages in their hands. The leader of Kinin village was an old man. Naruto stood quietly by the bridge, but accidentally noticed a few powerful chakras, frowning involuntarily. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked curiously when he saw Naruto frown. Because Naruto generally wouldn't show this expression, unless there is some hidden enemy in the dark. Thinking of this, Hinata couldn't help but become cautious. Seeing Hinata's movements, Naruto couldn't help but smile. This Nizai has grown up and she understands herself more and more. "Okay, let's exchange hostages. Give us and we will return your Konoha people to you," said the old man in Kinin village. Kakashi glanced at Ali, finally nodded, and agreed to exchange the hostages. The two sides began to exchange hostages. When Konoha's ninja walked halfway, he quickly ran to Kakashi's side, and Andy lifted his rope. Ended. The old man of Keenan village roared abruptly, and at the same time, a group of ninjas flashed out from all directions, all of whom were from Keenan village. Puff, but what is shocking is that the old man of Keenan village was pierced in the chest by Ali, and then flashed to Kakashi's side. What happened? Not only the people on Konoha's side were shocked, but even the rest of the ninjas in Keenan village were shocked. They didn't expect the leader of their village to be killed by their own people. In fact, after Ali agreed to stay in Konoha, Kakashi persuaded Ali and killed the leader of Keenan village after exchanging hostages to gain trust in Konoha. This is also the result of Naruto's plea for 3 generations, otherwise Kakashi alone would not agree to leave such a dangerous person in Konoha. It is true that the 3 generations are afraid of Naruto. If they do not agree, they may cause something to this kid, and the 3 generations also feel that Ali's nature is not bad. It's a big deal. During the period of staying in Konoha, just observe more. Ali. A smile flashed in Kakashi's eyes after seeing Ali killed the leader of Keenan village. Ali heard Kakashi call herself, gave him a shy look, and then became alert. Seeing such ambiguous movements of the two, the ninjas present at Konoha knew that the relationship between the two was not simple, but the sight of Keenan village showed anger. Ali, you betrayed Key Ninja village, we won't let you go. A group of people shouted, all attacked, and a battle began. Naruto and others also joined the battle, holding a sharp spear, using 9 deadly knives, harvesting the enemy's life gracefully, and everyone who was there was taken aback. Especially Hinata, good-looking Naruto suddenly appeared in his heart. Naruto at this moment, a white imperial robe, a blue high-collar shirt, black ninja trousers, and flowing blonde hair, dancing in the wind with the breeze. There was almost no suspense in this battle. After a short period of time, the winner was decided, and it was over at the expense of Konoha's 3 people injured. The 3 injured were all relatively weak. Seeing that the 3 of Naruto were not injured at all, the injured 3 felt embarrassed and lost their home. Having been a ninja for so many years, he was still not as good as the 3 ninjas who had just graduated from ninja school. Under the inexplicable gaze of everyone, he ran back to Konoha in embarrassment. Along the way, the relationship between Kakashi and Ali progressed rapidly, and Kakashi also learned in the chat that Ali was a ninja who spied intelligence, not a combat genre. Kakashi was worried about the safety of Ali. As soon as he had time along the way, he would teach Ali to practice ninjutsu. Sasuke looked jealous. In fact, Sasuke's strength is at the level of ninjutsu, but he does not know how to do ninjutsu, only 3 C-level fire ninjutsu, such as Hoobable, Phoenix Fire, and Dragon Fire. There is also the offensive Riding Wheel Eyes and Windmill 3 swords. Apart from these, Sasuke's attack can be described as monotonous. Naruto saw the jealous Sasuke and coughed lightly. Sasuke, don't be impatient, it won't be long before you can learn a powerful A-level ninjutsu. Really? Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he didn't doubt whether Naruto's words were false. The main thing is that Naruto has never said a lie during this period of time. Even if he said casually at the beginning, it will be realized in the end, making everyone have to marvel. Really? And it's Kakashi-sensei's own ninjutsu, it's very powerful. Sasuke became more excited when he heard Naruto say that, and he wished to learn now. However, if you want to learn this ninjutsu, your body speed has to be improved a bit. After you go back, step up your practice. Then it will be much easier to practice. Naruto said. I know. Kakashi naturally heard the conversation between the two, sweating coldly on his back, and secretly said, how did the kid Naruto know that I had that trick, and how did this kid know about it? What a horror! Back to Konoha, Kakashi handed in this task. The 3 generations didn't say much, and arranged a Konoha identity for Ali. As for the address, it was naturally Kakashi's home. Looking at the ambiguous smiles of the 3 generations, it was Kakashi, the calm brother, who couldn't calm down, so he picked up the identity certificate of Ali and ran out. Kakashi, this kid finally knows who I'm talking about. I don't know when the guy from my family will let me hold my grandson, alas. The 3 generations sighed when they thought of Asuma. Kakashi took the identity certificate of Ali and returned home, and gave the identity certificate to Ali. From then on, Ali was a Konoha. But Ali is not a ninja, mainly because of her origin, which needs to be observed for a period of time. For this, Naruto has no choice, Kakashi is helpless, but Ali doesn't matter. In her opinion, as long as she can be with Kakashi, everything else doesn't matter. Although the two have not yet shown their relationship with each other, they have moved in together, and anyone with a discerning eye knows that they both like each other. After completing the promise to Kakashi, Naruto's mood was uplifted. He took Hinata's tender hand and wandered around Konoha, buying a lot of things for Hinata. Hinata is a little bit shy, but it is more happiness. Naruto-kun is really good to himself. In a blink of an eye, 5 months passed. During these 5 months, the Naruto team was performing C-level missions every day, and sometimes even B-level missions. And Naruto's exchange value has also increased to nearly 100,000, and 5 months of accumulation has made him ready to exchange it on a large scale. Yachin Liu, upgrade my Bing Dun Bloodstain to the perfect level, and redeem all Bing Dun A-level ninjutsu. Naruto said. Yes, brother. Yakinryu acted quickly, and then said, brother, to upgrade Ice Dung to the perfect level requires an exchange value of 5,000 points, 7 Ice Dunjutsu A level, and 1 S level ninjutsu, a total of 9,500 points of exchange value, whether to redeem. Yes. A white light flew into Naruto's body, and Naruto immediately noticed that there was something more in his brain, which was exactly how Bing Dun A level ninjutsu was used. Exchange for writing round eyes and directly upgrade to the eternal kaleidoscope level. Naruto continued. To redeem the Bloodstained Gene in the writing will I requires 5,000 points in exchange value. Open eyes need 50 points for 1 Go Jade, 100 points for 2 Go Jade, 500 points for 3 Go Jade, 1,000 Kaleidoscope points, 5,000 Eternal Kaleidoscope points, a total of 11,650 points exchange value. Is it redeemable? Yes. Please choose the 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes that appeared in the original work to merge. Itaki Uchiha and Suzuki Uchiha. Ding, the exchange was successful. The exchange value was 11,650 points. Naruto suddenly felt a rush of power into his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, he found that his eyes had turned into chakra eyes, and they were of the eternal kaleidoscope level, just like the eyes that Suzuki got at the end in the original book. But what puzzled Naruto was that his writing wheel eyes turned out to be golden instead of red. Yakinryu, why is my Shaolinian golden? Is there a different color for Shaolinian? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, elder brother. Yakinryu said, this is a Shaolinian with no side effects at all, but it is not the side effect Shaolinian of Suzuki and others. Yachiru was quite proud at this time, because the stronger Naruto was, the more her credit was in it, so he was very happy. After Naruto thought about it carefully, he also felt that it made sense. Although Suzuki finally merged with Itaka's kaleidoscope, he still couldn't use it excessively, and it still did some harm to the body. However, Naruto's current writing wheel eyes have no side effects. No matter how overused, it will not harm Naruto's body. Sure enough, the system is so powerful, it feels so good. Naruto thought to himself. Exchange Amaterasu, moon reading, Susanoo Novu, Shinwei, other gods, Izanagi, and Izanami into my writing wheel eyes, elevating Susanoo Novu to the ultimate body. Naruto continued exchange road. Yes, 1,000 points are required to exchange Amaterasu, 1,000 points for monthly reading, 5,000 points for Susanoo, 1,000 points for Shinwei, 1,000 points for other gods, 5,000 points for Izanagi, 5,000 points for Izanami, and Susanoo for mature body nearly 500 points. The complete body must be able to reach 1,000 points, the ultimate body must be able to reach 5,000 points, and the total exchange value is 25,500 points. Is it redeemable? Exchange. A torrent of power continued to pour into Naruto's body. At this moment, Naruto felt more and more powerful. He secretly released Susanoo, a golden giant warrior, surrounded by golden light, holding it in his hand. The 3 pseudo-artifacts are exactly the 3 of Itaki in the original work, the 8-foot mirror, SS, the Shikun sword, SS, and the 8-foot Kyanguyu, SS. Yakinryu, how much exchange value do I have now? Naruto asked. Answer brother, now you still have 50,000 redeem points. Yakinryu said, do you still want to redeem your brother? Naruto thought that the way to get the reincarnation eye is to have both the writing round eye and the wood escape. Originally, Naruto planned to exchange the reincarnation eye directly, but it actually has side effects. The real reincarnation eye must have the body of the fairy and right round eyes to get. Exchange Mudun Bloodstains, raise it to the perfect level, and exchange Mudun A level or higher ninjutsu. To redeem Mudun Bloodstained Genes, 5,000 points are required for exchange value, 50 points for elementary level, 100 points for intermediate level, 500 points for advanced level, 1,000 points for top level, 5,000 points for perfect level, 10 A level ninjutsu, 3 S level ninjutsu, total 19,650 points, whether to redeem. Yes. With a flash of white light, Naruto had Mudun's bloodstain, which made him feel a strong vitality. He gently cut a hole, but unexpectedly the wound healed instantly. It seems that my Mudun has surpassed the first generation of Naruto. Naruto laughed a few times. Yakinryu, continue to exchange bone veins for me, improve it to perfection, exchange for A level or higher ninjutsu. To redeem corpse bone bloodstained genes, you need to redeem 5,000 points, elementary 50 points, intermediate 100 points, advanced 500 points, top 1,000 points, perfect 5,000 points, 5 A level ninjutsu, 1 S level ninjutsu, totaling 15,650 points. Whether to redeem. Exchange. Naruto, who was fused with bone veins, was surprised to find that his bones turned golden, which was far beyond Naruto's expectation, so he asked Yakinryu, why did my bones become golden? Because my brother's bones and veins have reached the perfect level, the bones turned golden. The guy named Junmaro is just a basic bones. Yakianyu looked very disdainful when he mentioned Junmaro. Naruto was speechless for a while, thinking that he still had 14,650 points of exchange value left, and didn't know what to exchange, so he asked Yakinryu, what do you think I should exchange now? Yaki and Leah thought for a while and said, "Brother, your current strength is almost at the top, so you don't need to redeem some unnecessary things. It's better to redeem a psychic beast. You have not a psychic yet." The beast. Okay. Naruto thought for a while, and agreed. In fact, he disagrees that there is no way. There is a system, and he cannot contract with any psychic race. Yaki and Leo listed the column of psychic beasts. When Naruto saw the psychic beast above, he almost fainted with no two eyes. He resisted the convulsions and said, "Yachi and Leo, you are not talking about other wouldn't the things of the world appear in the exchange system? Then how about? Who said that these psychic beasts do not belong to this world? You must know that they are all powerful psychic beast races in ancient times, but they are extinct. They belong to this world." Naruto almost bit his tongue when he heard it. The three phantom gods in Yu-Gi-Oh turned out to be powerful psychic beasts in the ancient world, and he was really fainted. Brother, don't sigh, just redeem it. There are phantom gods, SS, earthbound Protoss, SS, phantom demons, SS, dragons, S. Brother, please choose as much as you like. Lu smiled. Then illusory Protoss and earthbound Protoss. Naruto thought for a while. As for the elusive demon clan, Naruto doesn't really like it. The reason is naturally that the three elusive demons are too similar to the three elusive gods. To redeem the psychic scrolls of the illusory god race and the earthbound god race, each requires 5,000 redemption points, a total of 10,000 redemption points, whether to redeem it. Yes. After the exchange was successful, there were two more scrolls abruptly in Naruto's creation space. It was the scrolls of the illusory god race and the earthbound god race. Naruto wrote his name on it and left. After checking his attributes, Naruto was very satisfied. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes, forbearance, 9, body, 9, magic, 9, virtuous, 10, strength, 9, speed, 8, fine, 10, seal, 9, total, 73. Bloodstains, Bingdun, SS, perfect, Mudun, SS, perfect, writing wheel eyes, SS, perfect, bone veins, SS, perfect. Skills 3 body technique, D, helix pill, A, shadow clone technique, A, multiple shadow clone technique, A, illusory fox heart technique, C, illusory Xia follower technique, C, illusion and nirvana abode, A, desperate 9 swords, SS, water escape and clear waves, S, the technique of water escape waterfall, A, the mouth of water escape, A, wind done helix pill, A, wind done wind blade, A, new done new clone, A, new done new clone, A, new done new ingot wall, A, new done 4 pillars, A, new done tree bound eternal burial, A, with the technique of escape from the great forest, A, the birth of the wood escape from the tree world, A, the wood escape, the method of killing thorns, A, the art of wood escape, A, the secret of wood escape. The flower and tree world comes, A, S, Mudun Malong, S, Mudun Murin's art, S, Mudun are all cloth bag art, A, ice escape explosive ice crystal, A, ice escape mirror ice crystal, A, ice escape mirror ice kill, A, ice escape moonfrost, A, ice escape condensed snow, A, ice escape crystal formation, A, ice escape an emergence, A, ice escape without moon killing, S. Skeletal vein 10-finger piercing, A, willow dance, A, camellia dance, A, tang song dance, A, iron flower dance, A, early fern dance, S. Right round eyes Shinwei, S, other gods, S, Amaterasu, S, moon reading, S, Susanoo, SS, Izanagi, SS, Izanami, SS. Weapons Zanpaku Deo Jinghua Shuiyu, SSS, Zanpaku Deo Magic Spear, SS, Zanpaku Deo Binglan Maru, SS, Zanpaku Deo Zanyu, SSS. Psychic beasts, fantasy gods, SS, earthbound gods, SS. Mission, Konoha's collapse project, the first ring, to prevent the Okamura from casting a spell on Suzuki Uchiha, the mission level is SS, the reward is exchanged for 5,000 points, and there are 2 chances to draw. Reward for completing all SSS level tasks, 10,000 redemption points, 3 chances to draw a lottery, the Soul of the Wave Wind Gate and the Vortex 9s in A. Exchange value, 4,650. A few days later, the Hokage office. The third generation spit out smoke and slowly said, "Call you all, I must have guessed it too." Kakashi hummed softly. Since having a female partner, this guy's life has been quite moist. Perform tasks with Naruto during the day, play with Naruto at night, and do things that adults love to do. This scene really made the single ninja present envious, wishing that he was Kakashi, and a Kai who claimed to be Kakashi's forever opponent. He was also indignant. He didn't expect his opponent to find a partner so quickly, and he was still single. Even more diligently looking for his other half, when he learned that Kakashi's partner was introduced by Naruto, Naruto was entangled by a group of single ninjas in Konoha. Until now, Naruto didn't dare to go outside easily. Even if he did, he was dressed in disguise, for fear of being met by this group of ninjas who want to be crazy about women. Then in accordance with the usual practice, we recommend each one. The 3 generations of old gods said. Kakashi first stepped forward, holding the eye mark in one hand, and said sternly, the 7th class Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata, and Suzuki Uchiha, in the name of Kakashi, recommend them to take the ninja exam. Seeing Kakashi recommending his students, Asuma and Hong were not far behind and each recommended their own students. This scene surprised the rest of the ninjas present. It was unexpected that the 9 new students who graduated today would take the Zongnin exam. At this time, Ilika shouted, no, Naruto and the others are too young, it's not time to take the Zongnin exam, do you want to kill them by doing this? Kakashi squinted his eyes and looked at Ilika and said, Irika, I may not know the rest, but in my group, the 3 Naruto already have the strength of Zongnin. They took the Zongnin exam and it's not surprising, and I've already been forbearing at their age. Hearing Kakashi's words, the people present were shocked again. How long? Half a year's time, they broke through from a ninja to a ninja, are they geniuses? In fact, Kakashi concealed it. The missions performed by Kakashi's group were all carefully sealed up by the 3 generations, so none of the Konoha ninjas present knew about it. The 3 generations are also afraid that if these people know about it, they will give birth to more thoughts, which will kill the young buds of Konoha. What? So fast? After hearing Kakashi's words, Ilika was surprised, and finally didn't say much. The 3 generations looked at the crowd and said again, do you still have someone to recommend? If not, it's so decided. Everyone shook their heads. Their students knew that they did not have the strength of Zongrin, and their self-awareness was not strong enough. They still need to be trained. Okay. 3 generations said in a deep voice. A total of 12 newcomers from Class 7, Class 8, Class 10, and Class 9 participated in the Zongnin exam, and each group will take away the registration form. Kakashi happily accepted the registration form, and then left in a flash, and came to Naruto and the others. At this moment, Naruto, wearing a mask of the god of death, is walking with Hinata on the street. In fact, Naruto is a superfluous act. Konoha's people still don't know that he is with Hinata. Anyone who understands can recognize him as Naruto at a glance. Naruto was obviously afraid of those lunatics, so he didn't even understand such a simple truth. Sure enough, the IQ of a man in love would also be lowered. Looking at the sudden appearance of Kakashi, Naruto said angrily, what's the matter? If Kakashi hadn't deliberately revealed that Naruto would not live this kind of life, Naruto had paid a painful price for the mere 100,000 taels. Ahem. Kakashi was embarrassed for a while. Who made him drunk at that time, and he couldn't help but speak truthfully after drinking, although the time is a bit rush, I still applied for the Zongnin exam for you. This is the registration form. Go to the 3rd floor of the Zongjin exam venue to report in a week. I see, is there anything else? Naruto took off his mask and asked with a smile. After seeing Naruto's smile, Kakashi had an ominous premonition, and said quickly, I almost forgot that there is Suzuki. See you in a week. After that, I immediately flashed people, for fear that Naruto would try to squash himself, who would let Ali stand on Naruto's side. Poor Kakashi, let him silently mourn for him. Seeing Kakashi disappeared instantly, Naruto curled his lips in disdain. Did you hide on the first day of the junior high school, or 15th? Wait and see. After that, regardless of Kakashi, he dragged Hinata to wander around, but at this moment, he heard someone calling for help. Naruto frowned and said in secret, is it Konohamaru? It sounds familiar. Konohamaru knew Naruto from the office of 3 generations. At that time, Naruto was blackmailing 3 generations and let Konohamaru worship for a while, so he recognized Naruto as his eldest brother. Sure enough, when Hinata and Naruto came to a small alley, they saw Konohamaru being held by Kankuro, their feet off the ground, struggling in pain. Do you want to die? Naruto said coldly. Naruto doesn't like the current Kankuro and Temari. You guys who don't even care about their own brothers, who do you think would have a good impression on them? Although Gaara is a one-tailed person, but because of this, he needs more brothers' care, and these 2 people are because fear of Gaara and stay away from him, causing Gaara to become bloodthirsty. Kanjiro just wanted to fight back, but his pupils suddenly shrank, because Naruto had already come behind him, and nothingness was against his throat. Just a little movement, Kankuro will return to the underworld. Guru. Kanjiro swallowed fiercely, sweating coldly. At this moment, how close he was to death. When Temari saw Naruto's face, love flashed in his eyes, and he said secretly, handsome guy, unlike our sandy village, this kind of stuff. In the end, I didn't forget to take a look at Kankuro. Naruto also knew that these guys were here to take the Zongnin exam, so he said, I will let you go this time. To be honest, you are lucky. You didn't kill Konohamaru. Otherwise, don't think about it. Going out alive, Konohamaru is the grandson of 3 generations. Hearing Naruto's words, Kankuro was in a cold sweat again. What a joke, his luck was a little too bad. The little devil he met at random was a grandson of 3 generations. Get down from the tree. Naruto walked to Hinata's side and said lightly. Gaara's figure floated to the ground, looked at Naruto, and said coldly, "What is your name? I am very interested in you." "Naruto Uzumaki. How about you?" "Sandfall Gaara." After that, Gaara turned and left. Looking at Gaara's leaving figure, an imperceptible smile flashed across Naruto's mouth, and finally bid farewell to Konohamaru and went on wandering. For a week, it was said that it was neither long nor short, but it was still the first day of the Zonnin exam. Naruto and Hinata walked slowly at the Chunin exam venue, and Sasuke was already waiting outside. "Yeah, Sasuke, how has this week been?" Naruto greeted with a smile. "Not bad, how about you?" Sasuke smiled and had to say that Naruto had changed Sasuke, otherwise the original Sasuke would not show this smile. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked back, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled, then entered the venue together and walked towards the 3rd floor. "I beg you to let us pass." Before reaching the door of the classroom, the 3 Naruto heard a girl's pleading, and all 3 of them were taken aback. Naruto remembered that on the first day of Zongnin's exam, it seemed that Tian and Xiaoli had a vulgar acting. The 3 of them walked to the door and saw Xiaoli covering his right face, squatting on the side to wipe the wounds for Xiaoli every day, while the 2 gatekeepers Zongren looked at them with disdain. Niji Hyuga stood on the side with an arrogant expression, and Naruto looked very upset. A guy who has just reached Zongnin, and his face is showing here, who should I show it to? Naruto thought uncomfortably. Hinata was stunned, and he naturally recognized Niji Hyuga, but after seeing Naruto's encouraging eyes, he calmed down. Naruto-kun is right, I just need to be myself, and I don't need to worry about things in the family, Hinata said secretly. After seeing Hinata, Niji's eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness, and he clenched his fists, but resisted not doing anything. Naruto and Sasuke glanced at Niji with disdain. Both of them knew about this guy, and they had trouble with Hinata several times. It is normal for Naruto to think that Niji is upset. Sasuke is naturally upset to see the weak Hinata being bullied. Moreover, Hinata is Naruto's girlfriend, and even his teammate. How can he be bullied by outsiders? Regardless of Ning Si's pig liver-like expression, the 3 Naruto walked to the door and said coldly, "Don't use this kind of low-level illusion, open the door." The 2 Zongren were taken aback, and then smiled. "What are you talking about? Where is illusionism used here?" Naruto's brows frowned, and Sasuke looked at each other and smiled, knowing what the other party meant. Boom boom, the 2 goalkeepers were kicked out. Naruto curled his lips in disdain, and led Hinata and Sasuke into the venue. How is it possible? Those 2 are so strong, are they really newcomers? No way, so strong, what hope do I have for taking the Zonnin exam? I'm going back, and I will come again next year. The actions of Sasuke and Naruto caused a group of candidates present to retreat, and Naruto's purpose in doing so was this, to drive out some garbage and take a higher-level Zonnin exam. Ning Si and the 3 looked at the Naruto who entered, their eyes flashed with surprise, but they didn't pay much attention to them, and they walked in. With their strength, they could do the same. The 2 Zongren who were kicked up stood up and smiled at each other. It seems that this year's candidates are very good, and they can beat the 2 of us away. Yeah, I don't know how many levels they can reach. At the 301 meeting place, just after the 3 Naruto entered it, they heard a burst of noise, like a vegetable market, and it was extremely lively. "Sasuke, you are here." Sakura rushed into Sasuke's arms and said softly, "There are Naruto and Hinata." Sasuke is a little puzzled. Sakura is too irrelevant, but she can feel Sakura's deep love, and she doesn't blame her. Sakura nowadays is not the little girl who only knows about love in the original book. She is also capable of reaching Zhongren. All of this is the result of Sasuke's training. Sasuke didn't want his woman to be too weak, so he insisted on pulling Sakura to practice together. "Yeah, you are here too, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata." Shikamaru's voice came from behind the others. When Naruto looked back, Shikamaru, Ino, and Dingji came in. At the same time, Gagato Shino also came. Juxiaoqian got together like this, and talked to each other about the experience of the past few months. Especially yeah, I look very powerful, and everyone who was there was speechless. Can this guy feel better about himself? You are newcomers, look around you. Suddenly, a voice came to Naruto's ears. Naruto turned his head to look, and his eyes were a little bit. It was the pocket of the late Hokage villain boss pharmacist. Did you take advantage of the Zonnin exam to kill him? Naruto thought to himself. He doesn't want the pharmacist to cause endless trouble for him in the future, it is better to get rid of it soon. Ding, kill the pharmacist's pocket, the mission level is A, and the reward is worth 500 points. It's really going to kill you, Yakushi. Naruto almost laughed when he heard Yachiryu's voice. Who are you? So tugging. Fang exclaimed uncomfortably. The pharmacist pushed his glasses around and said with a smile, My name is Pharmacist. I am your senior. This is the 7th time I took the Zonnin exam. What? It was still not much different from the original book. In the end, the Yakushi pocket was taught by a few guys from Otanin village. His glasses shattered and Naruto was amused. "You trash, please be quiet." Suddenly, Ibuzai's voice sounded, and the invigilator for the first exam officially arrived, which meant that the first exam was about to begin. Naruto and others sat in their seats, as in the original book, with Hinata. Ibuzai talked about the rules of the exam. In the end, the candidates showed their magical powers. The magical powers of cheating can be described as diverse, and Naruto secretly opened the eyes of the writing wheel, copying a person's actions, quickly wrote the answer. In the end, Ibis announced the 10th question. Many candidates chose to give up because they couldn't bear the pressure. Without Naruto's morale boost, the staff dropped again, leaving only 16 groups of members. Ping pong, there was the sound of glass shattering, and Mitere Adzuki Bean appeared on the stage. After saying a few words to Ibis, he waved his hand. "I am the instructor Mitere Adzuki for your second exam. Follow me." Looking at the nervous Red Bean and the black line on Naruto's head, but thinking about the life experience of Red Bean, it is pitiful. The crowd followed Hongdu and gathered outside the Death Forest. The Death Forest has always been a venue for Konoha no Kanen's exam. The main reason is that it is dangerous enough to test the strength of the candidates. Hongdu came here with all the candidates, squinted and smiled and said, "Everyone, this is the place for your second exam, also known as Death Forest." In the end, Hongdu deliberately dragged his voice and said to everyone in a gloomy tone. Some of the less courageous candidates were frightened by Red Bean's remarks, cold sweat broke out, and their legs trembled, thinking whether they wanted to quit. "But I still don't care." No, it's an arrogant guy to be precise. He doesn't care about it, waiting for the start of the exam. Hongdu looked at the trembling candidates and smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, I won't say more nonsense, I'll give you this, sign on it." The few Zonran around Hongdu took out a stack of contracts. After a few timid candidates looked at it, they shouted, "What does this mean?" Hongdu licked his own fragrant tongue, and laughed strangely. "It's meaningless. You will bet on your own life in this test. You win or lose, and this contract is the same as your contract. You were killed inside, Konoha will not bear any responsibility, some are your own choices, of course, you can choose not to sign, then it means you lose your qualifications for the exam." As he said, the Red Bean's voice became more and more cautious, making the examined surprised for a while, wondering if the examiner had a mental problem and how his personality changed so much. Naruto didn't care about these little things. He signed his name on the contract and handed it to Zonran in front of him. Sasuke and Hinata didn't hesitate at all. With their strength, facing the people present, they could easily complete the exam. Not bad, the three little guys are not scared at all. After seeing the movements of the Naruto trio, Hongdu praised without any concealment. "Then, give this to you." After finishing speaking, he threw a scroll to Naruto. Naruto knew that it was the scroll of the earth. He stuffed it into his pocket and prepared to enter the Death Forest. When the others saw that the three Naruto were about to enter the Death Forest, they did not hesitate to sign their names, and took up the scrolls and entered the Death Forest from various passages. "Don't die." Hongdu muttered to herself with a rare face, and then took out her favorite snack balls and ate with relish. In the Death Forest, the three Naruto walked straight, always guarding the surrounding movement. It didn't take long for a non-open Aizuran to find Naruto, and sneered, "Those who are acquainted quickly hand over your scrolls to me, otherwise." "How about otherwise?" Naruto flashed behind Uran's back, and in Uran's unbelievable look, he thrust a knife into his chest and killed him directly. Kneeling down, groping for a while from Uran's body, and found the scroll of heaven from his seal scroll. Seeing this, Sasuke and Hinata both smiled. It seems that the requirements have been met. Now they only need to reach the center. The tower will do. "Naruto, let's go, we don't need to stay here anymore, go directly to the central tower," Sasuke said. Unexpectedly, Naruto shook his head and said with a smile, "Sasuke, this is no good, we want to go, and some people don't want us to go." Sasuke listened for a moment, and then became alert, knowing that someone nearby was watching them. Naruto glanced at the dense forest on the south side, and said loudly, "Since they are all here, why don't they come out? Do you want us to invite you out?" As Naruto's voice fell, a guy wearing a hat walked out, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. Naruto's three nausea. "This damn big snake pill, I just hate his action, it's disgusting to me." Naruto scolded secretly. "Little devil, it seems you are not easy, you can even detect my existence," Dashiwan said hoarsely. Naruto shrugged indifferently and said, "I just talked casually. I came out by myself if I didn't think of you. You are too good to lie." "You." Hearing Naruto's words, Ashimaru was annoyed, and she never thought that the other party was actually framing herself. But forget it, looking at the strength of this little ghost, it should be good, just catch him back then, Dashiwan thought. Sasuke and Hinata didn't believe that they were able to hide their perception. One can imagine the strength of this person, and Hinata faintly felt that this person's strength was stronger than Shanpei Kingyun before. "Shadow class?" Hinata muttered to himself. Hearing Hineda's voice, Sasuke couldn't believe it. How could a movie-class powerhouse appear in a Zonnin exam? What's the joke? Naruto. Sasuke tried to call Naruto, which meant that he wanted to retreat quickly. Facing the shadow-class powerhouse, it is not something we can deal with. But after seeing Naruto's indifferent look, Sasuke's heart moved, and he secretly guessed Naruto's strength will not reach the shadow level 2, in that case. Thinking of the back, Sasuke was bitter. In fact, he should have thought of easily killing Shanpei Kingyun. Although he has the merit of a sharp gun, how can he do it if his own strength is low? Sasuke, it seems that you guessed it, but I still said that. Strength is improved by unremitting efforts, borrowing the power of foreign objects. After all, it is difficult to become a great weapon. Naruto said seriously. I know, otherwise I wouldn't practice so desperately. I will definitely surpass you. Sasuke said seriously. I'm waiting. Naruto smiled. You stand back a little. Once the fight starts, I may not be able to take care of you. Cut, you underestimated us. Sasuke said uncomfortably, but he retreated not far with Hinata, leaving a large area for Naruto and Oshimaru. Naruto looked at Oshimaru, whose face was uncertain, and smiled. Senior Oshimaru, you won't be afraid of me. On hearing Naruto's words, Oshimaru was almost furious, but he was still surprised. Listening to the meaning of Sasuke's words just now, the strength of this kid seems to have reached the shadow level. And that little girl can see my strength at a glance. It's really not easy. How come? Dashimara smiled. It's just a little surprised that you will face me alone. Can you tell me your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said, presumably you have heard of this name. You are the nine-tailed human Zulai. Oshimaru's pupils shrank, and he obviously couldn't believe that a human Zulai grew so fast. Not bad. Naruto nodded. Let's get started, Senior Oshimaru. Alright, your father is a genius. I don't know if you are the same. Dashiwan licked his tongue and said excitedly. The war is about to start. Boom boom, two auras soared into the sky, and a violent aura swept everything around. Crushed rocks and fallen leaves fluttered in the wind. Such a powerful aura immediately attracted the attention of the candidates. How is it possible? How can such a strong momentum appear in a Zonnin exam, shadow level? It shouldn't be possible. There will be a duel between the shadow ranks. Who is it? What a powerful aura. Killing them should prove my existence. Ha ha ha. That breath is so familiar, and there is another breath. How can it feel a bit gloomy? The entire death forest boiled vigorously, and at the same time, Hongdu also noticed the arrival of the big snake pill, and was rushing in the death forest at great speed. At this time, he noticed these two breaths, and said in shock, how is it possible? There are still people who can fight against Dashuan. Thinking of this, he didn't wait for the few Zonrin behind him, and moved faster in the direction where Naruto was. Boom, murderous intent raged. Sasuke and Hinata got too close, and felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped several degrees, and felt a little discomfort for a while. Seeing the two trembling people, Naruto suppressed his murderous aura and looked at Oshimaru calmly. Dashimaru saw that Naruto could send and receive murderous auras at will, and was even more shocked. And his murderous aura is too strong. It seems to have killed tens of thousands of people. In fact, the total number of people killed by Naruto is only close to 10,000, and there are not many tens of thousands of people that Oshimaru thought. Everything is the result of Naruto's exchange of 9 deadly knives. Killing 9 swords is a killing technique in itself, which naturally increases Naruto's murderous aura several times, so it can fight against the murderous aura of Oshimaru. Senior Oshimaru, let's start, Naruto said with a smile. Oshimaru licked his tongue and looked even more excited. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke had already been thrown aside by him. He wanted to see what Naruto's strength had reached. If his strength is strong enough and his bloodstain is strong enough, he is more suitable to be his own container than Sasuke. I'm a senior, let you attack first, Oshimaru said excitedly. Naruto looked at the excited Oshimaru, pulled out the sharp gun, and shouted, shoot him, sharp gun. After hearing Naruto's yelling, Dashimaru realized that it was not good, so he dodged the sharp gun in a thrilling manner, glanced at Naruto in horror, and said, how can your sword be extended? You can understand that this is my blood, Naruto explained with a smile. Hearing Naruto's words, Dashimara's eyes suddenly lit up. Bloodstains, as he had hoped, Naruto had bloodstains of his own. At this time, Dashimaru had already planned to use Naruto as his own container, and must cast a curse on his body. Go on, Senior Oshimaru, Naruto shouted. Naruto was no longer using the sharp gun, but instead attacked the Oshimaru holding the sharp gun. In this scene, both Sasuke and Hinata were taken aback. They didn't understand why they didn't use the ability of the sharp spear and the magical spear. Wouldn't it be easier to deal with the Oshimaru? In fact, Naruto is also eager to fight a fight happily, so he doesn't plan to use Ja, and Naruto doesn't plan to kill Oshimaru, just teach him a lesson. Konoha's collapse plan a month later. If it were missing the Oshimaru, it would be very bad. You actually fought me close, so confident. Dashimaru smiled. But then his face changed, and when Naruto's blade was still a few centimeters away from him, he even sensed the threat of death. Quick kill with 9 knives. What Naruto uses is the quick kill of the deadly 9 swords. What is a quick kill is to use the extreme speed with the sharp blade to kill the enemy. This is a speed-based sword technique, and of course there are other 8 kills, namely, endurance kill, physical kill, force kill, phantom kill, fine kill, seal kill, sage kill and 8 kills. In fact, with the exception of the god kills, the other 8 kills are all sword skills used in conjunction with their respective attributes. For example, ninjutsu, possessing powerful ninjutsu on the body of the sword, and giving the opponent a fatal blow. Who would have thought that there would be ninjutsu in the sword? You will be killed if you are caught off guard. Killing precisely, locking down the opponent with powerful mental power, one cut is deadly, and no chance of survival is given to the enemy. Body kill, suppress the opponent with powerful physical strength, and make a fatal blow. Illusion, when attacking, will automatically release illusion, let the enemy fall into the illusion, and finally be killed. Force kill, strangling with brute force, although a stupid sword technique, it is very practical. Seal killing, combined with a unique seal technique, increases the power of swinging the knife exponentially, and ultimately kills the opponent. Virtuous kill, this trick does not actually have much effect. You must have a witty mind to let the enemy slowly enter your trap, and finally strangulate. As for the killing of gods, the power is huge. According to Naruto's memory, when the 6 Dao immortals dealt with Shiwei, they used this trick, which caused the Shiwei to be hit hard, showing how powerful it is. Boom! The sharp blade slashed a giant tree, and after a few seconds, the giant tree collapsed and the incision was smooth, surprising. Deshimaru saw Naruto's endless swordsmanship, getting more and more excited, almost couldn't help laughing, but he was too late, and was embarrassed by Naruto's life-threatening 9 swords. He had already shed his skin several times. Senior Ashimaru, it's no way for us to continue fighting like this. How about a final blow to decide the outcome? Naruto laughed. This battle can be regarded as the most refreshing battle Naruto has ever fought. He had never had an opponent to use his full strength before. Although there was no opponent this time, he fought it happily. Yeah, let me see how good you are. Ashimaru smiled. Naruto stopped and pointed the sharp spear at Ashimaru. When Ashimaru saw it, she couldn't help but smiled. Naruto-san, you don't want to use the trick to deal with me. How come, Senior Ashimaru, you are a senior? I won't use the trick to deal with you, I will give you a surprise. Naruto said with a smile. Really? Dashimaru couldn't say anything. In his opinion, although that kind of speed is very fast, it can still be avoided with shadow-level strength. The ninja 10,000 snake array. Ashimaru performed one of his favorite ninjutsu, and countless small snakes bit towards Naruto. Seeing this scene, Suzuki and Hinata were in a cold sweat. So many snakes, just seeing it is enough to scare people. Swastika. Naruto shouted, shoot him, kill him. Boom! A huge sound blasted into the sky, everything around was cut in half by Naruto's killer spear, even the Ashimaru, looking at Naruto in disbelief. Ashimaru, don't play tricks with me, that kind of injury can't hurt you at all. Naruto said disdainfully. It seems that Naruto-kun knows me very well. Ashimaru smiled, and his body immediately joined together. It's better to go with Naruto-kun, I will give you more powerful strength. I'm sorry, Ashimaru. Naruto smiled, maybe I will leave Konoha someday, but not now, you know. How could Ashimaru fail to understand what Naruto said, meaning that he might betray Konoha in the future? Ashimaru said vaguely, oh, this way, if Naruto-kun goes out, come to Tianziguo to find me. After speaking, Ashimaru sank into the ground and then left. The main reason why Naruto revealed these to Ashimaru is that we will use Oshimaru in the future to make the righteous corpse, which can't be done by herself. Ding, congratulations to my brother for completing the first stage of the Noha Collapse project, preventing Oshimaru from casting a spell on Suzuki Uchiha. The reward for completing the mission is worth 5,000 points, and there are 2 chances to draw. Ding! The second ring of the Noha Collapse project is launched, revealing the conspiracy of the Ashimaru. The mission level is SS. The reward is exchanged for 5,000 points, and the chance to draw 2 prizes. Only when Ashimaru left, the voice of Yaki and Leo suddenly sounded. Naruto couldn't help but smile when he heard it, and immediately there were 5,000 points of exchange value credited. It's not that difficult to stop Ashimaru, but the rewards are extremely rich, and Naruto is happy to come back a few more times. It's a pity that Naruto has a headache after hearing the second sentence of Yaki and Leo. The secret is not difficult to say, and it is not easy to say it. The main thing is to see if you seize the opportunity. Naruto still remembers that on the night of the full moon not long afterward, Moonlight Gale was brutally murdered because of overheard of the conspiracy between Maji and Pharmacist. As long as you save Moonlight Storm by yourself, then this revealing task will be completed. Seeing Oshimaru leaving, Hinata and Suzuki walked to Naruto's side, and Hinata asked with concern, Naruto-kun, are you okay? I'm fine. Naruto smiled and said, well, let's continue on our way. get to the central tower early, and we can rest early. The two responded at the same time. As soon as the three of them were about to leave, Hongdu's figure appeared in front of them, looking at the three of Naruto with surprise and curiosity. "What's the matter, Examiner?" Naruto asked with a smile. Naruto could still guess her purpose for the arrival of Adzuki Beans, just wanting to know who was fighting with Oshimaru before. The inexplicable powerhouse came to Konoha. This is related to Konoha's life and death, so these high-level ninjas did not dare to be careless. Dashimara was clear, but the other person who confronted Dashimara does not know the origin of his identity, which is worrying. "It's okay." Red Bean endured the pain. "Did you find anything just now?" "No." Naruto shook his head. "Just after feeling a powerful chakra, I followed all the way." "Really?" Adzuki Bean replied inconspicuously, and the woman's instinct told her that Naruto was lying, but he didn't prove it. The other party was Konoha's ninja, so he couldn't falsely accuse him without evidence. "Examiner sir, let's go if there is nothing to do, goodbye." Naruto waved his hand and left with Hinata and Sasuke. Adzuki Bean frowned and watched Naruto leave, feeling terribly upset, not knowing what to do. Along the way, Naruto saved Xionlin by the way. Naruto was still a little curious about this girl from the Whirlpool clan. It seems that each member of the Vortex tribe has its own unique ability, and the ability of aromatic phosphorus is to perceive and heal, but I don't know if I have this hidden ability. Naturally, if the hero saves the United States, he will definitely leave a deep impression on the other party's heart, which also leads to one of the reasons Naruto is very troubled in the days to come. At this moment, Hongdu has returned to the Hokage office, reporting his findings to the third generation one by one, mentioning Naruto by the way, suspecting that Naruto is the hidden shadow-level powerhouse. But when she said this, Hongdu herself didn't believe it, but that's what her instinct told her. 3 generations fell silent after listening to Hongdu's report. In fact, he had long doubted Naruto's strength. He was facing the shadow-class powerhouse. How did Naruto kill him? Although there is that super fast Tato, if you don't have enough strength, you don't want to kill the opponent. At that time, the definition of the 3 generations was to bring Naruto's strength to the point of Shanran. With the sharp gun, it narrowly defeated Shanpei Kingyun. Thinking about it now, Naruto didn't seem to be injured at the time, and there were no traces of old injuries. This strength should be an underestimation of him. Thinking of the last, the 3 generations sighed and said, "Red Beans, you go down first." Hongdu took his orders and withdrew from the door, leaving behind 3 generations of contemplation. "Naruto, if it's you, what do you tell me to do? I'm ashamed of Watergate, and ashamed of Kushina. Sandai loves his village very much. He doesn't want his village to be threatened, even if the opponent is Naruto." In the end, Sandai's eyes flashed with determination. "Naruto, if I can protect Konoha, I won't care about your concealment of strength, but if you intend to harm Konoha, then you will fight my old bones and keep you." Speaking of the last, the 3 generations of murderous intent were released, and then he was taken back, and he became a twilight old man again. In the central tower, the 3 Naruto arrived first. Kakashi had already waited there, and smiled when he saw his 3 students appear. "Yo, 3 people, it's fast." Kakashi squinted and smiled. The 3 snorted at the same time, naturally because the guy said something nonsense. Kakashi suddenly looked straight, and said in a low voice, "Naruto, you have been more careful recently. The 3rd generation seems to have noticed your strength, and it may be against you and it is hard to say." Hearing Kakashi's warning, Naruto was taken aback for a while, but he didn't care. He knew that there would be such a day. When he defected to Konoha, he chose to stay in Konoha. Naruto left this choice in the hands of 3 generations. "I see," Naruto said lightly, and took Hinata to the lounge. After Sasuke heard Kakashi's words, a look of worry flashed in his eyes, worried that something would happen to Naruto. After seeing it, Kakashi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Naruto will be fine, you have to trust him." "I know." Sasuke nodded very seriously. In the lounge, Naruto put his arms around Hinata's waistline, let Hinata sit on his lap, and whispered, "Hinata, if one day I choose to leave Konoha, will you go with me?" Hinata was taken aback, then smiled, and said, "Where Naruto goes, Hinata will go." After Naruto heard Hinata's affirmative reply, he smiled, kissed Hinata's red lips lightly, and tasted it carefully. 3 generations, it depends on how you choose," Naruto whispered in his heart. A few days later, the successful groups all came to the central tower, 8 groups gathered together, and 3 generations began to speak. After some nonsense, the game finally began. The first game was Sasuke vs Akabaji. The result is somewhat different from the original, because Sasuke's strength is already very strong, so the red bronze armor is almost killed by Sasuke, and the 2 hits are beaten to be disabled. The Ashimaru, who was standing in front of the railing, didn't show any interested expression, but mainly met Naruto Uzumaki, who was even better than Sasuke. He raised his head and glanced at Naruto, and found that Naruto was also looking at him, with an unknown smile still on his lips. "No, does this 9-tailed kid recognize me?" Deshiwan was a little uncertain, and kept muttering in his heart. Naruto naturally noticed Dashimaru, because the cold chakra of Dashimaru was so rare that he could be noticed by just a little bit of attention. But Naruto won't expose the Ashimaru, he wants him to earn exchange value for himself. If he doesn't launch the Konoha collapse plan, who will he go to? Sasuke returned to the stage, walked to Naruto's side, and asked, Naruto, I mean if the 3 generations really want to deal with you, what will you do? Naruto glanced at Sasuke in surprise. Seeing Sasuke's concerned eyes, he knew that he really regarded himself as a friend. So he replied without concealment, naturally, he has defected. Instead of staying here, it is better to go to the outside world. Then the strength will grow faster. Konoha has decayed, even if it is a big tree in the sky, when it is decayed. That day, it is not far from his demise. When Sasuke heard this answer, he was not surprised. If it was him, he might do the same. If you defect, call me, I will leave with you, Sasuke said seriously. Naruto smiled playfully and asked, give me a reason. Because we are friends. Sasuke was very serious, staring at each other with Naruto, without evasive. Naruto finally nodded and said, I hope you don't regret it, your brother wants you to stay in Konoha. Just like you said, Konoha has decayed. If I continue to stay here, my strength will not improve. It's better to go outside to experience it, maybe it will speed up the breakthrough, Sasuke said. Naruto was no exception to Sasuke's answer. Although Sasuke let go of his hatred of Itachi, he did not let go of his hatred of Danzo and Konoha. He was still very unwilling in his heart and wanted to avenge Konoha all the time. Naruto was not very concerned about Konoha, but used it as a temporary residence, and left when he didn't want to stay here. What Naruto didn't know was that soon, he was about to defect. The second game, Temari vs Tien Tien. Moonlight Hayate said. The two sides entered the arena, engaged in fierce battles, and finally lost every day, and the rest was similar to the plot until Naruto. Next, Naruto Uzumaki vs Inyazukaga. Hearing the Moonlight Blast calling himself, Naruto jumped directly off the high platform and came to the field. Ya also jumped off, excited. Akamaru, let Naruto see how good we are, let's go. Ya shouted confidently. Naruto's grades in school are not very good, so in the eyes of Ya, Naruto's strength will not be too high, but unfortunately, he was greatly wrong. Akamaru made a wow, and transformed into an existence like Ya. Then the two of them used their Yatanja to attack Naruto. The distance is getting closer and closer, but Naruto hasn't moved until he is about to attack Naruto, and Naruto-ji said, the technique of ice escape crystal formation. At the moment he touched Naruto, Ya suddenly felt extremely cold and shivered when he fell on the ground. Being done, everyone was shocked, especially the third generation, muttering, what's the matter? How can Naruto escape? The others also had this doubt, they all looked straight at Naruto, hoping that Naruto could explain it. I have dual attributes of wind and water. Is it weird to condense the two chakras into one, forming new bloodstains? Naruto glanced at everyone and said slowly. The speaker has no intention, the listener has the intention. Everyone was surprised. It was unexpected that Naruto's Bing Dun turned out to be a bloodstain formed by his own fusion of chakra attributes. Deshiwan licked his lips excitedly. Bing Dun, that was the super bloodstain second only to Mu Dun, I really saw Bao. The current Ashimaru, can't wait to act immediately, take Naruto away, and then perform the reincarnation ritual, then you can get this powerful bloodstain. But he understood that if he did it now, his plan would be completely ruined, and he would be besieged by many ninjas. No matter how strong he was, he would never want to leave alive in the face of so many elites. Regardless of the horrified people, Naruto jumped to the high platform and returned to Hineda's side. In this game, Naruto Uzumaki wins. Moonlight Hayate was also astonished, and he never expected Konoha's newcomers to have such a genius. Next game, Hyuga Hinata vs Marutoji Lin. When Naruto saw Hineda's opponent, his brows wrinkled lightly. He didn't expect that the plot had changed. The one who faced Niji Hyuga turned out to be a dragon. Hinata, be careful, don't be merciful, Naruto said. I see, Naruto-kun. Hinata jumped off the platform and walked to Marutoji Linear, seeing that her opponent was even more beautiful than herself. Naruto Lin flashed jealously, and said sarcastically, seeing you are so weak, don't be slapped to death by me. Hearing Maruto Lin's words, Naruto glanced at her, and his eyes motioned to Hinata to kill her, not to be merciful. Hinata and Naruto have been together for so long, how could they not understand what Naruto meant, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The current Hinata is not the shy girl in the original book. She is now very strong and decisive at the same time. Begin! Tai Chi gossip breaks the empty palm. Hina Tianjiao shouted, this is her own soft fist Tai Chi gossip created by Hina Tian based on Naruto's Tai Chi. The power is 2 levels higher than the current soft fist level of the Cyrixian family. At this point, Hinata didn't intend to conceal it. Maybe it won't be long before I will break away from Konoha and leave here with Naruto. As for the family, Hinata has long since caught a cold. A family that only knows the benefits does not need to stay. Before Maruto Lin could understand, she was hit by Hinata's piercing palm. The invisible attack entered Maruto Lin's body, breaking her meridians and stopping the blood supply. Maruto Lin finally died tragically. On the field, everyone was surprised to see such a decisive Hinata. Is this still that shy little girl? There is also that weird set of boxing techniques, seemingly slow and not very powerful, but after attacking Maruto Lin's body, he directly knocks it out. What kind of power is this? Some people's eyes at Hinata changed. The patriarchs of several families were even thinking of marrying the Hyuga family. In this game, Hyuga Hinata Masaru. The game is still going on, and in the end it is similar to the original. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Shikamaru, Temari, Kankuro, Neji and Hinata entered the semifinals. The result of the draw was beyond Naruto's expectations. His opponent remained unchanged, and it was still Neji Hyuga, but Hinata's opponent became Temari. The final result, Naruto vs Neji, Gaara vs Sasuke, Shikamaru vs Kankuro, Temari vs Hinata. The next game will be a month later. Sasuke was bewitched by Naruto and went to Kakashi to learn Chidori. Hinata is also cultivating hard in his own training place, preparing for the competition 1 month later. Only Naruto is hiding in his own home. Yachinliu, how many redeem points do I have now? Naruto asked in a deep voice. Answer brother, now brother still has 9,650 points in exchange value. What do you want to exchange for? Yaki and Leo replied. Naruto was silent, he kept wondering whether he still needed to control the power of 9 tails like in the original book. With his current strength, he was actually standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. As long as he was not beaten by tens of thousands of people, there would be no life-threatening danger. In the end, Naruto seemed to have figured out something, and said, Yachin Liu, how much exchange value does it cost to control 9 tails? Yaki and Leo said without hesitation, there are 2 modes for controlling 9 tails, one is the 6 ways mode, and the other is the 9 tails mode, both of which are of the SS level, plus controlling the 9 tails to make them a psychic beast. It costs a total of 15,000 points in exchange value. After hearing Yaki and Leo's answer, Naruto frowned slightly. With the current exchange value, it was not enough. It seemed that he had to kill some bandits. Yachin Liu, let me draw a lottery first. The lottery interface appeared in front of Naruto. Following Naruto's start, the pointer rapidly rotated, and finally landed on the anime category. Naruto, who knew the rules, was not surprised, but he was a little expecting that the 6 grids this time would be a good thing. When Naruto saw the things on the grid, he was shocked, his eyes widened, and he looked incredulous. Yachin Liu, these things are not fake, are they? Or are you making fun of me? Naruto felt that he was dreaming, because the things in the grid were too amazing, and he was shocked that Naruto could not bear it for a while. Yaki and Leo smiled and said, how is it possible? I said before. At that time, my brother had bad luck. Now I know how good the good things are? I saw the Suyagong, SSS, Siritii, SSS, the Palace of the Spirit King, SSS, the Eyes of Reincarnation, SSS, Crystal Escape, SS, Perfect, and Land Escape respectively in the grids. SS, Perfect, the Law of Time, SSSSS. Every item, in terms of exchange point, is above 10,000 points, especially the Law of Time, which is a law, not an ordinary thing, and it is still SSSSS level. If you exchange it, you don't know how much exchange value you need. Let's start. Naruto suppressed the excitement in his heart and allowed the pointer to rotate. From a certain mentality, Naruto hopes to turn to the law of time. Of course, when there is time, things can't be as you expected. Ding! Finally, the pointer stayed on the seat of the Suya Palace. Naruto sighed lightly, but it was a divine tool, so he didn't care. He was not greedy enough. It's better to be content. Brother, luck is a little bit bad. I didn't get the time rule. Yakin Liu also said a little frustrated. In fact, in her heart, she also hoped that Naruto could get the time rule. Forget it, there is no way you are lucky, go ahead. Naruto smiled cheerfully. The pointer rotates again, and the items that appeared this time are not as good as the previous one. There is only one artifact. They are 6 scepters, SSS, Zanpakuto Sakura, SS, Magnetic Escape, SS, Perfect, Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, S, Land Escape, SS, Perfect, and Ghost Road, SS. Ding! As a result, Naruto drew Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, and Naruto now felt that he should have drawn Siritii the previous time. Because the Zanpakuto knives he drew were all the Zanpakuto knives of the captain-level death god in the Soaring Palace, there was no one in the virtual circle, and I didn't know if it was bad luck or deliberately arranged. Read more at hotpilnovel.xyz. Yaki and Liu, Suya Palace is temporarily placed at your place, and I am looking for you when I use it later. Naruto ordered. I see, brother. Yakin Liu stored the Suya Palace in a special storage space. In fact, it can be stored in the creation space, but this space can't hold something as big as the Suya Palace. I had to deposit it in a specific space. Naruto left the village of Konoha. At this time, he had replaced the Zanpakuto knife worn on his waist. It was the Chiban Sakura that was drawn just now. This group of attack knives was needed for a wide range of attacks. Speeding all the way, Naruto came to a mountain, where there is a bandit den, and Naruto's goal is here. Help! Please, don't. Haha, good girl, please let the master be cool, don't worry, you will be cool too. Before entering the cottage, Naruto heard a sound that made him very unhappy, and no matter what the people inside were doing, he directly pulled out Kanben Sakura. Scatter it, Chiban Sakura. The blade slowly drifted away, turning into slices of cherry blossoms, and began to dance around. Oh, beautiful cherry blossoms, are there any cherry blossom trees around here? Who knows, it's rare to see cherry blossoms falling down, let's just appreciate it. That's right, the boss is true, that girl is not beautiful, do you need to play every day? The ghost knows, maybe the boss's taste is like this. The people in the cottage still didn't know that the danger had come, and when one of them was cut through the throat by the cherry blossoms, the thieves reflected. No, this is not an ordinary cherry blossom, everyone, heart. This person was killed by Sakura before he could finish speaking. For a while, the screams in the cottage continued, and there were corpses everywhere. Naruto doesn't feel guilty. Moreover, this is a world where the strong are respected. Killing some people is nothing. As long as you are strong enough, no one dares to trouble you. Ding! Congratulations to my brother for killing 535 ordinary people and getting 5350 exchange points. The current exchange value is 15,000 points. Well, give me the 6 modes, 9 tails mode, and control the 9 tails to become a psychic beast. Naruto said. Yes, brother. In the spiritual world, a white light struck towards Kyuubi. Before Kyuubi was in front of him, Kyuubi noticed it, told it instinctively that the danger was coming, and immediately acted on guard. Surprisingly, Bai Guang actually opened the seal of Kyuubi, and at the same time, Namifeng Mizuno and Uzumaki Kushina appeared in front of Kyuubi. Mizumi, what's going on? Isn't it Naruto? Kushina asked in confusion, looking at the white light. I don't know, it seems that the situation has changed. Something is helping Naruto. Watergate frowned. At this time, Naruto also appeared in front of Mizuman and Kushina. Naruto did not say hello to the two, but walked in front of Kyuubi and said, Nine Lama, the appointed day is here. Well, it seems that you are ready to gain my power. Although this white light makes me feel very dangerous, if you control it like this, I will not be reconciled. I think so too, so I'll fight you and convince you. Naruto smiled, then his face changed, and quickly said, Mudun Shuja is born. Mudun. Kyuubi and Mizuman were shocked at the same time. At this moment, Kyuubi saw Naruto's eyes change rapidly, and exclaimed, Eternal Kaleidoscope. How is it? Nine Lama, sincerely obey me or continue to choose confrontation. Naruto believes. After letting Kyuubi meet Mudun and Shaolunyan, I guess Kyuubi wouldn't resist stupidly. Huh, do I still have a choice? Nine Tails sighed helplessly. He never thought that these two powers would appear on the same person. Is he really the reincarnation of the old man? Bai Guang sank into Kyuubi's body, and Naruto immediately felt a connection between himself and Kyuubi, knowing that Kyuubi had become his own psychic beast at this time, and he could use the power of Kyuubi at any time. Looking back at Mizuman and Kushina, Naruto smiled and said, Dad, Mom, are you really Naruto? Kushina asked uncertainly. It was too hard for her to believe that her child would have a riding wheel, and he would not be able to escape. It's me, Father, Mother. Naruto looked very excited at this time, and said, I have always wanted to see you. Speaking of the end, Naruto threw himself into Kushina's arms, cried loudly, and cried out all the grievances of these years. Okay, Naruto. Now that you have grown up, you need to know to take care of yourself in the future, you know? Kushina said with concern. Okay. The family chatted in Naruto's spiritual world, until Watergate and Kushina dissipated, and Naruto withdrew from the spiritual world. After returning to reality, Naruto's eyes flashed with determination, and he muttered, Dad, Mom, you are waiting for me, I will definitely revive you. Konoha's night seemed very lively, and the ninjas who had returned after the mission were gathered in the streets and alleys. They had a good relationship with each other and gathered together for fun. It wasn't until late at night that Konoha village began to calm down, and everyone returned to their homes one by one, and fell asleep deeply. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Naruto is standing in front of his window carefully feeling everything around him. When a familiar chakra appears in Naruto's perception, Naruto's figure suddenly disappears. Gaara sat on the roof of a building in Konoha. He seemed very calm at this time, but only those who knew him knew that this was the tranquility before the outbreak. The scene in the original book still plays out. Otonin approached Gaara, and wanted to kill him, but was strangled by him. Seeing Gaara, who did not hesitate to kill, a gleam of light flashed in Yoshidu's eyes, and he secretly said, with such a big killer, Lord Ashimaru's plan should be easily realized. Maki was by the side of pharmacist's pocket, and the two talked about the details of the Konoha collapse project, ignoring the moonlight blast hidden in the dark. That's all set, then it's time to clean up the eavesdropping mice, pharmacist said with a smile. Just about to act, Maki stopped him at this time and calmly said, well, Shinobu is Otonin's partner. Leave this task to me. After speaking, the swish disappeared, and he followed the moonlight blast. The pharmacist looked at Maji's leaving figure and smiled. A group of idiots. It's not clear to be played by Lord Ashimaru. It's really stupid. Really? What about you? Is it also a stupid existence? A sound abruptly sounded, making pharmacist pale in shock, and turned around in shock. It is hard to imagine that he was unaware of the incoming person. Unbelievable. But the person who caught the eye was even more shocked. It turned out to be Naruto Uzumaki. The pharmacist pushed his glasses around and smiled and said, it turned out to be Naruto-kun. Why did you come here without taking a rest at this late hour? Naruto looked at the smiling pharmacist pocket with a smile on his face. Originally, Naruto was planning to save Moonlight Hayate, but later thought that pharmacist pocket was still his mission goal. How could he give up easily? So he planned to solve the problem of the pharmacist, and then save Moonlight Storm. Presumably he should be able to support it for a while. I heard two mice talking here, so I came over curiously. Naruto smiled. The eyes of the pharmacist pocket flashed with murderous intent, and he said strangely, is it? So Naruto-kun knows that the price of eavesdropping on people's conversations is sometimes very expensive, and it is so expensive that it will cost your life. Naruto didn't plan to talk nonsense with the pharmacist, so he pulled out Jinghua Shuiyu, and muttered, split it, Jinghua Shuiyu. Then, in the eyes of the pharmacist who was puzzled, he split it in half, and the pharmacist did not understand how he died. Able to die in the hands of Jinghua Shuiyu, you can also stare. You are the first ninja to see Jinghua Shuiyu. Naruto glanced at the corpse of Yakushadu and muttered softly. Retracting Jinghua Shuiyu, took a look at Gaara who was hypnotized, disappeared after a whirlpool, and appeared not far from the moonlight wind. Ding! Congratulations to my brother for completing the killing pharmacist pocket. The mission is level A, the reward exchange value is 500 points, and the current exchange value is 500 points. It seems that I am here at the right time. Seeing Moonlight Gale that was about to be beheaded, Naruto smiled lightly and swung his knife to withstand Maji's fatal blow, saving Moonlight Gale. It's you, Naruto Uzumaki. Moonlight Hayate saw that it was Naruto who had saved him, and was surprised, and then shouted, go and inform the 3 generations of adults, that Shan and Otonin are united and ready to face Ye launches an attack. After hearing this, Naruto glanced at Moonlight Hayate and said with a chuckle, then don't you think it would be more convincing to catch him back? After finishing speaking, before Moonlight Hayate answered, Naruto took the lead in moving his hands. He had never used a ninjutsu before, and had been fighting against Maji with sword skills. It's not bad, I can be in my hands for such a long time, Naruto said in surprise. Naruto didn't use all his strength, probably used 50% of his power, but he didn't want Maji to be able to support it until now. Looking at Maji who was completely suppressed, Moonlight Hayate's brain was a little short-circuit. Is this really a newly graduated ninja? How could there be such a strong strength? Well, Mr. Maki, for the sake of Konoha, please come with me to the Hokage office. Naruto laughed. Maji's face was extremely ugly, and he would never have thought that a ninja would have such a strong strength, completely hitting himself without the power to fight back. Thinking of Sane's plan, Maki felt that it was not practical. Konoha had such a genius and could not be easily captured. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Maki gave up the struggle and sighed, well, I'll go back for you. Naruto chuckled a few times when he heard the words, and stepped behind Maji. A knife back knocked Maji fainted, and then walked to the front of Moonlight Hayate and said, okay, the rest is up to you. Moonlight Hayate was still in a daze. After hearing Naruto's words, she just wanted to talk, but found that Naruto had disappeared. He had no choice but to carry Maji on his back to the Hokage office and told the story for 3 generations. It's really surprising that Shan colludes with Otonin. After the 3 generations listened, they asked somewhat surprised, are you saying that Naruto saved you from behind? Yes, 3 generations of adults, and Naruto's strength is very strong, completely pressing Maki to fight. Moonlight Hayate said without concealment. He is not Kakashi, his heart is toward Naruto. For Moonlight and Hayate, the village is always the first. That's it, I know. 3 generations waved their hands and said, you go down first, take care of the injury, and leave the rest to me to solve it. Yes. As soon as Moonlight Hayate left, the 3rd generation stood up from his seat, walked to the window, and murmured, 4 generations, maybe I blamed Naruto. Seeing his actions, his heart is still toward Konoha. As everyone knows, Naruto does all this to complete the task and get rewards, otherwise Naruto doesn't bother to take care of these things. If there is no system task, the only thing Naruto will do is to save the 3 generations in the final battle, return the favors owed to him, and then owe him no owe to Konoha. Ding, congratulations to my brother for completing the second round of the Konoha Collapse project, demystifying the conspiracy of the Ashimaru. The mission level is SS, the reward redemption value is 5,000 points, and 2 chances to draw. Ding, the third ring of the Konoha Collapse plan is launched. Save 3 generations in the decisive battle, obtain the souls of the Qianshao Zujian and Qinshaojian. The task difficulty is SS level, the reward redemption value is 5,000 points, and 2 lucky draw opportunities. Naruto was a little silly when he heard Yachiryu's third ring mission. It was easy to save the 3 generations. It was necessary to obtain the souls of the Senjuku Zuma and the Senjukuma. How could this be done? In the original work, the souls of the 2 brothers in Senjujima were finally banned by 3 generations with ghouls and sealed in the belly of the god of death, until later released by Ashimaru. How easy is it to get the souls of these brothers? Although they will be reincarnated from the filthy soil, in this case, what do you use to suck out their souls? The only thing that can absorb the soul is the ability of the human world in the eyes of reincarnation. Do you want to exchange the eyes of reincarnation to fail in this month? Yaki and Liu, you are really going to give me a problem. Now I only exchange 5,500 points, it is not enough to exchange the eyes of reincarnation. Naruto sighed. Yaki and Liu blinked his cute little eyes and smiled, then go to earn the exchange value. Anyway, there is still a month to kill some bandits with the strength of my brother, it's too easy. When I heard Yachiryu say this, the black line on Naruto's head, why did he say that he was like a big demon? Could he kill everything in order to exchange value? But after thinking about it carefully, I also think that what Yakin Liu said is quite reasonable. I only need to kill some people who deserve to be killed. Bandits and the like are great sources of their exchange value. There are not many others in this world, but bandits are especially numerous, and bandits are everywhere. Sometimes there are 5 or 6 bandit dens on a mountain. Killing these bandits doesn't seem to have any psychological burden. No matter what, kill them. Anyway, they're alive and they're also harmful. It's better to become my exchange value. In the end, Naruto gave himself a reasonable explanation. He no longer rejects killing people to earn exchange value. Okay, Yaki and Liu, let's start the lottery draw. You must draw something good these 2 times. Since the last time a few artifacts appeared at once, Naruto has been looking forward to continuing the lottery. Those things are so tempting, no wonder Naruto is excited. Okay, brother. Yaki and Liu put the lottery page in front of Naruto, and Naruto said start, and the pointer turned, and Naruto was stunned by what appeared in the grid at the end. Originally, under normal circumstances, there was only 1 item in a grid, but this time it was different. There were 2, or even 3, and the grid was also 1 more grid. They are Reincarnation Eyes, SSS, plus Heavenly Deo, SS, Shenlua Tianjing, SS, plus Vientian Tianyin, SS, plus Earth Blasting Stars, SS, Zanpokudeo Wolves, SS, plus Zanpokudeo Skeleton the Great Emperor, SS, plus the Black Winged Demon, SS, Ghost Deo, SS, plus Shunbu, SS, the Red Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, SSS, plus White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings, SSS, Soul World, SSSSS, plus Siridiai, SSS, Time Law, SSSSS, plus Space Law, SSSSS. There were more than 2 items at the same time, and all of them were things above the SS level. In particular, seeing the column of the Law of Time and the Law of Space made Naruto almost crazy. 8. Yachiryuu, can you explain it? Naruto's voice trembled, but it was not fear, but excitement. Yaki and Liu was also surprised by what appeared, but still explained, brother, this time you really have a big burst of luck, and there is a double ring prize, which is rarely seen. Really? Naruto was agitated, and he was almost talking nonsense, but he seemed to calm down after thinking of something, and asked, Yachinryu, listen to what you mean literally, there are more than double ring awards, isn't it? With such a judgment, it is mainly because 3 things appeared in the 2 grids, so Naruto speculated that there might be more after this. Yaki and Liu truthfully replied, yes, brother. There are 3 rings and 4 rings on it, and the highest is the 10 ring. That's a huge explosion of popularity to appear, brother, don't imagine it. Hearing Yaki and Liu's explanation, Naruto was not frustrated. On the contrary, he was excited. Only when he had expectations, he was motivated. In the future, he will do more tasks above the S level and strive for a burst of popularity. If you hit 10 things at once, then, hee. Thinking of the end, Naruto's saliva lowered. This was the first time he was so gaff. Yaki and Liu couldn't bear to cover his eyes. It was really embarrassing for Naruto's appearance. Brother, hurry up and draw a lottery. See how lucky you are this time. After thinking about it, Naruto said, start. The pointer spun wildly, and finally landed on the grid of the 3 Zanpakuto nibs. Naruto didn't feel discouraged if he didn't get the Law of Time and Space. If he had drawn so easily, then his luck would be great. It is not bad to be able to obtain 3 pseudo-artifacts, and the power of these 3 pseudo-artifacts is not weak. Once they are back, their strength has increased exponentially. After putting the 3 Zanpakuto knives into the Chuangshen space, Naruto continued to choose the lottery, but what appeared this time was mediocre. Only one reincarnation I made Naruto a little hot, and the rest were A-level ninjutsu and 2S-level ninjutsu. The pointer was still spinning, and Naruto was looking forward to the miracle. In the end, he closed his eyes and said stop silently. Ding, congratulations to brother for getting the Eye of Reincarnation, SSS, is it fusion? Yaki and Liu asked. After hearing Yachiryu's voice, Naruto finally jumped up excitedly and shouted, fusion. Yes, Yaki and Liu said, because my elder brother has the body of writing round eyes and immortals, the fusion of the eyes of the round will have no side effects. The fusion begins. The fusion is complete. Naruto closed his eyes and felt the power in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, 6 circles of golden ripples were revealed. It was a reincarnation eye without any side effects. It is a pity that these reincarnation eyes are just decorations, without any skills at all. Moreover, even Ryudeo's abilities have not been awakened, so Naruto's top priority is to exchange these abilities and skills, but now the exchange value is not enough and can only be earned this month. Let's earn the exchange value tomorrow. Alas, the exchange value comes quickly, and it goes quickly, Naruto thought. Thinking of the exchange value that I had at the beginning, it was nearly 100,000, but it was used up overnight, and it was faster to use it than to earn it. As the night turned heads, Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep, waiting for the arrival of a new day. There are several mountains not far from Konoha. The transportation here is convenient. Bandits live in them all the year round, looting caravans and insulting women. Naruto's goal is here. Other places are a bit remote. Only here are bandits and there are a lot of them. Even if they kill them all, they won't feel guilty. Each of these bandits had a few lives in their hands, and the merchants who died in their hands did not know how many, as well as those poor women. Not only did he witness the tragic death of her husband and father, but he was also humiliated by these bandits, and eventually tortured to death. This kind of thing is common no matter in which world, the only difference is that one is very hidden and the other is very conspicuous. Near the mountains, Naruto stopped, and sometimes it was troublesome to drive on the way with God's might. Naruto suddenly realized that Shinwei could only move to the place where he had a mark, otherwise, it would take a lot of chakras. I don't know how Uchiha takes the soil so skillfully that he can reach any place almost at his will. That guy, didn't he make marks in various places? Naruto thought with black lines. Except for this reason, there is really no other reason to come out. Thinking about the decades of hiding behind the scenes with soil, setting up coordinates in various places that often go in and out does not seem to be very difficult. If given to him for decades, any opponent in the entire ninja world will be marked by him. And there is definitely the guy who drills everywhere, and it is estimated that his credit is also in it. Forget it, don't think about that. Naruto shook his head, and said with both hands, Nudun's multiple wooden clones. One by one, Naruto, who used wood as the medium, appeared next to Naruto. Everyone's spirits were quite vigorous and excited. This is the first time Naruto has used Mudun, and the effect is quite good unexpectedly. Everyone, go to a thief's den, and get rid of all those thief who didn't stay. Naruto waved his hand and said loudly, oh. The avatars of Naruto roared together. Naruto at this moment felt like a leader standing on the top, and his people or subordinates were below him. This feeling is so good, it's no wonder there are so many people addicted to power, Naruto murmured, and then disappeared. Inside a bandit den, it seemed very lively at this time, and many bandits had smiles on their faces. Judging from the situation, it seemed to be a big deal. In a hut next to him, a young girl was crying sadly. Just 10 minutes ago, her father was killed by the bandits outside and was dismembered alive. And since her mother was pulled into another hut, she only heard her screams and the lustful laughs of men. At the age of 12, she has an ignorant understanding of men and women, knowing that her mother is suffering from what she fears most as a woman. Thinking about it, he curled up, shivering with fear, for fear that he would be treated the same as his mother in the future. Help, help, no, don't, please, please, you. The house next to her kept crying for help from a woman, panting and crying, but it was a pity that it was remote and it was still a thief's den. No one would come to rescue her. The girl's mother felt that she was dying. Her lower body changed from a tingling sensation to a sharp pain, knowing that her lower body had been damaged by these bandits. At this time, she felt that her soul was slowly moving away from her body, knowing that if this continued, she would definitely be killed by them. Death doesn't feel terrible to her. If she can die, she will choose to die as soon as possible to avoid such abuse. But when I thought that my daughter was only 12 years old and she was going to suffer such inhuman abuse, she couldn't calm down anymore. She insisted stubbornly to prevent herself from fainting, because she knew very well that once she fainted or died, the bandits who were playing with her would target her daughter. In order to make her daughter safer, she has been working hard to persevere. With a burst of jets, all the bandits surrounding her squirted out her own essence, and she herself also fell to the ground exhaustedly, touched her lower body weakly, and saw that she was full of blood, knowing that she was already completely finished. Ha! A bandit exhaled and said, "This girl is so powerful, she has withstood the torture of a dozen of our brothers. She is so powerful, I don't know how her daughter is. When the girl's mother heard this, her face changed drastically, and she grabbed the thigh of the talking thief with her strength from nowhere, and pleaded, "Please don't take action against my daughter, you can do whatever you want me to do. Please. You guys." Heh. The bandit sneered and said sarcastically, "I said woman, did you make a mistake? We are bandits, how can we listen to female slaves? Ha ha ha." The thieves laughed wildly, and the girl's mother was ashamed and wept silently, knowing that her daughter would also be subjected to such insults. "Do you want to save your daughter?" Suddenly, a voice came into the ears of the girl's mother. The girl's mother was shocked and glanced around, but she didn't find the person who was speaking, and thought she had auditory hallucinations. "I ask you again, do you want to save your daughter?" The girl mother finally heard clearly this time. There were people around, but they were hidden. Thinking that her daughter could be saved, the girl's mother shouted, "Yes, please save my daughter. I will repay you as a cow and a horse in my next life." "Okay, I promise you." Naruto's figure appeared and said to her, "You are a good mother. I'm a little sorry. I came a little bit late. If you come here a while earlier, you won't suffer this. It's up." The teenage mother was slightly surprised when she saw Naruto. This child, who is as old as her own daughter, really has the ability to rescue her own daughter. But then he saw the forward guard on Naruto's left arm, and he suddenly showed a pleasant surprise, saying, "You are Konoha's ninja." "Yes," Naruto said flatly. Naruto didn't feel guilty about what happened to this woman. She wasn't her own person or his business, but after hearing that she was willing to continue to play with the bandits in order to save her daughter, Naruto couldn't help but give birth. Respect. This is a great kind of maternal love. Although I have never really felt maternal love, I can clearly feel the love that Juzine has for me after simply chatting with Juxinai for a period of time. "Then I will thank you first." The girl's mother actually knelt down and knocked her head towards Naruto. Naruto waved his hand and said, "You don't have to pay such a big gift. It's a whim for me to save your daughter. Do you want me to take you off?" When the girl's mother heard it, she was taken aback for a moment, and then she gave a relieved smile, and said, "Trouble you, Lord Ninja. Finally, I beg you for one thing, take care of my daughter." "I will," Naruto promised, swiping the knife through the girl's mother's throat, and the girl's mother left with a regretless smile. At this time, the surrounding bandits reflected, and they all attacked Naruto. Naruto curled his lips in disdain, and took Kyan Benzakura to his chest, saying, "Spread it, Kyan Benzakura." Countless cherry blossoms began to harvest the lives of the bandits, screamed again and again, and blood flowed into a river. It didn't take long before the bandits died clean. Ding! Congratulations to my brother for killing 430 bandits and earning 4,300 exchange points. The current exchange value is 9,800 points. Naruto walked to the hut where the girl was held, broke the door lock, pushed the door and walked in. What caught your eye was a beautiful girl. Naruto's eyes also lit up, a little surprised at the beauty of the girl, but she was just astonished. He walked slowly in front of the girl and sat down cross-legged. The girl curled up, her eyes fixed on Naruto, as if she wanted to see something from Naruto's face. "Did you make the previous one?" the girl boldly asked. The girl is not a fool, she has heard the screams of the demons since just now, until now she has completely disappeared. After that, the boy who was as old as herself walked in. If there was no connection between the two, she would not believe that she was killed. Suddenly, the girl saw Konoha's forehead on Naruto's left arm and said with a surprised expression, "Are you a ninja?" Naruto is a little puzzled. Is it weird that he is a ninja? And why did her mother show surprise after seeing her forehead protection? Haven't they seen a ninja fail? Or do they dare not believe that they are ninjas? Naruto glanced at the girl speechlessly, and said, "Is it weird that I am a ninja?" The girl was a little embarrassed by Naruto's words, lowered her head, and whispered, "No, but we have never seen a ninja. My home is in a very remote mountainous area. I only know that there are ninjas, but never I've seen it, so it's like this." Naruto suddenly realized, then why can you recognize that this is a ninja's forehead at a glance? After that, he pointed to Konoha's forehead on his left arm, and couldn't figure out. Since the other party had never seen a ninja, how did he determine that he was a ninja? Is it just relying on this forehead protection? That's because our ancestors had a forehead like yours, which has been kept until now, knowing that it is the mark representing Konoha ninja. The girl seemed to forget her fear and explained, "Your ancestor." Naruto frowned when he heard the words. He always felt that the identity of this girl was a bit difficult. Since they live in a remote mountainous area, why did they leave their former residence for no reason and enter a civilized society? And their ancestors actually had a Konoha ninja's forehead. Does that mean that their ancestors were once rescued by Konoha's ninjas? Or friends? Then your ancestors recorded who the guard is? Naruto asked curiously. The girl showed a thoughtful look. She was so cute that Naruto almost thought she saw Hinata, because the two of them had similar personalities. "Ah," the girl suddenly said with a surprised look, "I remembered that a person's name was mentioned in a diary of my grandfather." "Who?" Naruto's eyes flashed and asked immediately. Senju Zuma. The girl said affirmatively. Do you know him? According to my grandfather's diary, he is also Konoha's ninja. He should be famous among you Konoha. Naruto felt as if he had touched the secrets of the Senjujuan era. Judging from his secret examination of the girl's body just now, this girl's ethnic group was very difficult. Naruto actually felt a majestic vitality from the girl's body. Thinking about it now, the girl's mother seemed to have this power in her body before, so it's no wonder that she could support it for so long. If you were an ordinary woman, you would have been killed a long time ago. If the Senjujima you mentioned is the same person as the Senjujima in my memory, then I can be sure that he is the first generation of Hokage in our Konoha village, Naruto said. Really? The girl suddenly showed surprise, which made Naruto feel puzzled. The girl seemed to be aware of her gaffe, and said embarrassedly, sorry, I'm a little excited. It's okay. Naruto shook his head and asked, can you tell me your name? My name is Kingsuin Zin. The girl introduced herself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, you can call me Naruto. Naruto also said his name. But to Naruto's surprise, after Chien Suingzin heard her name, she was shocked, and said, your surname is Maelstrom. What? Is there a problem? Naruto raised an eyebrow and said a little unhappy. Chien Suingzin glanced at Naruto, and said, my grandfather is also called Maelstrom. What? This time Naruto was shocked. Suddenly, Naruto thought of King Suingzin's surname, Chien. Isn't it a combination of Chien Xiao and Uzumaki? Could it be that King Suingzin is the offspring of the combination of the Chien Xiao clan and the Vortex clan? If this is the case, then the majestic vitality in her body can also be explained. The Whirlpool clan itself has huge vitality, plus the immortal body of the Thousand Hands clan. You don't need to think about how huge this vitality is. So, I think I understand you Chien clan. Naruto said, presumably your grandfather got the help of Senjujuan and lived in seclusion in the mountain. Finally, a certain person in the Senjujuan and the Uzumaki clan combine with a woman, and then start to have your Chien family. That's not right. Chien Suingzin smiled. It was not Senshao Zuma who helped Grandpa, but Grandpa helped Senshao Zuma. It is said that Senshao Zuma was seriously injured at the time and happened to be met by Grandpa. It was rescued, and somehow someone came to attack the village. Senjujuan came forward to protect our village. Later, he fell in love with a girl in the clan and gave birth to the first child. He is our ancestor. Don't you know all of them? Then why did you pretend that you didn't understand anything before? Naruto looked at Chien Suingzin speechlessly. Before, there was still a thoughtful and puzzled look, but now I have said everything. Please pretend to be a little bit like you too. King Suingzin spit out her fragrant tongue and said, this is the secret of our Chien clan. Naturally, we can't tell others casually. I didn't intend to hide you after hearing your surname. Unexpectedly, you are quite wary. Are you not afraid that I lied to you? Naruto laughed. This is impossible. First of all, it is the first time you have seen me. It is impossible to know that I am a member of the Chien clan. Second, you saved me by accident and did not come to save me on purpose. I was right. Is it the third thing? I can feel the huge vitality in your body, so I can be sure that you didn't lie to me. Chien Suingzin smiled. Naruto admired Chien Suingzin's wit a little. IQ is estimated to be very high. Maybe it is another Shikamaru. I am here, and you must have guessed the ending of your mother. Are you planning to follow me or leave by yourself? Naruto asked. This question is still to be raised after all. Sure enough, Chien Suingzin looked sad after hearing Naruto's words, and finally said, since my mother entrusts me to you, you must take care of me. Otherwise, I want you to look good. What is the logic of the black line Naruto listened to? How do you feel like you have done something beastly to you and then touched your mouth irresponsibly? With a black thread, Naruto walked out of the hut, but Chien Suingzin inside the house showed a happy smile. She seemed to be happy to meet her distant relatives. Ding, congratulations to my brother for killing 13,880 bandits and getting 138800 exchange points. The current exchange value is 148,600 points. Hearing the voice of Yachiru, Naruto knew that his wooden clones had already eliminated the bandits around him. Let's go, I'll take you back to Konoha village, Naruto said to Chien Suingzin. King Suingzin nodded, and under Naruto's surprised gaze, she jumped on Naruto's back and said, I don't know how to do ninjutsu, so please take me and run, Naruto brother. Naruto was speechless for a while, and then under King Suingzin's surprised gaze, she collected it in a different space, and then returned to Konoha. When he returned home, Naruto released King Suingzin and said with a serious face, I have arrived at Konoha. This is my house. You will stay here during this time. Don't go out at will, in case you get caught by Konoha's dark part. You may be killed. Chien Suingzin was still happy that she was out of the clutches of her clutches, but she didn't want to hear Naruto say that. At first she thought it was Naruto who was joking, but when she saw Naruto's serious expression, she knew that he was not joking. King Suingzin was immediately depressed. Why is she so unlucky? It's rare to get out of danger, but I don't want to enter a more dangerous place. She had heard of how powerful ninjas are. If you want to kill an ordinary person, it's almost like killing a chicken, and you can do it all at once. Well, don't be upset, I will find someone to accompany you later. Naruto saw King Suingzin's depressed appearance, so he comforted. Oh? Who is it? Chien Suingzin asked curiously, but when she saw Naruto's expression of happiness, she said, isn't it your girlfriend? Yeah. Naruto nodded and warned again, remember, don't go out. If you are hungry, just take it in the refrigerator. I will buy you some daily necessities later. After speaking, without waiting for Chien Suingzin to answer, she used Shinwei to leave the house without noticing the trace of sadness Chien Suingzin showed. Damn. Chien jumped happily, damn Naruto, how come he has a girlfriend at such a young age? I'm really mad at me. Chien Suingzin kept muttering on Naruto's bed, her mind was full of Naruto's figure. Who would let Naruto save her at a critical time? It was a dream if she wanted not to be entangled. Every girl has a dream of a hero in her heart. Fortunately, Naruto has become the hero in Chien Suingzin's mind, making her feel that Naruto is the most ideal object. It's a pity that Naruto already has a girlfriend, making Chien Suingzin sad. Damn it, I won't just give up like that. Chien Suingzin encouraged herself secretly. Naruto and Hinata haven't gotten engaged yet. Chien Suingzin feels that she has a chance, but she never thought about when Naruto and Hinata were together. The two have been together for 6 years, and they are familiar with each other's eyes and movements. It is almost impossible to break up such a pair. On the other side, Naruto quietly appeared behind Hinata and hugged him in his arms. Hinata just wanted to scream, but smelled the familiar smell, knowing that it was Naruto behind him, so he said, Naruto-kun, why are you here? Don't you go to prepare for the Zonnin exam? As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata regretted that Naruto's strength has reached the shadow level. Do you still need to prepare? It was funny thinking about it, and he lowered his head shyly. Well, little idiot, I didn't blame you. I have something to tell you this time. Naruto comforted. Hinata blinked curiously and asked, is it important? Naruto groaned and said, it's not that important, I just saved a young girl outside. She is a distant relative of our Whirlpool clan. It can be said that it is a combination of Qianxiao and Whirlpool clan. Naruto told King Suingzin's identity and stated his own purpose. After hearing Naruto's words, Hinata felt that King Suingzin was really pitiful. So he nodded and said, I see, Naruto-kun. I'll be with her in a while. I'm wronged you, let you waste your training time to accompany an irrelevant person. Naruto said softly. How come? Hinata is very empathetic. Naruto-kun is very gentle, otherwise he won't save Xin. If you let me go instead of going by yourself, it means that Naruto-kun cares about me. Naruto touched his nose awkwardly. When Hinata became so smart, he said that the IQ of girls in love is very low, which is not necessarily true. It's fine if you know. Naruto teased, okay, I have to go outside again. You should be more careful not to be discovered by Umbu. Well, I got it, Hinata replied. Hinata's current strength is already faintly close to Quasi Shadow. Without a chance, he can break through. Hinata obviously knew this too, and felt that there was no benefit in blindly practicing, and he was also curious about Xin, what kind of person this girl who was distantly related to Naruto was like. After cleaning up, Hinata went to Naruto's house and saw King Suingzin. I have to admit that Chien Suingzin is indeed beautiful. She is a beauty at a young age, and she can do it when she grows up. No wonder Naruto will let herself come. If she stayed with King Suingzin all the time, Naruto wouldn't be tempted by herself. Thinking of Naruto's intentions, Hinata smiled happily. Naruto really cares about herself and doesn't want to make herself feel wronged. Chien Suingzin also looked at Hinata at the same time, feeling that she had met a competitor, and only on her temperament. Although she didn't lose to her, she couldn't beat her. In terms of strength, he is just an ordinary person, but the other party is a ninja, so you don't need to think about it to know the result. Thinking of the result, Chien Suingzin's face was a bit ugly, and she became depressed on the bed. Hinata naturally saw Chien Suingzin's thoughts and smiled, don't be discouraged. If you really want Naruto, you can go after it boldly, I don't mind. King Suingzin was taken aback when she heard Hina's words, and said secretly, how can there be such a generous woman who encourages other girls to chase her own man? It's not a joke. This is also one of the reasons Naruto likes Hinata. Hinata always considers Naruto and doesn't care how many women Naruto has. But Naruto didn't think so. In the original world, monogamy was promoted, and the concept had long been ingrained in Naruto's mind. It is almost impossible for Naruto to change his mind. Naruto's wife can only have one. As for the concubine, let's talk about it in the future. The author didn't make a decision, depending on what everyone said. Chien Suingzin pointed at Hinata in surprise, and said nothing. Hinata smiled, and talked to Chien Suingzin about herself and Naruto. Chien Suingzin listened to her, feeling that she really didn't know enough about Naruto. Hina, although you are Naruto's girlfriend, Chien Suingzin will not give up. I must become Naruto's wife, Chien Suingzin defiantly said. Then let's have our own abilities. But until then, we are still good sisters." Hinata smiled and didn't mind. The more girls like Naruto, the more they express that Naruto is outstanding. This is what Hinata hopes to see most. The two girls had written a battle book to each other in Naruto's home, but the person involved was rushing to the mountains further away, planning to kill more bandits, robbers, and the like. The night before the game, in Naruto's room, he was sitting cross-legged at the moment, talking to Yachiru in the Chuangshen space. In the next room, Chien Suingzin has fallen asleep with a happy smile on her face, not knowing what good things have been dreamed of. For nearly a month, Chien Suingzin had been living with Naruto, causing Naruto to have a headache, and she didn't know how to place Chien Suingzin. Hinata is not easy to explain, but surprisingly, Hinata is not angry at all about King Suingzin living in Naruto's house. On the contrary, he criticized Naruto for a few words. "Xin is so miserable, so don't care about so much. Besides, I don't care about it, what do you care about?" A simple sentence made Naruto completely speechless. "Didn't I worry that you, Nizai, would be jealous? It's better now that I'm not human inside and out. Besides, you are not afraid of your future husband being snatched by Chien Suingzin." Naruto thought depressed. But in the end Naruto chose to remain silent, leaving Chien Suingzin to live in her house. There was really nowhere for Chien Suingzin to go. Once she got out of her house, she would be watched by Umbu. It was not difficult to be watched by the Umbu of the third generation. If she was watched by the Umbu of Danzang, it would be troublesome. If Danzang learns that King Suingzin is the offspring of the combination of the Qianshao clan and the Maelstrom clan, he will definitely be crazy and try to get King Suingzin in his hands. For King Suingzin's safety, Naruto used the exchange value to exchange for an SS-level enchantment. Without Naruto's consent, people outside could not get in. Even if you go in, what you see is an illusion. You don't have to worry about being discovered by Chien Suingzin. Of course, another advantage of this enchantment is that the people inside can't get out. Naruto worried that King Suingzin had been alone for a long time and wanted to go outside. No matter what the situation, Naruto was not willing to see. "So I exchanged such an enchantment and resolved all my worries. This Nizai is really unnerving." Naruto sighed and murmured. Consciousness entered the creation space, came to the front of Yaki and Liu, and said, "Yaki and Liu, how much exchange value do I have now?" Yachiru jumped up when he heard the words, and jumped onto Naruto's back. He had exactly the same character as Yachiru in the Grim Reaper, who liked to be remembered. Naruto even suspected that his system wizard was Yaki and Ryo himself, because the two of them spoke exactly the same way. "Brother, your current exchange value has a total of 560,000. You killed nearly 60,000 bandits. The bandits in the Kingdom of Fire are almost extinct," Yakin Leo said excitedly. Naruto was also a little surprised when he heard the value of 560,000. Did he kill so many people in this month? I can't remember it clearly. In short, I kill every day and keep killing ordinary people who see their own faces. 56,000 people, it's really a huge number. Naruto muttered to himself, "Yachin Liu, exchange me for the Thunder God." Directly up to 3 levels. It stands to reason that after Naruto has the divine power this space ninjutsu, he should no longer need to exchange for Thunder God. However, Naruto felt it necessary. In the past month after using the power of God, Naruto found a problem, that is, the speed of the power of God is not fast enough, and the speed of movement is not as fast as that of Thunder God. Of course, this flying Thunder God must be in the 3rd stage, and the 2nd stage and the 1st stage cannot match the speed of Shinwei. The 3-stage flying Thunder God has already touched the law of space. As far as his eyes can be, there are coordinates, and he can move, just like an instant movement. The only difference is that one can teleport to other places at will, and the other is limited to where you can see. I see. Yaki and Leo replied, "The exchange value of the Thunder God art requires 10,000 points, 1,000 points for the 1st stage, 5,000 points for the 2nd stage, and 10,000 points for the 3rd stage, for a total of 26,000 points. Is it redeemable?" "Yes," Naruto replied without hesitation. With an exchange value of 560,000, and spending 26,000 didn't feel distressed at all. Furthermore, even if all the spent is spent, it is enough to make money at that time. He doesn't believe that there are just a few bandits in the world, and the country of fire has been killed. It is not enough to go to other countries. Ding, the exchange was successful, and the exchange value was 26,000 points. Naruto felt that there was something in his mind, and as soon as he moved his thoughts, he knew that these were all understandings and methods of using Thunder God. My father is really a genius, he touched that realm as the supreme law of space law. Naruto couldn't help but sigh after reading the message. Compared with the divine power gained by opening the kaleidoscope, it seems very insignificant. Yachin Ryu, give me a one-handed seal, Naruto said suddenly. Naruto has always been curious about Shiro's ability to use one-handed knot printing in the original book. Is that bloodstain that belongs to her? It is still a way of knot printing that I have realized. Speaking of Bai, I don't know how Bai is doing now. I hope this Nizai won't suffer a loss in the ninja realm. Thinking of the words said in his ear at the time, Naruto smiled wryly. Did he commit a peach blossom? Just wake her up and get the heart of a girl? He shook his head severely, and threw away these unimportant worries. Yaki and Leo said at this time, to exchange for one-handed printing, 5,000 points are needed for exchange value. Do you want to exchange it? Yes. A white light fell into Naruto's mind, and Naruto at this time had a more thorough understanding of Jiin. At this moment, a bold idea appeared in Naruto's mind, muttering to himself, if you don't get the seal, can you use ninjutsu? As soon as this idea appeared, it spread out uncontrollably, occupying Naruto's entire brain, and Naruto tried it in the space without hesitation. However, it was tragically discovered that this would not work. The reason is very simple. Jiin was to condense and release chakra. If you lose the key step of Jiin, no amount of chakra is useless, and you can't even use any ninjutsu. The various skills of the reincarnation eye are exceptions. It seems that they can be used without the seal, and I don't know if this is a special ninjutsu, or it is the case. Yachin Liu, list my attributes. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Attributes, forbearance, 9, body, 9, magic, 9, virtue, 10, strength, 9, speed, 9, fine, 10, seal, 10, total, 75. Bloodstains, Bing Dun, SS, perfect, Mu Dun, SS perfect, writing round eyes, SS perfect, bone veins, SS, perfect, reincarnation eyes, SSS. Skills 3 body technique, D, helix pill, A, shadow clone technique, A, multiple shadow clone technique, A, illusory fox heart technique, C, illusory Xia follower technique, C, illusory nirvana abode, A, destroying 9 swords, SS, 6 ways mode, SS, 9 tails mode, SS, phantom enchantment, SS, one-handed seal, SS, flying thunder SSS, 3 paragraphs. Water escape and clear waves, S, the technique of water escape waterfall, A, the mouth of water escape, A, wind done helix pill, A, wind done wind blade, A, Mu done new clone, A, Mu done new clone, A, Mu done new ingot wall, A, Mu done 4 pillars, A, Mu done tree bound eternal burial, A, with the technique of escape from the great forest, A, the birth of the wood escape from the tree world, A, the wood escape. The method of killing thorns, A, the art of wood escape, A, the secret of wood escape. The flower and tree world comes, A, S, Mu dun Malong, S, Mu dun Murin's art, S, Mu dun are all cloth bag art, A. Ice escape explosive ice crystal, A, ice escape mirror ice crystal, A, ice escape mirror ice kill, A, ice escape moonfrost, A, ice escape condensed snow, A, ice evacuation crystal formation, A, ice evacuation eclosion technology, A, ice escape water without moon kill, S. Skeletal vein 10 finger piercing, A, willow dance, A, camellia dance, A, tang song dance, A, iron flower dance, A, early fern dance, S. Right round eyes Shinwei, S, other gods, S, Amaterasu, S, moon reading, S, Susanoo, SS, Izanagi, SS, Izanami, SS. Weapons Zanpaka Deo Jinghua Shuiyu, SSS, Zanpaka Knife Gun, SS, Zanpaka Deo Ice Wheel Maru, SS, Zanpaka Deo Zanyu, SSS, Zanpaka Deo Senbon Sakura, SS, Zanpaka Deo Group Wolf, SS, Zanpakuto Skeleton Emperor, SS, Zanpakuto Black Wing Demon, SS. Psychic Beasts, Illusory Gods, SS, Earthbound Gods, SS, Nine Tails, SS. Plot task, Noha Collapse Plan, the third ring, save 3 generations in the decisive battle, obtain the soul between the 1000 hands column and the 1000 hands, the task level is SS level, the reward exchange value is 5000 points, and 2 lottery draws opportunity. Reward for completing all SSS level tasks, 10,000 redemption points, 3 chances to draw a lottery, the soul of the wave wind gate and the vortex 9s in A. Exchange value, 529,000. After taking a look at his attributes, he found that his print had increased to 10, which was already full. Now there are only 1 point left in the 5 items of forbearance, body, strength, phantom and speed. Naruto thought so, but at this time, Yaki and Leo spoke and said, "Brother, it's not what you think." "What do you mean?" Naruto didn't quite understand Yaki and Ryu's words, and looked at Yaki and Ryu, waiting for her explanation. Brother's attribute reaches 80 points. This does not mean that brother will not die or lose. Yaki and Ryu said with a serious face, "Brother, think about it carefully, is 9 Tails strong enough? But by a group of people the shadow-level powerhouse of Siege will eventually be defeated. 10-tailed is strong enough, or it is still sealed by the 6 immortals, so brother, you can't be proud, you have to know that there is a sky outside, and there are people outside the world." After Yaki and Ryu's reminder, Naruto let out a cold sweat instantly. When did he care about the attribute value so much? If you continue to maintain this mentality, you will really have big problems in the end. Yaki and Ryu is right. He is very strong now. It is not terrible to face the shadow-level powerhouse alone, but facing 2, 3, and more. Supposing that one shadow level can easily face it, 2 shadow levels can barely withstand it, 3 shadow levels are tied, and 4 shadow levels are at a disadvantage. Well, summon the psychic beasts to fight together and tie the opponent, but what about 5, 6, or 7? If so many shadow level powerhouses besieged him, another super shadow would appear among them. No matter how strong he was, he would still be defeated or even killed in the end. After thinking about this, Naruto immediately understood that no matter how strong he is, he cannot be complacent nor satisfied, and must continue to improve his strength to the point where he will never beat himself. Thank you, Yaki and Liu. Naruto sincerely thanked Yaki and Liu. If it weren't for Yaki and Liu's reminder, I'm afraid he would really not improve anymore. Don't thank me, brother. Yaki and Liu smiled and said, the stronger your brother, the happier Yaki and Liu will be. So, brother, you have to move forward with the goal of becoming the strongest. Well, I know. My brother promises you that he will become the strongest. Naruto smiled. At this time, Naruto's temperament has changed. The original Naruto's temperament is somewhat arrogant in it, but now, it is completely introverted, like an ordinary person. Moreover, there is a faint aura called the strong man flowing, and there is a faint aura of king over the world condensing. It is conceivable that if Naruto is given more time, Naruto will surely become a super strong, reaching a height that others cannot reach. Yachin Ryu, in fact, I have always had a question to ask you. Is the highest level of the exchangeable thing the SSS level? Naruto asked the doubt in his mind. As early as a few months ago, Naruto had such doubts. The reason was naturally that SSSSS level items appeared in the lottery system, which was far beyond the SSS level existence. Yaki and Liu was silent for a while, and finally said, brother, there are some things I can't tell you now, but I can reveal one thing. There are indeed higher things that can be exchanged, but they won't appear now, and SSSSS are not. The highest, there are more advanced things. After listening to Yaki and Liu's explanation, Naruto was shocked immediately, even higher than the SSSSS level. What level that was? The law of space belongs to the SSSSS level. Is there any more advanced law than this? Naruto has been hit a bit, and it seems that he still has a long way to go. Thinking of the road in the future, Naruto has a momentum of reluctance. No matter how strong the opponent is, no matter where the peak is, he will keep moving forward and ascend the peak throne. Brother, don't you exchange the skills of the reincarnation eye? You know tomorrow is the Zongnin finals. Yaki and Liu reminded. Naruto was taken aback, patted his forehead, and smiled awkwardly. I really almost forgot, Yachiru, thank you for your reminder. He. Give me the abilities of the 6 avatars of Heaven, Earth, Hell, Azura, Hungry Ghost, Animal, and Reincarnation Eye. Naruto said. To redeem the 6 avatars of Heaven, Humanity, Hell, Shura, Hungry Ghost, and Animal Deo, 30,000 points are required for exchange value. Do you want to redeem it? Redeem. As soon as the voice fell, the white light entered Naruto's body, and there were 6 more ways to use the clone in his mind. Continue to exchange the skills and abilities of the 6 clones for me. It takes 20,000 points to exchange for the heavenly skills, Shenluo Tianzheng, Dianqian Tianyan, Earth Explosion Skystar, and Meteorite Skyfall. Is it exchanged? Yes. The ability to redeem the human world requires 5,000 points of exchange value. Do you want to redeem it? Yes. After successively redeeming the skills and abilities of the 6 clones, Naruto spent a total of 50,000 exchange points, plus 30,000 for awakening 6 clones, for a total of 80,000 exchange points. It's really a huge number. If it weren't for this month's struggle, I'm afraid Naruto wouldn't have such conditions to redeem these things. It's too expensive. But it also reflects the horror of the reincarnation eye, which is more expensive than all the things exchanged in the past. Brother, do you want to exchange a few characters to become the 6 ways of your reincarnation? Yaki and Liu asked. Naruto was surprised when he heard this, and said in surprise, can the exchange system still exchange characters? No. Yaki and Liu said, it's just a corpse, not a real person, and can only exchange people who have died. That's it. Naruto groaned for a moment and said, Yachi and Liu can choose for me, I really can't choose. Yeah. Yaki and Liu nodded and said, but first, brother tell me, do you plan to use the corpses of the shadow level powerhouses for these 6 clones, or the corpses of the super shadow powered people? Is there a difference? Naruto asked without even thinking about it. As soon as he spoke, he cursed himself for being stupid. Can movie level and super movie compare? Although enough shadow level powerhouses can kill Chaoying, Chaoying's personal strength is still very strong. Then the shadow level, the use of super shadow is a bit wasteful. Naruto thought for a while. Got it. Yachiru moved quickly. 2 seconds later, 6 bodies appeared in front of Naruto. When he saw these 6 people, Naruto almost fainted. Because these 6 people are the 3 generations of Reikage, the 2nd generation of Tying, the 3rd generation of Water Shadow, the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow, Sancho Fish Hanzo, and Uchiha Shisui. Yachin Ryu, don't you want me to be besieged by the ninjas of the 4 great nations? Naruto said with a black thread. Yaki and Leo spit out his tongue, retracted seeing, and reselected 4 people. This time it was a little more reliable, but Naruto didn't know these 4 people, and asked Yachinryu, who are these 4 people? The one with blue hair is Mizuki, the one with white hair is Kagaya, the one with green hair is Senjuan, and the one with black hair is Uchiha Wenten. Yazinryu introduced. After listening to Yaki and Leo's words, Naruto was speechless for a while. These 4 really have a lot of background, all 4 are the owners of bloodstains. But who is Senjulji and Uchiha Wenshin? Naruto is curious. The Thousand Shao separation was the other one besides the Thousand Shao Zujian who opened Mudan, but he did not return to the Thousand Shao clan, but lived in seclusion outside until he died of old age, so no one knew he would Mudan. Uchiha Wenten was the 3rd person to open the kaleidoscope after Madara Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha, but the kaleidoscope was overused and died. After listening to the explanation, Naruto immediately knew how heavy the weight of these 2 people was. Looking at the other 2, I also knew that their achievements would definitely not be low. Shui Wuyu Tian is the only one in the Shui Wuyu clan who has elevated Bing Dun to the top level, but unfortunately, this guy rebelled against the family and was killed by the elders of the family. Huiye War Demon, the super powerhouse of the Huiye clan, raised the bones to the top level, and finally died after an attack of blood disease. Sure enough, Naruto made a secret voice, and finally nodded to exchange for these 6 people. Except for Sancho Fish Hanzo and Uchiha Shisui who were known in modern times, no one of the other 4 knew their identities. After the exchange, Naruto quit the Chuangshen space and fell asleep peacefully, waiting for the arrival of a new day. Boom boom, the fireworks were humming, and Konoha today seemed particularly lively. At the village gate, high-ranking officials and powerful people from other countries kept coming to see the Zongnin exam this time. Most of the dignitaries came to Uchiha Suzuki. After all, Suzuki is the only surviving member of the Uchiha clan. Many dignitaries want to see the strength of this Uchiha's orphan, whether there is enough potential, and if possible, even want to secretly win over Suzuki. Almost every powerful person has such an idea, but it may be even more difficult to implement it. The first thing to fix is the 3 generations of Hokage. Even if the 3 generations of Hokage are settled, there is still the name of the country of fire in the eye. The daimyo would not foolishly send out Uchiha's only orphan. This is related to the prosperity of a country. Let's put it this way, if Suzuki goes to another country and marries a woman from another country, he will be born not a purebred Uchiha clan. But it is hard not to guarantee that there will be a phenomenon of returning to the ancestors, opening the existence of Shaolin. It can be said that the daimyo cares not about Suzuki, but Shaolin. Xuanyan is the wealth of the country of fire. If it is lost, it would be a great pity. At the Zongnin Finals venue, a large near arena, the seats next to it were already full of people at this time. There were villagers, high-ranking officials, and businessmen. Anything you want can be found here. 3 generations sat on the top floor with a chair next to Feng Ying. After learning about the purpose of Shinobu and Otonin, the 3 generations planned to use their tactics and sent people to pretend to be Maki back to the place where Shinobu lived. The real Maki has been imprisoned by the 3 generations. At the same time, the players began to enter the arena, and Naruto, Hinata, and Suzuki walked together. As soon as he entered the examination room, the people who recognized Suzuki began to cheer. Suzuki frowned involuntarily and looked a little unhappy when he heard the shouts of these people. Do these people treat me like a monkey? Suzuki said coldly. In this month, Suzuki learned Chidori, and his strength has improved again. He already has a special strength for shinobi, and he can break through without an opportunity. The riding wheel eye has also opened up to the second Guyu, both eyes are on, and it is no longer an asymmetric Guyu state. Hee, what they do, just a group of dogs watching the excitement, don't care, Suzuki. Naruto could not help but uttered when he heard Suzuki's mutter. Suzuki heard the words and felt that Naruto was right, so he stopped taking care of those people. On the stands, an empty area, here is a specific location belonging to the daimyo of the country of fire. At this time, the daimyo of the country of fire is sitting there, and beside him sits a young man who is his son Ito Qinghai. At this time, Ito Qinghai, his eyes were staring at Hinata, his eyes flashed obscenely, and he secretly said, if such a beautiful woman does not get her hands, she would be too sorry for herself. Hinata below did not know that he had been targeted by others, which also led to a series of changes later, causing Naruto to completely break with Konoha. Qinghai, what are you looking at? At this moment, the daimyo found Ito Qinghai's gaff and asked aloud. Ito Qinghai said unabashedly, Father, I fell in love with a girl. Oh? The daimyo was surprised, and then asked, who is it? Show my father. It's the girl with white eyes. Ito Qinghai pointed to Hinata and said. The daimyo looked in the direction pointed by Ito Qinghai, and saw Hinata. He felt that his son had a good vision, he was indeed very beautiful, and he was able to make it to the Zongnin finals, presumably his strength was not weak. If my son could marry her, it would be a blessing. That's it. When the time comes, I will go to the girl's father to propose marriage. Look at her eyes, it should be Konoha's Hyuga clan. Tell the 3 generations, presumably the old immortal will not refuse my suggestion. If he really dares to refuse, he has the ability to cancel his Naruto position. This is how the daimyo thought. Konoha is not the largest in the country of fire, the biggest is the daimyo of the country of fire. Even the 3 generations of Hokage, sometimes they have to listen to the words of the daimyo. Unless Konoha rebels as a whole and bans the daimyo of the country of fire, he can be regarded as the master of the country of fire. Don't worry, Qinghai. After the game, I'll go to propose you a marriage, the name said with a smile. Thank you, father. Ito Qinghai said excitedly. In his opinion, as long as his father is on the move, is there anything that can't be done? What if the other party disagrees? It's a big deal, just grab it, don't they dare to resist? For generations of Fengying, it's really hard work for you. 3 generations said with a smile, like an old fox. Yes, the 4 generations of Fengying from the country of Wind came to Konoha, and now sitting next to the 3rd generation of Hokage, and hearing the 3rd generation of Hokage say that, the 4th generation of Fukage also unceremoniously counterattacked. 3 generations Hokage is so old, it's time to choose the 5th generation, otherwise if you die, Konoha will be messed up. Ha ha. 3 generations chuckled and said, I plan to do a few more years. Don't bother you. The 2 glared at each other at the same time, and then the 3 generations walked to the front of the stage and said loudly, I hereby announce that the game has officially started. Unexpectedly, Huo Xianjian came to the front of the 8 Naruto, holding 1,000 books in his mouth, looking a bit arrogant, but Naruto knew that his strength was very strong, second only to the existence of Kakashi. Moreover, this guy is also his father's guard ninja, and the ability to perform the flying thunder god with the other 2 makes Naruto admire. Well, in the first game, Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga, the 2 stayed behind, and the others went to the rest table to wait. Naruto and Ning Ci stepped forward at the same time. Ning Ci stared at Naruto fiercely, but Naruto didn't pay attention to him. Naruto's mind at this time was all concentrated on perception. Naruto discovered that there were several huge chakras hidden in the dark, one of which was very strange. There is a strong vitality on the right, but the left is mediocre. Danzo? This old immortal is also secretly watching the game? Just right, at this time, these people will be hypnotized by themselves. It is a godsend. Naruto's mouth twitched and thought in surprise, but this smile seemed to Neji to look down on him. Although Naruto really looked down on him, it still made him very annoyed. The tail of the crane, your fate is to lose to me, take it. Ning Ci yelled. Really? Naruto smiled nonchalantly, it depends on your ability. Damn, you dare to look down on me. Ning Ci roared angrily after hearing Naruto's words. The current Hyuga Neji is completely different from the Hyuga Neji in the middle and late stages of the original work. At this time, Neji Hyuga has been controlled by hatred, and his father's death is an eternal pain in his heart. If his father had died in a dignified battle, Ning Ci would not say anything, nor would he resent anything, on the contrary, he would feel honored. Because his father died in battle, but his father was not dead vigorously, but became a scapegoat. This is the reason why Ning Ci has always resented him. It is estimated that it will be the case for whoever he is, but his biological father has become his brother's surrogate. Ning Ci could never let go of this incident. He didn't understand, why is there a difference between a clan and a division? Does the person who divide the family have to die for the clan? Can't 2 families live together peacefully? Is the status equal? For what reason people from the clan can practice good physical skills, while those from the clan can only practice the most basic Rukwin? Is it fear that the division of the clan will surpass the clan and affect the status of the clan? Ning Ci kept asking himself every day, why did his father die? Is it for righteousness? Still forced by fate? He couldn't find the answer, but was swallowed by hatred, and became a sad figure who wanted to resist fate, but obeyed it. It's not that I despise you, but that you are indeed not my opponent. Naruto still smiled, not changed by Neji's roar. Ning Ci flashed murderously, and said to the examiner, I'm going to kill him, you won't stop it. Shiranui Genma frowned involuntarily. From Konoha's perspective, he didn't want any accidents to occur to either of them, because the 2 of them are Konoha's ninjas after all, and they are both potential newcomers, and the last one died is a loss to Konoha. However, there is a clear rule in the Zongnin exam, not remembering life and death, which means that even if you kill the opponent, you don't have to bear any responsibility. Thinking of this, I do not know Huo Xianjian sighed, helplessly said, no, you are free. Ning Ci sneered when she heard Shiranui Xianjian saying this, and showed his killing intent, like a lurking beast, ready to give a fatal blow to its prey. Naruto frowned at Ning Ci's killing intent, really taking herself seriously. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Naruto's eyes. Killing won't kill you, but it's okay to teach you a lesson. Naruto pulled out the mirror flower Shuiyu from her waist, and when she saw Naruto's movements, Ningji became cautious. However, Kakashi, Hinata, and Suzuki in the stands all showed their doubts, because the Zanpakuto knife in Naruto's hands was different from what they had seen before. Naruto has only used the sharp spear in front of the three of them, and none of the other Zanpakuto knives have been used. It's not that I don't use them, but I don't think it is necessary. They are dealing with small characters. They are. The handle of the sharp spear is silver, while the handle of Jinghua Shuiyu's knife is blue, which can be recognized at once. Split it, Jinghua Shuiyu. With the blade facing down, Naruto murmured, and then smiled triumphantly. Everyone present saw Jinghua Shuiyu's liberation, which meant that they were all hypnotized. Hearing Naruto's voice, Ninkai subconsciously defended, but found that the opponent was not attacking, frowning involuntarily, wondering what Naruto was doing. Then he saw Naruto put the knife back in the scabbard and looked at Neji with a smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Ning Ci frowned and asked. Naruto smiled and said, "It's nothing, just made a small gesture." Ning Ci didn't know what Naruto's small gesture meant, but he knew that Naruto looked down on himself by doing this, and attacked with a loud shout. Naruto avoided Neji's attack without panic. Naruto didn't worry about being hit at this speed. "Ning Ci, show your strength, otherwise you won't be able to beat me," Naruto said. Ning Ci took a step back, made a move, and smiled at the same time, saying, "You have entered the realm of gossip that I calculated, go on, gossip 32 palms. Boom! All of Neji's 32 palms hit Naruto's body. When he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he found that Naruto disappeared with a bang. It turned out that Neji was hitting Naruto's shadow clone. The real Naruto had already hid away. Not bad, it was able to defeat my shadow clone. Naruto laughed. The meaning of derogation is self-evident. Naruto's shadow clone is only 1/10 of the strength of the body. Even if it is only such a strength, it is especially at the level of forbearance. It was impossible to be defeated by Neji so easily. It was completely because Naruto let Neji hit him deliberately. What Naruto has to do is to hit Neji's self-esteem severely, letting him know that his dignity is in his own eyes, but like a thin piece of paper, it can be easily smashed. Hateful. Ning Ci panted violently. The previous gossip and 32 palms had consumed most of his stamina. Now that he has to deal with Naruto, it is almost impossible to win. If you know Naruto's true strength, I'm afraid Neji can't even think of any fighting thoughts. It's better to end early, what do you think, Neji? Naruto smiled, and a god of thunder came to Ning Ci, kicked it out, and kicked Ning Ci away. That's it? The third generation frowned. Is it the instantaneous technique? Why is it so fast? Ashimaru, who pretended to be the fourth generation of Fengying, also shrank his pupils. He felt that Naruto's speed was really terrifying. With their shadow-level strength, they only saw one afterimage, and then Ning Ci flew out. Except for the 4 generations of Naruto's Flying Thunder God's technique, I am afraid it is difficult to find a quicker instantaneous technique than him. Neither of them thought about the technique of Flying Thunder God. The reason is naturally that the 4th generation of Hokage has died, and the cultivation method of Flying Thunder God has also been lost, and it is impossible for anyone to learn. Ended. Naruto murmured softly, and then walked towards the rest area, completely ignoring Hyuga Neji who had fainted. This time, Ning Ci was completely shocked. He couldn't understand that he would lose to a newcomer who had just graduated from the ninja school. The halo of genius made him fall so painful. Roar! After Naruto left the field, all the people in the stands cheered. It was really wonderful. It was as fast as a golden flash, so handsome. He walked in front of Hinata and smiled and held her tender hand. This scene was seen by Ito Qinghai, his eyes flashed with anger, and he secretly said, "The women I like dare to move, and they will not die." Feeling the killing intent, Naruto followed the murderous look and saw Ito Qinghai next to the daimyo. His brows suddenly frowned, and he muttered to himself, "Son of the daimyo, what's going on? I don't seem to offend him." Naruto, who couldn't figure it out, didn't think much, and chatted with Hinata on his own. In this game, except for the first one, the others don't need to fight, because when Sasuke and Gaara compete, Konoha's collapse plan begins. The next game, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara, both enter. Shiranui Kenma yelled, and when he saw Uchiha Sasuke, he was faintly curious. He also wanted to know how powerful the younger brother of Itachi who slaughtered the Manchu. Gaara looked excited, her eyes were cold, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared. Sasuke was very upset with Gaara's look. He frowned slightly, but didn't say much. He decided to give him some color during the game. The audience in the stand saw Uchiha Sasuke. They all shouted together, all cheering for Sasuke, wanting to see his strength. Hearing the shouts of these people, Sasuke felt very upset. A group of bastards, do they see themselves as monkeys? Hateful. The two looked at each other, and warfare began to rise between each other. Gaara was even more murderous, and wanted to kill Uchiha for his help. For Gaara, only constant killing in this life can prove his existence. And killing those geniuses is a great opportunity to prove yourself, so Gaara will not let it go. Speaking of it, Gaara is actually quite pitiful. When he was still in his mother's belly, his father chose to become Renzhuli and was born early. At the same time he also killed his own mother. This is the eternal pain in Gaara's heart. At first Gaara still felt that he would be loved by someone. After all, Yashimaru was with her, but then Yashimaru assassinated herself and was beheaded by herself. Gaara began to become more and more ruthless, and his temperament also changed drastically. As long as he saw something unpleasant, he would destroy it and obliterate it. Poor Gaara felt that no one loved me, and finally became Shura who only loved me. Blood, it longs for your blood. Gaara stared at Suzuki and said hoarsely. Suzuki frowned when he heard that, and he didn't understand who he was talking about, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that Gaara's words made Suzuki very upset. That's enough. Okay, let's start. Shiranui Shinjian stepped aside, leaving enough space for the two of them. Suzuki knew that Gaara had an absolute defense, which appeared in the Zhongnan preliminaries against Xiaoli, so he planned to preemptively. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Huo done at close range is much more lethal than at long range, and at the same time it is much harder to hide. But Suzuki has his own purpose, forcing Gaara to release absolute defense, and then destroying it with absolute strength, shattering Gaara's dignity. The fact is just as Suzuki expected. Gaara will not evade and wrap himself up with sand to form a sandball. What's the matter? Is Gaara going to run away? Temari and Kankuro muttered worriedly. The Maji on the side was taken aback, and then he thought of something, his eyes flashed with horror, his face was a little ugly, and he secretly said, I hope my guess is wrong, or Konoha is in danger. Hey, I'm waiting for you at this time. Suzuki smiled coldly, and began to seal his hands. Squeak! A ray of thunder appeared on Suzuki's hand, and from time to time there was a burst of birds singing, making everyone in the stand scream and excited. Kakashi, why did you give him such a dangerous trick? Kai asked in a deep voice. Kakashi gave Kai a white glance, and said with an aura, Are you qualified to talk about me? Didn't you also teach Hachiman Dunjia to Xiaoli? Besides, I only taught Suzuki Chidori, not Rachel. Akai was speechless for a while, and closed his mouth obediently. Baemon Dunjia is one level higher than Chidori, so Akai chose to remain silent, because he knew that Kakashi would not be able to take advantage of Kakashi if he went on. In the end, he will only make himself more embarrassed, which he deeply understands. Kakashi-sensei, what is this Chidori? Sakura came to Kakashi's side and asked curiously. As Suzuki's girlfriend, I am naturally happy with the improvement of Suzuki's strength, but I am also curious about what is special about the Chidori who emits birdsong. According to Kai, the Chidori seems to be a terrific ninjutsu. This, Kakashi groaned for a while. Just about to answer, I heard Kai preemptively say, Chidori is the basic version of Rachel, and it is the A-level ninjutsu created by Kakashi when he first became Sharingan. The destructive power is amazing, and it is even more effective with half the effort. When Sakura heard it, she immediately understood that the Chidori was so powerful, not to mention the speed, and the penetrating power was amazing. Kakashi is petrified, and I didn't expect a great opportunity to pretend to be B and it was snatched by Akai. It's really frustrating. However, Ali by his side patted him on the shoulder and gave him an encouraging smile. It's better. This Akai, I won't pay attention to him again, Kakashi secretly said, but no matter how I heard it, I felt that the two of them had some ulterior secrets in it. Squeak! Birds sang in bursts, and the thunder of Chidori continued to bloom. After making sufficient preparations, Suzuki quickly attacked Gaara. Chidori, Suzuki shouted and pushed his right hand forward. Gaara's absolute defense was pierced by the strong penetrating power instantly, and Suzuki took a step back quickly, waiting for Gaara to appear. How is it possible? Gaara's absolute defense was broken. Temari and Kankuro's expressions changed together, exclaiming in disbelief. However, at this time, Marky was even more worried, because he thought Gaara was a human force. If that was the case, Suzuki's doing so would definitely make him riot. Sure enough, in the next scene, Marky's worries became a reality. Gaara touched his left shoulder incredulously, and found a sticky piece. Only after smelling it did I know that it was his own blood. Blood, this is my blood, mother. Ai Luo murmured to himself, looking crazy, and shouted, I'm going to kill you. Roar. With a beast-like roar, the sand began to infiltrate continuously, making Gaara even more terrifying. Upon seeing this, Naruto at the rest table closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, the golden writing wheel eyes were revealed, and it was still an eternal kaleidoscope. Get out! Naruto snorted softly, and the pupil power of writing round eyes entered Gaara's body and saw Showerhe. Damn, the damn Shailunion, besides Uchiha Madara, how can anyone else have an eternal kaleidoscope Shailunion? Showerhe roared, with a deep resentment. He was suppressed by Naruto's writing wheel. The people in the stands became nervous, but at the same time they were a little excited, wanting to see what Gaara has special skills. But when all the sand fell, not only Temari and Kankuro were stunned, even everyone present was stunned. Then Gaara fell to the ground with an unbelievable look. Winner, Suzuki Uchiha. Seeing Gaara fainted, Shiranui Genma announced the final winner. Oh, There were enthusiastic shouts from the stands, seeming to be cheering for Sasuke, but Sasuke felt that these people were playing with themselves as monkeys. At this time, white feathers began to fall from the sky, and Naruto knew when he saw it, that the Konoha collapse project had begun. It's just that Naruto is puzzled that Yakashitu is dead. Who released this illusion? But then Naruto scolded himself as being confused, and it wasn't just pharmacists who would use this trick. There are so many people under Dashuin who would definitely use this trick. This is? All Konoha ninjas were taken aback, and then their complexions changed horribly, and they guessed that this was an illusion. At this time, the illusion appeared, and the idiot knew that the matter was big. Those audience members fell into a deep sleep, and some of the weaker Xiao Ren also passed out, and the daimyo was no exception. If they didn't understand ninjutsu, they had no choice but to be unconscious. Seeing the falling feathers, Hinata also knew what it was. He nodded his hands and said, "Solve." As the scenery changed, Hinata unlocked the illusion and saw Naruto standing beside him with a smile on his face, looking at him affectionately. Hinata was a little embarrassed when Naruto looked at him, and whispered, "Naruto-kun, what are you looking at?" "Look at you," Naruto said without even thinking about it, and then his face was righteous. "Hinata, there will be a fight later, so be careful." "Well, I know, Naruto-kun, don't worry. You too, be careful." Hinata also cares about Naruto's safety. Regardless of whether Naruto's strength is in the shadow level or super shadow, worry is a power of being a girlfriend. No matter how much confidence he can't eliminate his worries about his own man. "Okay, I'll leave it to you and Kakashi. I'll go to the top to help 3 generations and return the favors owed to him," Naruto said. Hinata was taken aback when he heard the words, and immediately understood the hidden meaning of Naruto's words, which meant that Naruto was ready to break away from Konoha. Regardless of the ending, Hinata will always stand behind Naruto, silently supporting him, accompany him, and take care of him. Be careful. The short 3 words contained Hinata's love for Naruto. Naruto smiled, got up and jumped to the roof, and saw Otenen's 4 dragons set up the enchantment. For purple flame formations for ninja. A purple enchantment skyrocketed instantly, trapping Sandai and Ashimaru inside. At this time, the 4 Anbi rushed towards the enchantment, and one of them touched the enchantment and was burned to ashes by the flame. Naruto was even more upset when looking at his burned companions without even looking at it. When reading the original work, Naruto had thought that if one of them used a water escape at will, they could pour the flames on that dark part. Kill it. Or is the flame of this 4 purple flame array very special, can't be extinguished by ordinary Shueidun? The technique of ice escape crystal formation. Naruto cast an ice escape, wanting to see if the flame is special. After a try, I realized that this flame is just an ordinary flame, but the temperature is a little higher than that of an ordinary flame, and it can be extinguished by using water to escape. Seeing this, Naruto also understood that Konoha Zumbu was really not a place for people to stay, and even his companions could die without saving. It was truly degenerate. The Anbi saw that the flame on his body had been extinguished, there was a difference, and then looked at Naruto, his exposed eyes projecting gratitude. "You are seriously injured now, just lie down, and there will be a medical ninja to rescue you later." Naruto waved his hand. "Thank you," Umbu said. Hearing this Umbu's voice, Naruto was stunned. Why is she a woman? The screams in the original work are male, how come? The butterfly effect is too big. But still keeping calm, he shook his head and said, "Don't thank me. Let's heal your wounds with peace of mind." After finishing speaking, he didn't care about this Umbu, but walked to the front of the enchantment and looked at the 4 purple flame formations. Naruto had read a lot of fan fictions in his previous life. Some of them wrote that the barrier could be destroyed with brute force, but Naruto felt that it was impossible, unless it was comparable to the 9-tailed beast Jade, there would be hope. This enchantment is really scary, but if you want to stump me, I'm afraid it's worse, Naruto murmured to himself. "Naruto Uzumaki, this is not the place you should come to, go down to solve the ninjas in other villages." The Umbu who took the lead saw Naruto standing in front of the junction and couldn't help shouting. His tone was quite unpleasant, and he felt like he was superior. "Are you talking to me?" Naruto tilted his head lightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he took the lead in a cold sweat in the dark part of the head in fear. "How is it possible? A Xiao Ren has such a strong murderous aura, how many people can I have to kill?" The leader Umbu was extremely shocked and did not dare to speak anymore. Intuition told him that if he continued to talk nonsense, he might be killed by Naruto. This idea was ridiculous, but he felt that Naruto had such a strength, and it was a big blow to his heart. He broke through to Shangnan, but it took more than 10 years, but what about the other party? He was only 12 years old, and he had this kind of strength. It was terrible. Sandai and Oshimaru naturally noticed the Naruto outside the barrier. Sandai smiled and said, "Naruto, you can help the ninja in the village withstand the attack of Otenenho, and leave it to me." Dashoan licked his tongue and said, "Naruto-kun, let's meet again." Also, the words of Ashimaru made the 3 generations affirm their guess at the time, and it was Naruto who fought Ashimaru in the Death Forest. But this is different to Umbu's ears, who is Ashimaru, that is a strong shadow rank, and even knows Naruto Uzumaki. And according to what he meant, the two seem to have met once, but why didn't Naruto die? This is the common idea of the Anbi. When you encounter Ashimaru, you will have to be disabled if you are not dead. If you can see Ashimaru and retreat all over, I am afraid that there are only 3 ninjas who are as famous as him, and the veteran shadow level powerhouse. Right. Although the Umbu had that idea, they didn't dare to think about it, for fear that they would be hit. Naruto hummed and laughed. Senior Ashimaru still has the same style. Why, do you want to talk to your teacher? Ashimaru made a hissing sound and said, of course. If Naruto-kun doesn't mind, you can come in and relieve the old together. Deshimaru said this with confidence. He believed his 4 purple flame formations, unless the other party knew space ninjutsu, otherwise he would never want to come in. Oh, Naruto deliberately said with a surprised look, since Ashimaru-senpai invited, how can I refuse it? Then I will come in. When Dashimara heard Naruto say this, he weirdly smiled. Naruto-san, you have to be careful of this enchantment, it's not that simple, is it? The pupils of Deshimaru and the 3rd generation shrank suddenly. Turning around and looking together, they saw Naruto's figure, and Naruto outside the Saizian formation disappeared. Senior Ashimaru, I'm here. Naruto greeted, smiling all the time. But this became a sarcasm in the eyes of Ashimaru. My own 4 purple flame formations did not stop Naruto. Thinking of the only way to get in, Ashimaru's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said solemnly, Naruto-san, do you know space ninjutsu? Naruto couldn't help but feel amused when he heard Orochimaru's words, so he said, Senior Ashimaru, is it weird that I know space ninjutsu? Ashimaru was abruptly stunned, thinking of Naruto's father, Konoha's golden glitter wave Fengshaman. That man didn't know space ninjutsu at the beginning. As long as he is a ninja, he can understand how difficult it is to practice space ninjutsu. When Watergate was studying space ninjutsu, no one could believe that he could do it, but it was during the 3rd Ninja World War. All the ninjas were shocked, because Bofang Watergate succeeded, and he developed his space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Therefore, it also has the name of Golden Flash and planted the seeds to become the 4th generation of Hokage. You father and son are indeed geniuses, but in comparison, you are more genius than your father. You have developed space ninjutsu at such a young age, Ashimaru said solemnly. Not to mention that it is false to envy, Ashimaru is very envious of Watergate's talent, and is able to develop space ninjutsu. He had also studied it at the beginning, but it was a pity that he hadn't made any progress. He couldn't even understand the most basic technique, and finally chose to give up. A ninja, who has learned space ninjutsu, is absolutely invincible as long as he does not encounter a ninja like the 4th generation of Raikage. Even the 4th generation of Raikage admitted that his speed is not as good as Bofang Shui Men. If you really compete, he will definitely lose in the end. It can be said that learning space ninjutsu means that it is difficult to be killed by others. A ninja who knows space ninjutsu cannot catch up with anyone who wants to escape. Thank you for the compliments, Senior Ashimaru. Naruto was still smiling, and he was very happy to hear someone praise his father. But these words are different to the ears of the 3 generations. It is like a thunderbolt in the blue, and countless thoughts flashed in my heart. Does Naruto know his life experience? Wouldn't he be surprised if Ashimaru said that? 3 generations glanced at Naruto with complicated eyes, not knowing what to say. Ha ha. Ashimaru smiled and said to Naruto, Naruto-san, Konoha is decayed, so let's go with me, go to me, your status can definitely be equal to me. Really? Naruto was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect Deshiwan to value himself so much. In fact, the real purpose of Orochimaru is to occupy Naruto's body. Naruto's ice escape bloodstains and space ninjutsu make Orochimaru envy and want to get it immediately. Of course, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru promised, your father is Konoha's 4th generation of Hokage, and you are the son of a hero, but you can see what kind of treatment you received in Konoha. Outside? How do those Umbu think of you? Why not leave Konoha? The words of Deshimaru shocked all those who did not know about it except for the 3rd generation, and they would never have thought that Naruto Uzumaki would be the son of the 4th generation of Hokage. In fact, if they observe carefully, they will find that the current Naruto is almost exactly the same as the Watergate when he was a child. The only difference may be his personality. After knowing Naruto's identity, all the ninjas present were surprised, with complex colors in their eyes. Being a hero, but being treated as a monster, if this kind of thing happened to him, I am afraid that he would not be able to bear it and be crazy. They fantasize about themselves as Naruto. If they are Naruto, their last choice must be to retaliate against Konoha and let Konoha taste what they have suffered. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions changed, worried that Naruto would be disadvantageous to Konoha and to the 3rd generation. Grandpa 3 generations, don't you want to say something? Naruto asked jokingly looking at the silent 3 generations. 3 generations heard Naruto's question, and a look of guilt flashed in their eyes, and said, I'm sorry, Naruto. I am ashamed of you, ashamed of Mazuman and Kushina. Ah. Naruto hummed softly, things are over, it's useless to mention it again, it's better to face the reality in front of you. Naruto's words made the hearts of the 3 generations aching. Had it not been for his own weakness, Naruto's life would have been very different. But the 3 generations had no choice. The situation at the time did not allow 3 generations to think about it. The villagers couldn't settle down. If Naruto's identity were announced again, it would be counterproductive. In the end, he chose to keep Naruto's secrets. As a result, the villagers resented Naruto, and Naruto's childhood became very bitter. But compared to Naruto in the original book, Naruto is much better now. At least there are a few large families who don't feel resentment towards Naruto, but instead feel that Naruto is very pitiful. Have you all solved Otoninu? 3 generations asked Kakashi and others outside the barrier. At this time, most of Konoha's ninjas had already gathered outside the barrier. The 3 generations of this plan had already known about it, so the arrangements were fully arranged. Suna Shinobi didn't participate in the plan this time, but chose to watch. The reason was that their leader Maki did not give an order, and at the same time saw the Ozaki-maru posing as Fenkage. Knowing that everything was the ghost of Oshimaru, all the sand ninjas became angry. They wanted to kill Otonin, but they couldn't act without orders. If you go to kill Otonin without prescribing, I'm afraid it will arouse the dissatisfaction of Konoha ninja, and it will be in trouble at that time. In the end, I had to stay silent and watch the battle between Konoha and Otonin. Yeah. 3 generations of adults, Otonin has solved all of them, and now there are only Ashimaru and these 4 people, Kakashi said. In this battle, Konoha was considered a complete victory, without losing a ninja, but there were still injured ninjas, and they have all been sent to the hospital. That's good. The 3rd generation smiled upon hearing this, and said, Ashimaru, it looks like your plan has failed. Deshiwan didn't care, he smiled, old man, you seem to have forgotten a little, my real purpose is not Konoha, but you. 3 generations frowned, and then smiled, knowing Ashimaru's thoughts, and said, that's it. Even if you can kill me, Konoha will still have a new Naruto to succeed him, so don't do it. Daydreaming, really? Deshiwan smiled inconclusively. Besides, 3 generations suddenly burst into their own aura, I don't think you can kill me easily. Boom boom Dashimaru and Sandai simultaneously released aura, even the people outside the barrier felt an unmatched pressure, but Naruto stood on the side indifferent, unaffected by the aura. That kid, are you still human? Everyone has this question in their hearts, Naruto is terrible. Facing the aura of the 2 shadow-level powerhouses, he didn't even change his color. The smoke and dust filled the air, the gravel was in the air, the aura of the 2 people continued to rise, and the murderous aura was overflowing. Deshimaru glanced at Naruto who was not changing his face, and greed flashed in his eyes, but it was a pity that it was not the time to make an idea, it was still important to concentrate on dealing with the 3 generations. But when I think of Naruto's terrifying strength, Deshiwan is painful again. If I face 2 shadow ranks at the same time, I guess it will be thankless. Thinking of this, Ashimaru said, Naruto-kun, this is a battle between me and 3 generations. Can you please stop me from it? Oshimaru placed Naruto at the same height as her, and her tone was very polite, just hoping Naruto would not interfere. Naruto didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at the 3 generations. When the 3 generations saw it, there was no reason why they didn't understand. Naruto, just watch it on the sidelines. This is the battle between me and Orochimaru, so don't join in, 3 generations said. The 3 generations at this time have once again returned to the aura of Ninoseong that year, and the tone is unquestionable, extremely overbearing. Naruto was also unambiguous. Hearing that the 3rd generation said so, he would not join in the fun. Anyway, his task was to prevent the 3rd generation from dying, nor did he say that he would not be seriously injured. When the time comes to wait for the 1st and 2nd generations of the Dashuan psychic, he will take the action to suck out the souls of the 2, and then save the lives of the 3 generations. Got it. The simple 3 words showed Naruto's position, stepped to a high place, and sat down coolly, watching the battle between the 2. Although the Konoha ninjas outside the barrier were a little upset with Naruto's decision, it was said by the 3 generations themselves, and they could not say anything. Moreover, the strong have the dignity of the strong, and the 1 vs 1 battle will never allow the second person to intervene. Of course, unless there is an unexpected situation, that is, a state that looks like 2 vs 1, 3 vs 1, then even if Naruto participates in the battle, it does not hurt. Now they can only hope that their 3 generations of Hokage can defeat the Ashimaru and successfully get out of this barrier. Hinata had been looking at Naruto from outside, with deep love in his eyes, waiting for the moment when his man showed his talents. Boom, the momentum exploded for an instant, and then disappeared for an instant. Everyone knew that the 2 had begun a duel. Ninfuba Shuriken. In the 3rd generation of Jiin, the tiles on the ground began to fly up one by one, turning into shurikens, flying towards the Ashimaru. Deshiwan's face remained unchanged, but instead smiled sarcastically, and rose into the air. Jiin, latent shadow snake hand. Dashiwan's tongue turned into a large green snake, and then flew out to bite the third generation. The third generation seemed to be frozen, allowing the snake to bite itself. Dashimara smiled and said, "This kind of attack has been restrained. You are getting old, Sarutobi teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, Dashuan noticed something wrong, and the three-generation figure slowly turned into a pile of mud, which turned out to be a soil clone. Dashimaru's face suddenly changed, but it was too late. The earth escapes the earth and the river flows. 3 generations did not know when they flashed behind the Ashimaru, and after a ninjutsu, the land turned into a river, and Ashimaru was directly washed away. Earth escape earth dragon bullet, fire escape fire dragon bullet. The 3 generations of Jian continue to be able to use both Huo-dun and Tu-dun at the same time, which surprised the ninjas off the court. Sure enough, the 3 generations of Naruto are very strong, and the title of Dr. Ninjutsu is not covered. Dashuan screamed and was swallowed by the mud river, but the 3 generations did not show any smiles, but sarcastically said, "Ashawan, don't make such inferior jokes." Ashimaru's body slowly rose from the mud, licked with a tongue, and made a weird smile. The soil clone of Ashimaru was swallowed before. Dashimaru has been taught for 3 generations, and is naturally good at Tuto. It is not surprising that it is a clone of Tutu. Naruto knows that Ashimaru possesses the dual attributes of wind and soil, and is also a rare genius. It is a pity that because of the death of his parents, he chose to pursue immortality, and eventually became a man and a ghost. Watching the battle between the two, Naruto didn't know what to say, because it was like this in the original book, and nothing changed at all. "It seems that I was underestimated, Sarutobi teacher. Don't you think that this kind of ninjutsu can kill me?" Ashimaru still looked like a strange smile, as if the winner was in hand. "Ha! If you were killed like this, as a teacher, I would still feel a headache." 3 generations sneered unceremoniously. Dashimaru walked to the opposite side of the 3rd generation again, licked his tongue, and smiled. Then let's get serious, Sarutobi teacher. The warm-up exercise can be over, okay." 3 generations groaned, and threw their cloak and hat into the air, revealing the battle armor. The same goes for Ashimaru, tearing off Feng Ying's cloak, revealing an unchanging Yinin costume. The aura of the two climbed again and again, reaching the peak. Some of the ninjas outside, who were weak and could hardly bear the pressure, fainted. The other part is barely supporting themselves. Hinata and Suzuki's expressions are also a bit ugly. Hinata is better. Suzuki's strength is not yet strong enough, and it is good to be able to withstand this pressure. Those Umbus sweated coldly on their heads, and they were all shocked to each other. It was unexpected that although the 3 generations of Hokage were old, their momentum remained unchanged. But when they saw Naruto, a few people were not calm. Is this kid a monster? Facing this kind of momentum, he was still calm. Such a young shadow rank, it was really terrifying. There was no doubt about the people present. Naruto reached the shadow level, and only the strong shadow level could offset each other's aura. Naruto also knew that once he came forward to save the 3rd generation, his strength would be exposed, and he had to obtain the souls of the 1st and 2nd generations. Rather than cover it up, it's better to just expose it. Anyway, there are so many cards in the hole that no one can think of what point his strength has reached. "Go!" 3 generations yelled, took the lead, took out a dart from the backpack on the waist, and Jian said, "The technique of multiple shadows of darts. The number of darts keeps increasing, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, endless." At the same time, Ashimaru violent, and then made a few mudra. Seeing Ashimaru's seal, Naruto knew that the 1st and 2nd generations were coming out. Sure enough, with the end of Jian, Dashuan shouted, "Psychic art reincarnated from the dirty soil. Which seal is it?" 3 generations were shocked, his face suddenly changed. At this time, the 1st coffin has all been raised, and the 2nd one has also been raised shortly afterwards. The 3rd generation only reflected it at this time and murmured, "The 3rd one must be stopped." The hands were sealed for a while, and the 3rd coffin was only half raised, but was stopped by the 3rd generation, and then sank again. Although the 3rd coffin was blocked, but seeing the 2 coffins in front of them with the words Chuan 2nd, the 3 generations still looked a little ugly, knowing who was inside. "So," Ashimaru said with a smile, "what should you do next?" "Teacher Sarutobi." "No, Master Naruto." Squeaked. The 2 coffins slowly opened, making unpleasant noises, and all the ninjas outside the court showed curiosity. Who are the 2 coffins? Only a group of elderly ninjas looked a little ugly, and a few even survived World War I and World War II. At that time, the war broke out. Konoha's 1st generation of Hokage used the secret technique of wood escape to rule the world of ninja and calm the troubled world. Since then, Konoha has been created, but the 2nd generation of Hokage has been following the 1st generation. His biological brother Chienshao Jianma. When a few old ninjas saw the coffin with 1st and 2nd written on it, they guessed who was inside the coffin. To them, the 2 were inviolable gods, and Dashimaru played with the gods in their hearts, and a few people had been angry long ago. Boom boom, the heavy coffin fell to the ground with a loud noise. Many people stretched out their heads, trying to see the people inside the coffin. Tread, two figures came out from it, one with black hair on the waist, looking a bit mother, and the other with white hair standing up like a hedgehog, up to the shoulders, giving people a domineering first glance. In comparison, the second generation of Hokage has more leadership and power. Looking back at the first generation, I always feel that something is missing. Thinking of the 4 Hokage that was finally liberated by Orochimaru in the original work, Naruto was a pain in the pain. The first generation without dignity and childishness really made him dare not compliment. It's been a long time, Sarafii. The first generation said hello in a deep voice. It turned out to be you, little monkey, you are old. The second generation also said hello. 3 generations calmly looked at the 2 former teachers, and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect to meet your 2 brothers in this situation. It's a shame. Reincarnated from the filthy land, is this young man summoning us? The second generation turned around and glanced at Deshiwan. His tone of praise was not stingy. The ninjutsu of unholy land rebirth was first proposed and studied by the second generation of Hokage, but unfortunately, in the end he died in battle, and this ninjutsu was also shelved. The one who really completed this ninjutsu was still the Orochimaru. I have to admit that Orochimaru is a genius who has thoroughly studied this forbidden technique. In this case, Sarutobi, we must fight, the first generation said in a deep voice. It was really uncomfortable to think that even if he died, he would be summoned to fight in the end. Moreover, the opponent is still his own student. Looking at the environment here, it should be in Konoha. I hope Konoha will not have an accident. Yes, 3 generations groaned, please be prepared, the first generation of Naruto, the second generation of Naruto. The words of the third generation made the ninjas who did not know the first and second generations outside the enchantment all exclaimed. They didn't expect that these 2 were actually Konoha's first and second generation Hokage. I glanced at the Hokage rock, it was really exactly the same, no wonder it looked so familiar at first glance. A group of Konoha ninjas are very angry. The first and second generations are the Hokage of Konoha, and they can't imagine that they will be used to deal with their own people. Especially a few old ninjas hated Orochimaru even more, and wanted to kill them immediately. By the way, who is that golden-haired kid over there? Chudai asked curiously when he saw Naruto sitting in the distance. The second generation also saw Naruto, frowned slightly, but then let go, and understood the forehead guard on Naruto's left arm. It seems that Konoha is developing very well, and there is such a young shadow class. The second generation praised without hesitation. When the third generation heard the first and second generations talking about Naruto, the corners of their mouths also smiled, and said, Naruto is a real genius, better than his father, the 4th generation of Naruto. Naruto, the second generation whispered, just now you said that this kid's father is the 4th generation of Hokage, how about he now? The first generation also looked at the 3 generations, and wanted to hear the answers. Orochimaru did not wait to obliterate the personality of the 2 people as in the original work, but instead let a few Hokage talk. It's a pity. 3 generations showed sadness. 12 years ago, 9 Tails attacked Konoha. He died to protect Konoha. The first and second generations were silent, but they also showed their admiration. The 4th generation of Hokage is a true hero, and he does not hesitate to sacrifice the ego to achieve the greater ego. Then this kid is Zulai from 9 Tails? He is from the Whirlpool clan, right? Chudai suddenly said. The first generation can feel Naruto's chakras. This kind of chakras are familiar to the first generation, and he has it in his wife Uzumaki Mito. Thinking that Jue Ren Zulai is a member of the Uzumaki family, it is not difficult to guess Naruto's identity. Well, his mother is also of the Uzumaki clan, and now he takes his mother's surname, and his full name is Naruto Uzumaki. 3 generations said this, showing guilt. Originally, Naruto was supposed to be named Bofang, but unfortunately, because of his cowardice, he could only follow his mother's surname. Really, the second generation pondered for a moment. It seems that Konoha still has things I don't know. Is it Danzo? The third generation was slightly taken aback, unexpectedly that the second generation would be able to guess the mastermind of the matter. They did not know what to say, and remained silent. If you are silent, it means I am right. The second generation said unexpectedly, he has not changed at all. When I let you be Hokage, I valued your character. It is certain to keep Konoha. If it is Danzang. For Naruto, I'm afraid Konoha is gone now. For the second generation, the Konoha ninjas present were all taken aback, and it was unexpected that there was such a hidden secret back then. The second generation knows Danzo's character and has always advocated a strong attack. Doing so will only make Konoha more decay, and may win in the end, but Konoha will also suffer heavy losses. And this is still if, with bad luck, Konoha will disappear in history. Tuanzang, who was hiding in the dark, heard the second generation say this, feeling uncomfortable in his heart, and walked away, regardless of the situation here. Boy, I ask you, do you hate Konoha? The first generation asked at this time. In front of everyone, if Naruto doesn't answer well alone, I'm afraid there will be a big problem. What do you mean? the early adult? Naruto asked rhetorically, making the early adult stunned. The first generation thought about it carefully. If it were himself, he would resent Konoha, so he fell silent. Although I hate Konoha, what I hate is Konoha's elders. One day I will find them to settle accounts. Naruto said the thoughts in his heart without any concealment. Danzo must die. He is the main culprit who killed his parents. Undead Naruto can't calm down his anger. The three generations looked worried. The first and second generations were taken aback when they heard the words, and then said, when will Konoha have the elders? It seems Konoha is decayed. The first generation said, boy, I hope you don't do things that endanger Konoha. As for the elders, you can do it yourself. Anyway, Konoha doesn't need the elders. In the first generation, it was simply a big killer. Even if Naruto killed the elders with his hands, Konoha's ninja would probably not be able to say anything. That was an order to kill. Who would dare to say that this was a betrayal of Konoha? It's not going to die. The authority of the first generation in Konoha, but no one can shake, even if he is dead. Yeah, but now I'll send both of you back to where you should go. At this moment, Naruto stood up suddenly and walked towards the first and second generations. Everyone knew that Naruto was planning to join the war. Thinking of Naruto's strength, everyone is also a little hopeful, wanting to see where he has reached. That's it, Chudai said with a smile, then let me see how good you are. A 12-year-old film class, even in our time, is almost non-existent. Deshimaru walked behind the two with a smirk, and pierced the two kunao tied with the technique into their bodies. No matter which world there is war, it is really sad, Dai said. Immediately afterwards, the two lost all their language skills, and their bodies began to slowly return to their pre-death state, and they looked more like living people. The three generations looked more and more like the first and second generations of ordinary people, tears shed in their eyes, and the former mentor was once again in front of them. Let's get started, Ashimaru said with a smile, confident that it has two big kills, and it is more than enough to deal with Naruto and Sandai. Moreover, the chakras of these two puppets are infinite, immortal and immortal. No matter how strong the other party is, it is impossible to have unlimited chakras against the two. As long as time is abundant, defeat is their destiny sooner or later. Thinking of the two people's defeat, Deshimaru was excited. Looking at Naruto's body, there was a flash of heat in his eyes. Naruto walked to the third generation and said lightly, leave it to me for the first and second generations. Go and make the final break with your students. At this time, Naruto's expression was very cold, and his tone couldn't be rebutted. The three generations suddenly had an illusion that Naruto was a king, the king of the world. I fiercely dispelled this idea, looked at the first and second generations, and said to Naruto, be careful. In fact, the three generations also wanted to see the strength of Naruto, but they were also worried that Naruto could not deal with the first and second generations at the same time. You know that these two people have been rated as the strongest ninjas in history. It is undoubtedly very difficult to deal with two at the same time. Boom boom, the first and second generations simultaneously aroused their own aura, and now they are unconscious and only have the instinct to fight. In this case, their strength is far superior to the puppets who don't know the pain, and it is almost impossible to defeat them. Boom, Naruto did not lag behind to explode his aura, a strong air current formed between the two, and the rubble burst into pieces and turned into smoke and dust. Sandai and Oshimaru were shocked for a while, all the ninjas off the court were dumbfounded. How could they not believe that Naruto's aura was so strong? Facing the two pinnacle-level Hokage, they didn't change their face, and they could still fight against them. It was terrifying. Hinata looked at Naruto with a happy face. This is her man, but he was still a little worried about Naruto's safety. After all, his opponents were the two strongest Naruto in history. Don't worry, Naruto will be fine. Sasuke and Sakura did not know when they came to Hinata's side. Sasuke, who was familiar with Hinata, spoke out, and at the same time gave birth to a strong motivation to surpass Naruto. Kozakura is still a shinin, and naturally can't stand this repressive aura, so she can only hide behind Sasuke and observe the scene in the barrier. Yeah, I believe Naruto must be able to do it, Hinata replied, while encouraging Naruto. He also cheered himself up. Swish, in the first and second riots, one attacked directly at Naruto, and the other jumped to a high place and attacked from above. Naruto's eyes condensed, and he didn't use any weapons, wanting to fight happily. Boom boom, the first generation is very good at physical skills. This is clear to the older generation. Naturally, the third generation does not need to say. He is the common apprentice of the first and second generations. How could he not understand their teacher? However, Naruto was able to tie the first generation in physical skills, and even suppressed the first generation. This scene is surprising. The fierce collision caused the surrounding rubble to collapse almost every time. At the same time, the second generation attack also arrived, attacking Naruto's bottom plate, intending not to give Naruto a little room. Naruto leaped lightly to avoid the second generation's attack, but at the moment he jumped, he also caught the trap of the two. The first generation also jumped up and kicked Naruto out of the sky. Boom! Outside the court, Hinata Xian mentioned Sang Zinyan. He almost exclaimed when he saw Naruto being kicked into the air, but then he saw Naruto disappear with a bang, and the first generation kicked it turned out to be the shadow clone. How is it possible? Is that guy Naruto confronting the first and second generations with only the shadow clone? Some ninjas couldn't help exclaiming. The several Xiaoqians who graduated with Naruto didn't know what to say. Naruto had already left them far behind. However, at this time, Kakashi spoke out and said in a low voice, "No, not so. Naruto is indeed the main body when confronting the first adult, but when the first adult kicked Naruto, Naruto used the shadow clone." Akai felt that Kakashi was wrong, and said, "But Naruto didn't get the seal, how to explain this?" No! Kakashi's writing wheel eyes opened long ago, and said, "It's not that there is no Jiin, but Naruto's Jiin is too fast, we didn't see it clearly." What? Kakashi's words surprised all the ninjas. What kind of speed is required to make it impossible for the naked eye to see? Another point is that they are all ninjas, and their eyesight is of course needless to say. It can be faster than everyone's eyes, that speed is really terrible. As expected of Mr. Kakashi, I can see my Jiin clearly. Naruto reappeared in front of the first and second generations. Hearing Kakashi's words, he couldn't help speaking out. "Naruto, you have surpassed your father." Kakashi smiled. Naruto smiled with this, and it has always been his goal to surpass his father. Similarly, Naruto has a more ambitious goal to surpass everything and become the strongest. Fire escape, fire dragon, flame bomb. At this time, the three generations who were at war with Ashimaru suddenly released a fire escape. Once Ashimaru hid, the fire dragon flame bomb attacked Naruto and the first and second generations. "Be careful, Naruto," three generations shouted in shock. Naruto naturally felt the high temperature behind him, and the thunder god dodged the fire dragon flame bomb, and the fire dragon flame bomb attacked the first and second generations. The high temperature besieged the two of them. At this time, the second generation suddenly Jian said, "Shui escapes the water front wall." A wall of water appeared in front of the first and second generations, blocking the fire dragon bullets outside and gradually extinguishing them. It's amazing, it's so powerful that it can perform such a strong water escape in a place without water. It's worthy of the second generation of Hokage, the ninjas outside the court exclaimed. Of course, the second generation of Hokage is known as the water god, and Shui Dun is naturally extremely powerful, an elderly ninja said with a smile. As if seeing the scene of the past, the second generation of Hokage was active on the battlefield, and the enemies killed by the powerful water escaped and fled. Thinking of this, the group of old ninjas was agitated, all of them wanted to go back to that period, watching the heroic figure slaughter everywhere. The second generation of Shui Dun still has no flaws. The three generations saw the second generation using such a powerful water escape in a land without water, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Thinking of the former teacher's name of the water god, I think this is a matter of course. Teacher Sarutobi, looking around is not good. Dashuin didn't attack, but made a word to remind that the third generation was a little puzzled, what exactly the Dashuin was going to do. The great opportunity was let go. He is his enemy now, isn't he going to kill himself? Still feel unnecessary? No matter what it is, the three generations feel that Dashuin must have a certain purpose, and they have to deal with it more carefully. I just hope Naruto can persevere. Three generations thought. After the fire dragon flame bomb was extinguished, the first and second generation figures reappeared in front of everyone, both of them staring at Naruto. At this time, the second generation made a strange gesture, and Naruto's eyes condensed, knowing that it belonged to the second generation's unique way of forming seals, and he was no longer vague. Water escape and clear waves. Water escape and clear waves. Naruto and the second generation shouted at the same time. Naruto's water clear wave appeared first. The reason was that Naruto's speed of Jiin was too fast. Even if the second generation is good at water escape, the slow speed of Jiin cannot be changed. The water molecules in the air continued to condense around Naruto, forming a huge water column like a water dragon, and then burst into the first and second generations. The second generation also completed the seal at the same time, and the two streams of water crashed together, as if a tsunami broke out, almost submerging the entire enchantment. How can it be? The ninjas of Konoha and Sand Ninja were surprised. They were not surprised that the second generation was able to use Mizuki Hira, because after all, it was the second generation's original ninjutsu. But it is strange that Naruto can use it. No one knows the ninjutsu of Mizuchi, so how did Naruto learn it? For a while, everyone had this question in their hearts. What shocked them the most was that Naruto's Shui Dun attainments were comparable to those of the second generation. In this kind of waterless land, even the ninjas who are good at water escape from the S-level super powerful water escape ninjutsu are estimated to have no such strength. Naruto, this kid. The third generation was also surprised. Naruto's use of clear water was enough to shock the third generation, and there was no record in the Book of Seals. Then the only explanation is that Naruto himself learned, this is his personal Shui Kingbo. Boom, the flood-like water flow hit the barrier wantonly, and the 5 people stood on the water flow, looking at each other. Water escape hard vortex water blade. Suddenly, the second generation Jian yelled, and bunches of water burst into the sky and shot towards Naruto. The powerful destructive power was self-evident, and it was also S-level ninjutsu. 3 generations used a wall of earth flow, and it was easily destroyed by the arrow-like water currents. Naruto kept jumping around to avoid these water currents. Cut. Naruto made an uncomfortable cut. If he continues to hide like this, there will be no end to it, so let's end the battle early. So the right hand was erected in front of his chest, and the dazzling speed of Jian appeared. After the knot, he said, ice escape water without moon killing. The cold current emerged, and the originally tumbling river was instantly frozen into ice, spreading all the way, trapping the first and second generations in the ice as well. Naruto doesn't think that this will solve the two, and Naruto's purpose is to extract the souls of the two. Now what is waiting is the first generation of New Dun. But Naruto's previous Jian surprised everyone present. One-handed Jian, does this ability really exist? Moreover, the one-handed seal is so fast, and the display is still being done. Naruto's talent is too terrifying. He is only a few years old, and he did this step. The mighty water escape, the unparalleled speed of seal formation, and the super strong ice escape are all in one person, and this talent is 12 years old. It feels terrifying to think about it. Some older ninjas suddenly feel that they are really old and can already apply for retirement. Good job, Naruto. 3 generations, Kakashi and others made a sound, but Naruto did not show any triumphant expression, waiting for the two to break out of the ice. A few minutes later, as Naruto expected, the first and second generations broke the ice at the same time, and the second generation immediately attacked Naruto, while the first generation was in Jian. Seeing that familiar Indian style, Naruto knew that the first generation was going to use would escape, concentrated on dealing with the second generation, and finally kicked it out. At this time, the first generation of Jian also ended, and he shouted, New Dun Shuja is born. Boom, thick branches emerged from the rubble, and then grew rapidly, and the surrounding ice was also crushed to become the nourishment for the giant trees. Seeing the first generation of New Dun, the 3 generations immediately went secretly and tried to rescue Naruto, but unexpectedly was blocked by the big snake pill. Teacher Sarutobi, we haven't had a victory or defeat yet. Deshoan licked his tongue and said excitedly, thinking that Naruto was already in his pocket. Damn it! 3 generations cursed with an ugly face and fought against Oshimaru. The ninjas outside the field all showed a look of worry, and at the same time a group of people showed a look of surprise. The reason was naturally that they had seen the legendary New Dun. This is a bloodstained secret technique that only the first generation of Hokage can use, and others can't use it at all. Hinata looked worried that something would happen to Naruto, and his anxious eyes were red. Hinata, trust Naruto, he will be fine. Sasuke and Sakura persuaded at the same time. Seeing Hinata crying anxiously, they were worried about what she would do impulsively. In the woods, Naruto fought with the first and second generations, coping with ease. No one can see it inside now, it's time. Naruto murmured, Samsara eye, open. The golden ripples appeared in Naruto's eyes, and shouted to the second generation, Vientian Tianyan. The body of the second generation flew towards Naruto uncontrollably. As the main body, Naruto was naturally able to use the full power of the reincarnation eye. As for the avatar of the 6 ways, it was just made to make full use of the power of the 6 ways. The second generation wanted to resist, but he couldn't help himself, and he was too close to Naruto, and was instantly caught by Naruto. Human Deo, suck the soul. Naruto instantly converted an ability, sucked out the second generation soul, and then stored it in a special space in the eyes of reincarnation. As soon as the soul of the second generation was taken out, the body burst into pieces, turning into a pile of pieces of paper, revealing a figure, which was a subordinate of Dashimaru. It's your turn, first generation. The first generation, who had been prepared for a long time, was not immediately caught by Naruto. After the two had a fierce fight, they were finally grabbed by Naruto and extracted his soul. In the end, the entire forest disappeared, and everyone outside knew that the victory or defeat was divided.